Section 13 of Manners, Customs and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Manners, Customs and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period by Paul Lacroix. Section 13. The kitchen, soups, broths and stews, etc. The French word potage must originally have signified a soup composed of vegetables and herbs from the kitchen garden, but from the remotest times it was applied to soups in general. As the Gauls, according to Athenaeus, generally ate their meat boiled, we must presume that they made soup with the water in which it was cooked. It is related that one day Gregory of Tours was sitting at the table of King Chilperic, when the latter offered him a soup specially made in his honour from chicken. The poems of the 12th and 13th centuries mention soups made of peas, of bacon, of vegetables, and of groats. In the southern provinces there were soups made of almonds and of olive oil. When Du Guesclin went out to fight the English knight William of Blangbourg in single combat, he first ate 3 sorts of soup made with wine, "in honour of the 3 persons in the Holy Trinity." We find in the Ménagier, amongst a long list of the common soups the receipts for which are given, soup made of dried peas and the water in which bacon has been boiled, and in Lent, salted whale water, watercress soup, cabbage soup, cheese soup, and gramose soup, which was prepared by adding stewed meat to the water in which meat had already been boiled, and adding beaten eggs and verjuice. And lastly, the soupe dépourvue, which was rapidly made at the hotels for unexpected travellers, and was a sort of soup made from the odds and ends of the larder. In those days there is no doubt but that hot soup formed an indispensable part of the daily meals, and that each person took it at least twice a day, according to the old proverb, soupe la soir, soupe le matin, c'est l'ordinaire du bon chrétien. Soup in the evening and soup in the morning is the everyday food of a good Christian. The cooking apparatus of that period consisted of a whole glittering array of cauldrons, saucepans, kettles, and vessels of red and yellow copper, which hardly sufficed for all the rich soups for which France was so famous. Thence the old proverb, "En France sont les grands soupiers." But besides these soups, which were in fact looked upon as "common and without spice," a number of dishes were served under the generic name of soup, which constituted the principal luxuries at the great tables in the 14th century, but which do not altogether bear out the names under which we find them. For instance, there was haricot mutton, a sort of stew; thin chicken broth; veal broth with herbs; soup made of veal, roe, stag, wild boar, pork, hare; and rabbit soup flavoured with green peas, etc. The greater number of these soups were very rich, very expensive, several being served at the same time, and, in order to please the eye as well as the taste, they were generally made of various colours, sweetened with sugar, and sprinkled with pomegranate seeds and aromatic herbs, such as marjoram, sage, thyme, sweet basil, savoury, etc. These descriptions of soups were perfect luxuries, and were taken instead of sweets. As a proof of this, we must refer to the famous soupe dorée, the description of which is given by Taillevent, head cook of Charles VII., in the following words: "Toast slices of bread, throw them into a jelly made of sugar, white wine, yolk of egg, and rose water. When they are well soaked, fry them, then throw them again into the rose water, and sprinkle them with sugar and saffron." It is possible that even now this kind of soup might find some favour, but we cannot say the same for those made with mustard, hemp seed, millet, verjuice, and a number of others much in repute at that period. For we see in Rabelais that the French were the greatest soup eaters in the world, and boasted to be the inventors of 70 sorts. We have already remarked that broths were in use at the remotest periods, for, from the time that the practice of boiling various meats was first adopted, it must have been discovered that the water in which they were so boiled became savoury and nourishing. In the time of the great King Francis I., says Noël du Fail, in his Contes de Trapel, in many places the saucepan was put on to the table, on which there was only one other large dish, of beef, mutton, veal, and bacon, garnished with a large bunch of cooked herbs, the whole of which mixture composed a porridge, and a real restorer and elixir of life. From this came the adage, "The soup in the great pot, and the dainties in the hotch-potch." At one time they made what they imagined to be strengthening broths for invalids, though their virtue must have been somewhat delusive, for, after having boiled down various materials in a close kettle and at a slow fire, they then distilled from this, and the water thus obtained was administered as a sovereign remedy. The common sense of Bernard Palissy did not fail to make him see this absurdity, and to protest against this ridiculous custom. "Take a capon," he says, "a partridge, or anything else, cook it well, and then if you smell the broth you will find it very good, and if you taste it you will find it has plenty of flavour, so much so that you will feel that it contains something to invigorate you. Distill this, on the contrary, and take the water then collected, and taste it, and you will find it insipid, and without smell except that of burning. This should convince you that your restorer does not give that nourishment to the weak body for which you recommend it as a means of making good blood, and restoring and strengthening the spirits." The taste for broths made of flour was formerly almost universal in France and over the whole of Europe. It is spoken of repeatedly in the histories and annals of monasteries, and we know that the Normans, who made it their principal nutriment, were surnamed bouilleurs. They were, indeed, almost like the Romans, who in olden times, before their wars with Eastern nations, gave up making bread, and ate their corn simply boiled in water. In the 14th century the broths and soups were made with millet flour and mixed wheats. The pure wheat flour was steeped in milk seasoned with sugar, saffron, honey, sweet wine or aromatic herbs, and sometimes butter, fat, and yolks of eggs were added. It was on account of this that the bread of the ancients so much resembled cakes, and it was also from this fact that the art of the pastry cook took its rise. Wheat made into gruel for a long time was an important ingredient in cooking, being the basis of a famous preparation called fromentée, which was a bouillie of milk, made creamy by the addition of yolks of eggs, and which served as a liquor in which to roast meats and fish. There were, besides, several sorts of fromentée, all equally esteemed, and Taillevent recommended the following receipt, which differs from the one above given. "First boil your wheat in water, then put into it the juice or gravy of fat meat, or, if you like it better, milk of almonds, and by this means you will make a soup fit for fasts, because it dissolves slowly, is of slow digestion, and nourishes much. In this way, too, you can make ordiat, or barley soup, which is more generally approved than the said fromentée." Semolina, vermicelli, macaroni, etc., which were called Italian because they originally came from that country, have been in use in France longer than is generally supposed. They were first introduced after the expedition of Charles VIII. Into Italy and the conquest of the kingdom of Naples, that is, in the reign of Louis XII., or the first years of the 16th century. Pies, stews, roasts, salads, etc. Pastry made with fat, which might be supposed to have been the invention of modern kitchens, was in great repute amongst our ancestors. The manufacture of sweet and savoury pastry was entrusted to the care of the good ménagier of all ranks and conditions, and to the corporation of pastrycooks, who obtained their statutes only in the middle of the 16th century. The united skill of these, both in Paris and in the provinces, multiplied the different sorts of tarts and meat pies to a very great extent. So much was this the case that these ingenious productions became a special art, worthy of rivalling even cookery itself. One of the earliest known receipts for making pies is that of Gace de la Bigne, first chaplain of Kings John, Charles V., and Charles VI. We find it in a sporting poem, and it deserves to be quoted verbatim as a record of the royal kitchen of the 14th century. It will be observed on perusing it that nothing was spared either in pastry or in cookery, and that expense was not considered when it was a question of satisfying the appetite. Trois perdriots gros et refaits au milieu du pâté me mets. Mais garde bien que tu ne failles à moi prendre si grosse caille, de quoi tu les appuieras. Et puis après tu me prendras une douzaine d'alouettes, qu'environ les cailles me mettent, et puis prendras de ces mâchés et de ces petits oiselets. Selon ce que tu en auras, le pâté m'embêtera. Or, te faut faire pourvoyance d'un peu de lard, sans point de rance, que tu tailleras comme dés. C'en sera le pasté poudré. Si tu le veux de bonne guise, du vertu la grappe y soit mise, d'un bien peu de sel soit poudré. Fais mettre des œufs en la paste, les croûtes un peu rudement faites de fleur de pur froment. Ni mets épices ni fromage, au four bien à point chaud le mets, qui de cendre est l'âtre bien né. Et quand sera bien à point cuit, il n'est si bon manger, ce cuit. Put me in the middle of the pie 3 young partridges, large and fat, but take good care not to fail to take 6 fine quail to put by their side. After that you must take a dozen skylarks, which round the quail you must place. And then you must take some thrushes and such other little birds as you can get to garnish the pie. Further, you must provide yourself with a little bacon, which must not be in the least rank (reesty), and you must cut it into pieces of the size of a die, and sprinkle them into the pie. If you want it to be in quite good form, you must put some sour grapes in, and a very little salt. Have eggs put into the paste, and the crust made rather hard of the flour of pure wheat. Put in neither spice nor cheese. Put it into the oven just at the proper heat, the bottom of which must be quite free from ashes, and when it is baked enough, isn't that a dish to feast on? From this period all treatises on cookery are full of the same kind of receipts for making "pies of young chickens, of fresh venison, of veal, of eels, of bream and salmon, of young rabbits, of pigeons, of small birds, of geese, and of narrois," a mixture of cod's liver and hashed fish. We may mention also the small pies, which were made of minced beef and raisins, similar to our mince pies, and which were hawked in the streets of Paris until their sale was forbidden, because the trade encouraged greediness on the one hand and laziness on the other. Ancient pastries, owing to their shapes, received the name of tourte or tarte, from the Latin torta, a large hunch of bread. This name was afterwards exclusively used for hot pies, whether they contained vegetables, meat, or fish. But towards the end of the 14th century, tourte and tarte was applied to pastry containing herbs, fruits, or preserves, and pâté to those containing any kind of meat, game, or fish. It was only in the course of the 16th century that the name of potage ceased to be applied to stews, whose number equalled their variety, for on a bill of fare of a banquet of that period we find more than 50 different sorts of potage mentioned. The greater number of these dishes have disappeared from our books on cookery, having gone out of fashion. But there are two stews which were popular during many centuries, and which have maintained their reputation, although they do not now exactly represent what they formerly did. The pot pourri, which was composed of veal, beef, mutton, bacon, and vegetables, and the galimafret, a fricassee of poultry, sprinkled with verjuice, flavoured with spices, and surrounded by a sauce composed of vinegar, breadcrumbs, cinnamon, ginger, etc. The highest aim of the cooks of the Taillevent school was to make dishes not only palatable, but also pleasing to the eye. These masters in the art of cooking might be said to be both sculptors and painters, so much did they decorate their works, their object being to surprise or amuse the guests by concealing the real nature of the dishes. Froissart, speaking of a repast given in his time, says that there were a number of "dishes so curious and disguised that it was impossible to guess what they were." For instance, the bill of fare above referred to mentions a lion and a sun made of white chicken, a pink jelly with diamond-shaped points. And as if the object of cookery was to disguise food and deceive epicures, Taillevent facetiously gives us a receipt for making fried or roast butter, and for cooking eggs on the spit. The roasts were as numerous as the stews. A treatise of the 14th century names about 30, beginning with a sirloin of beef, which must have been one of the most common, and ending with a swan, which appeared on table in full plumage. This last was the triumph of cookery, inasmuch as it presented this magnificent bird to the eyes of the astonished guests, just as if he were living and swimming. His beak was gilt, his body silvered, resting on a mass of brown pastry painted green in order to represent a grass field. 8 banners of silk were placed round, and a cloth of the same material served as a carpet for the whole dish, which towered above the other appointments of the table. The peacock, which was as much thought of then as it is little valued now, was similarly arrayed, and was brought to table amidst a flourish of trumpets and the applause of all present. The modes of preparing other roasts much resembled the present system in their simplicity, with this difference, that strong meats were first boiled to render them tender, and no roast was ever handed over to the skill of the carver without first being thoroughly basted with orange juice and rose water, and covered with sugar and powdered spices. We must not forget to mention the broiled dishes, the invention of which is attributed to hunters, and which Rabelais continually refers to as acting as stimulants, and irresistibly exciting the thirst for wine at the sumptuous feasts of those voracious heroes. The custom of introducing salads after roasts was already established in the 15th century. However, a salad, of whatever sort, was never brought to table in its natural state, for besides the raw herbs, dressed in the same manner as in our days, it contained several mixtures, such as cooked vegetables, and the crests, livers, or brains of poultry. After the salads, fish was served, sometimes fried, sometimes sliced with eggs or reduced to a sort of pulp, which was called carpe or charpie, and sometimes it was boiled in water or wine with strong seasoning. Near the salads, in the course of the dinner, dishes of eggs, prepared in various ways, were generally served. Many of these are now in use, such as the poached egg, the hard-boiled egg, egg sauce, etc. Seasonings. We have already stated that the taste for spices much increased in Europe after the Crusades, and in this rapid historical sketch of the food of the French people in the Middle Ages, it must have been observed to what an extent this taste had become developed in France. This was the origin of sauces, all, or almost all, of which were highly spiced, and were generally used with boiled, roast, or grilled meats. A few of these sauces, such as the yellow, the green, and the cameline, became so necessary in cooking that numerous persons took to manufacturing them by wholesale, and they were hawked in the streets of Paris. These sauce criers were first called sauciers, then vinaigriers moustardiers, and when Louis XII. United them in a body, as their business had considerably increased, they were termed sauciers moutardiers vinaigriers, distillers of brandy and spirits of wine, and buffetiers, from buffet, a sideboard. But very soon the corporation became divided, no doubt from the force of circumstances, and on one side we find the distillers, and on the other the master cooks and cooks, or porte-chapes, as they were called, because, when they carried on their business of cooking, they covered their dishes with a chape, that is a cope or tin cover, so as to keep them warm. The list of sauces of the 14th century, given by the Ménagier de Paris, is most complicated; but on examining the receipts it becomes clear that the variety of those preparations, intended to sharpen the appetite, resulted principally from the spicy ingredients with which they were flavoured; and it is here worthy of remark that pepper, in these days exclusively obtained from America, was known and generally used long before the time of Columbus. It is mentioned in a document of the time of Clotaire III. 660, and it is clear, therefore, that before the discovery of the New World, pepper and spices were imported into Europe from the East. Mustard, which was an ingredient in so many dishes, was cultivated and manufactured in the 13th century in the neighbourhood of Dijon and Angers. According to a popular adage, garlic was the medicine (thériaque) of peasants. Town people for a long time greatly appreciated aillé, which was a sauce made of garlic and sold ready prepared in the streets of Paris. The custom of using anchovies as a flavouring is also very ancient. This was also done with botargue and caviale, two sorts of side dishes, which consisted of fishes' eggs, chiefly mullet and sturgeon, properly salted or dried, and mixed with fresh or pickled olives. The olives for the use of the lower orders were brought from Languedoc and Provence, whereas those for the rich were imported from Spain and some from Syria. It was also from the south of France that the rest of the kingdom was supplied with olive oil, for which to this day those provinces have preserved their renown; but as early as the 12th and 13th centuries oil of walnuts was brought from the centre of France to Paris, and this, although cheaper, was superseded by oil extracted from the poppy. Truffles, though known and esteemed by the ancients, disappeared from the gastronomic collection of our forefathers. It was only in the 14th century that they were again introduced, but evidently without a knowledge of their culinary qualities, since, after being preserved in vinegar, they were soaked in hot water and afterwards served up in butter. We may also here mention sorrel and the common mushroom, which were used in cooking during the Middle Ages. On the strength of the old proverb, "Sugar has never spoiled sauce," sugar was put into all sauces which were not piquantes, and generally some perfumed water was added to them, such as rose water. This was made in great quantities by exposing to the sun a basin full of water, covered over by another basin of glass, under which was a little vase containing rose leaves. This rose water was added to all stews, pastries, and beverages. It is very doubtful as to the period at which white lump sugar became known in the West. However, in an account of the house of the Dauphin Viennois, 1333, mention is made of white sugar, and the author of the Ménagier de Paris frequently speaks of this white sugar, which before the discovery, or rather colonization, of America, was brought ready refined from the Grecian islands, and especially from Candia. Verjuice, or green juice, which with vinegar formed the essential basis of sauces, and is now extracted from a species of green grape which never ripens, was originally the juice of sorrel. Another sort was extracted by pounding the green blades of wheat. Vinegar was originally merely soured wine, as the word vin aigre denotes. The mode of manufacturing it by artificial means, in order to render the taste more pungent and the quality better, is very ancient. It is needless to state that it was scented by the infusion of herbs or flowers, roses, elder, cloves, etc. But it was not much before the 16th century that it was used for pickling herbs or fruits and vegetables, such as gherkins, onions, cucumber, purslane, etc. Salt, which from the remotest periods was the condiment par excellence, and the trade in which had been free up to the 14th century, became from that period the subject of repeated taxation. The levying of these taxes was a frequent cause of tumult amongst the people, who saw with marked displeasure the exigencies of the excise gradually raising the price of an article of primary necessity. We have already mentioned times during which the price of salt was so exorbitant that the rich alone could put it in their bread. Thus, in the reign of Francis I., it was almost as dear as Indian spices. Sweet dishes, desserts, etc. In the 14th century the first courses of a repast were called mets or assiettes, the last entremets, dorures, issus de table, dessert, and boute hors. The dessert consisted generally of baked pears, medlars, peeled walnuts, figs, dates, peaches, grapes, filberts, spices, and white or red sugar plums. At the issue de table, wafers or some other light pastry were introduced, which were eaten with the hypocras wine. The boute hors, which was served when the guests, after having washed their hands and said grace, had passed into the drawing room, consisted of spices different from those which had appeared at dessert, and intended specially to assist the digestion. And for this object they must have been much needed, considering that a repast lasted several hours. Whilst eating these spices, they drank grenache, malmsey, or aromatic wines. It was only at the banquets and great repasts that sweet dishes and dorures appeared, and they seem to have been introduced for the purpose of exhibiting the power of the imagination and the talent in execution of the master cook. The dorures consisted of jellies of all sorts and colours. Swans, peacocks, bitterns, and herons on gala feasts were served in full feather on a raised platform in the middle of the table, and hence the name of raised dishes. As for the side dishes, properly so called, the long list collected in the Ménagier shows us that they were served at table indiscriminately, for stuffed chickens at times followed hashed porpoise in sauce, lark pies succeeded lamb sausages, and pike's eggs fritters appeared after orange preserve. At a later period the luxury of side dishes consisted in the quantity and in the variety of the pastry. Rabelais names 16 different sorts at one repast. Taillevent mentions pastry called covered pastry, Bourbonnaise pastry, double-faced pastry, pear pastry, and apple pastry. Platina speaks of the white pastry, with quince, elderflowers, rice, roses, chestnuts, etc. The fashion of having pastry is, however, of very ancient date, for in the book of the Proverbs of the 13th century we find that the pies of Dourlens and the pastry of Chartres were then in great celebrity. In a charter of Robert le Bouillon, Bishop of Amiens, in 1311, mention is made of a cake composed of puff, flaky paste. These cakes, however, are less ancient than the firm pastry called bean cake, or king's cake, which, from the earliest days of monarchy, appeared on all the tables, not only at the feast of the Epiphany, but also on every festive occasion. Amongst the dry and sweet pastries from the small oven which appeared at the issue de table, the first to be noticed were those made of almonds, nuts, etc., and such choice morsels, which were very expensive. Then came the cream or cheese cakes, the petits choux, made of butter and eggs, the échaudés, of which the people were very fond, and Saint Louis even allowed the bakers to cook them on Sundays and feast days for the poor; wafers, which are older than the 13th century; and lastly, the oublis, which, under the names of Nieul, Estéré, and Supplication, gave rise to such an extensive trade that a corporation was established in Paris called the Oublayeurs, Oublayés or Oublieux, whose statutes directed that none should be admitted to exercise the trade unless he was able to make in one day 500 large oublis, 300 supplications, and 200 estérés. End of section 13. Section 14 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period by Paul Lacroix. Section 14. Repasts and Feasts. We have had to treat elsewhere of the rules and regulations of the repasts under the Merovingian and Carlovingian kings. We have also spoken of the table service of the 13th century. See chapter on Private Life. The earliest author who has left us any documents on this curious subject is that excellent bourgeois to whom we owe the Ménagier de Paris. He describes, for instance, in its fullest details, a repast which was given in the 14th century by the Abbé de Lagny to the Bishop of Paris, the President of the Parliament, the King's Attorney and Advocate, and other members of his council, in all 16 guests. We find from this account that "my Lord of Paris, occupying the place of honour, was, in consequence of his rank, served on covered dishes by 3 of his squires, as was the custom for the king, the royal princes, the dukes and peers; that Master President, who was seated by the side of the bishop, was also served by one of his own servants, but on uncovered dishes, and the other guests were seated at table according to the order indicated by their titles or charges." The bill of fare of this feast, which was given on a fast day, is the more worthy of attention, in that it proves to us what numerous resources cookery already possessed. This was especially the case as regards fish, notwithstanding that the transport of fresh sea fish was so difficult, owing to the bad state of the roads. First, a quarter of a pint of grenache was given to each guest on sitting down, then "hot échaudé, roast apples with white sugar plums upon them, roasted figs, sorrel and watercress and rosemary." Soups: a rich soup composed of 6 trout, 6 tenches, white herring, freshwater eels, salted 24 hours, and 3 whiting, soaked 12 hours; almonds, ginger, saffron, cinnamon powder, and sweetmeats. Salt water fish, soles, gurnets, congers, turbots, and salmon. Fresh water fish, lux faudis, pike with roe, carps from the Marne, breams. Side dishes: lampreys à la bœuf, orange apples, one for each guest, porpoise with sauce, mackerel, soles, bream, and shad à la cameline, with verjuice, rice, and fried almonds upon them, sugar and apples. Dessert: stewed fruit with white and vermilion sugar plums, figs, dates, grapes, and filberts. Hypocras for issue de table, with oubli and supplication. Wines and spices compose the boute hors." To this fasting repast we give by way of contrast the bill of fare at the nuptial feast of Master Elie, "to which 40 guests were bidden on a Tuesday in May, a day of flesh." Soups: capons with white sauce, ornamented with pomegranate and crimson sweetmeats. Roasts: quarter of roe deer, goslings, young chickens, and sauces of orange, cameline, and verjuice. Side dishes: jellies of crayfish and loach, young rabbits, and pork. Dessert: fromentée and venison. Issue: hypocras. Boute hors, wine and spices." The clever editor of the Ménagier de Paris, Monsieur le Baron Jérôme Pichon, after giving us this curious account of the mode of living of the citizens of that day, thus sums up the whole arrangements for the table in the 14th century: "The different provisions necessary for food are usually entrusted to the squires of the kitchen, and were chosen, purchased, and paid for by one or more of these officials, assisted by the cooks. The dishes prepared by the cooks were placed, by the help of the esquires, on dressers in the kitchen until the moment of serving. Thence they were carried to the tables. Let us imagine a vast hall hung with tapestries and other brilliant stuffs. The tables are covered with fringed tablecloths, and strewn with odoriferous herbs. One of them, called the great table, is reserved for the persons of distinction. The guests are taken to their seats by 2 butlers, who bring them water to wash. The great table is laid out by a butler, with silver salt cellars, golden goblets with lids for the high personages, spoons, and silver drinking cups. The guests eat at least certain dishes en tranchoirs, or large slices of thick bread, afterwards thrown into vases called couloueres, drainers. For the other tables the salt is placed on pieces of bread, scooped out for that purpose by the intendants, who are called porte-chape. In the hall is a dresser covered with plate and various kinds of wine. 2 squires, standing near this dresser, give the guests clean spoons, pour out what wine they ask for, and remove the silver when used. 2 other squires superintend the conveyance of wine to the dresser. A varlet, placed under their orders, is occupied with nothing but drawing wine from the casks." At that time wine was not bottled, and they drew directly from the cask the amount necessary for the day's consumption. "The dishes, consisting of 3, 4, 5, and even 6 courses, called mets, or assiettes, are brought in by varlets and 2 of the principal squires, and in certain wedding feasts the bridegroom walked in front of them. The dishes are placed on the table by an asseyeur (placer), assisted by 2 servants. The latter take away the remains at the conclusion of the course, and hand them over to the squires of the kitchen, who have charge of them. After the mets, or assiettes, the tablecloths are changed, and the entremets are then brought in. This course is the most brilliant of the repast, and at some of the princely banquets the dishes are made to imitate a sort of theatrical representation. It is composed of sweet dishes, of coloured jellies of swans, of peacocks, or of pheasants, adorned with their feathers, having the beak and feet gilt, and placed on the middle of the table on a sort of pedestal. To the entremets a course which does not appear on all bills of fare, succeeds the dessert. The issue, or exit from table, is mostly composed of hypocras and a sort of oubli called mestier, or in summer, when hypocras is out of season on account of its strength, of apples, cheeses, and sometimes of pastries and sweetmeats. The boute hors, wines and spices, end the repast. The guests then wash their hands, say grace, and pass into the chambre de parement, or drawing-room. The servants then sit down and dine after their masters. They subsequently bring the guests wine and épices de chambre, after which each retires home." But all the pomp and magnificence of the feasts of this period would have appeared paltry a century later, when royal banquets were managed by Taillevent, head cook to Charles VII. The historian of French cookery, Le Grand d'Aussy, thus describes a great feast given in 1455 by the Count of Anjou, third son of Louis II., King of Sicily. "On the table was placed a centre-piece, which represented a green lawn, surrounded with large peacock's feathers and green branches, to which were tied violets and other sweet-smelling flowers. In the middle of this lawn a fortress was placed, covered with silver. This was hollow, and formed a sort of cage, in which several live birds were shut up, their tufts and feet being gilt. On its tower, which was gilt, 3 banners were placed, one bearing the arms of the Count, the 2 others those of Mesdemoiselles de Chateaubrun and de Villequier, in whose honour the feast was given. The first course consisted of a civet of hare, a quarter of stag which had been a night in salt, a stuffed chicken, and a loin of veal. The 2 last dishes were covered with a German sauce, with gilt sugar plums and pomegranate seeds. At each end, outside the green lawn, was an enormous pie, surmounted with smaller pies, which formed a crown. The crust of the large ones was silvered all round and gilt at the top. Each contained a whole roe deer, a gosling, 3 capons, 6 chickens, 10 pigeons, 1 young rabbit, and, no doubt to serve as seasoning or stuffing, a minced loin of veal, 2 pounds of fat, and 26 hard-boiled eggs, covered with saffron and flavoured with cloves. For the 3 following courses there was a roe deer, a pig, a sturgeon cooked in parsley and vinegar, and covered with powdered ginger, a kid, 2 goslings, 12 chickens, as many pigeons, 6 young rabbits, 2 herons, a leveret, a fat capon stuffed, 4 chickens covered with yolks of eggs and sprinkled with powder de duc (spice), a wild boar, some wafers (dariole), and stars, a jelly, part white and part red, representing the crests of the 3 above-mentioned persons, cream with duc powder, covered with fennel seeds preserved in sugar, a white cream, cheese in slices, and strawberries, and lastly, plums stewed in rose water. Besides these 4 courses, there was a 5th, entirely composed of the prepared wines then in vogue, and of preserves. These consisted of fruits and various sweet pastries. The pastries represented stags and swans, to the necks of which were suspended the arms of the Count of Anjou and those of the 2 young ladies." In great houses, dinner was announced by the sound of the hunting horn. This is what Froissart calls corner l'assiette, but which was at an earlier period called corner l'eau, because it was the custom to wash the hands before sitting down to table, as well as on leaving the dining-room. For these ablutions, scented water, and especially rose water, was used, brought in ewers of precious and delicately wrought metals by pages or squires, who handed them to the ladies in silver basins. It was at about this period, that is, in the times of chivalry, that the custom of placing the guests by couples was introduced, generally a gentleman and lady, each couple having but 1 cup and 1 plate. hence the expression to eat from the same plate. Historians relate that in the 13th and 14th centuries, at certain gala feasts, the dishes were brought in by servants in full armour, mounted on caparisoned horses; but this is a custom exclusively attached to chivalry. As early as those days, powerful and ingenious machines were in use which lowered from the story above, or raised from that below, ready-served tables, which were made to disappear after use as if by enchantment. At that period, the table service of the wealthy required a considerable staff of retainers and varlets, and at a later period this number was much increased. Thus, for instance, when Louis of Orleans went on a diplomatic mission to Germany from his brother Charles VI., this prince, in order that France might be worthily represented abroad, raised the number of his household to more than 250 persons, of whom about 100 were retainers and table attendants. Olivier de la Marche, who in his Mémoires gives the most minute details of the ceremonial of the court of Charles the Bold, Duke of Burgundy, tells us that the table service was as extensive as in the other great princely houses. This extravagant and ruinous pomp fell into disuse during the reigns of Louis XI., Charles VIII., and Louis XII., but reappeared in that of Francis I. This prince, after his first wars in Italy, imported the cookery and the gastronomic luxury of that country, where the art of good living, especially in Venice, Florence, and Rome, had reached the highest degree of refinement and magnificence. Henry II. and Francis II. maintained the magnificence of their royal tables, but after them, notwithstanding the soft effeminacy of the manners at court, the continued wars which Henry III. And Charles IX. had to sustain in their own states against the Protestants and the League necessitated a considerable economy in the household and tables of those kings. It was only by fits and starts, says Brantôme, that one was well fed during this reign, for very often circumstances prevented the proper preparation of the repasts, a thing much disliked by the courtiers, who prefer open table to be kept at both court and with the army, because it then costs them nothing. Henry IV. was neither fastidious nor greedy. We must therefore come down to the reign of Louis XIII. To find a vestige of the splendour of the banquets of Francis I. From the establishment of the Franks in Gaul down to the 15th century inclusive, there were but 2 meals a day. People dined at 10 o'clock in the morning, and supped at 4 in the afternoon. In the 16th century they put back dinner 1 hour and supper 3 hours, to which many people objected. Hence the old proverb, lever à 6, dîner à 10, souper à 6, coucher à 10, fait vivre l'homme 10 fois 10. To rise at 6, dine at 10, sup at 6, to bed at 10, makes man live 10 times 10. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Donna Stewart. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period by Paul Lacroix, Section 15. Hunting. Venery and hawking. Origin of Aix-la-Chapelle. Gaston Phoebus and his book. The presiding deities of sportsmen. Sporting societies and brotherhoods. Sporting kings. Charlemagne. Louis IX. Louis XI. Charles VIII. Louis XII. Francis I., etc. Treatise on Venery. Sporting popes. Origin of hawking. Training birds. Hawking retinues. Book of King Modus. Technical terms used in hawking. Persons who have excelled in this kind of sport. Fowling. By the general term hunting is included the three distinct branches of an art, or it may be called a science, which dates its origin from the earliest times, but which was particularly esteemed in the Middle Ages, and was especially cultivated in the glorious days of chivalry. Venery, which is the earliest, is defined by M. Elzéar Blaze as the science of snaring, taking, or killing one particular animal from amongst a herd. Hawking came next. This was not only the art of hunting with the falcon, but that of training birds of prey to hunt feathered game. Lastly, l'oisellerie, fowling, which, according to the author of several well-known works on the subject we are discussing, had originally no other object than that of protecting the crops and fruits from birds and other animals whose nature it was to feed on them. Venery will be first considered. Sportsmen always pride themselves in placing Xenophon, the general, philosopher, and historian, at the head of sporting writers, although his treatise on the chase, translated from Greek into Latin under the title of De Venatione, which gives excellent advice respecting the training of dogs, only speaks of traps and nets for capturing wild animals. Amongst the Greeks, Arrian and Oppian, and amongst the Romans, Gradius Faliscus and Nemesianus, wrote on the same subject. Their works, however, except in a few isolated or scattered passages, do not contain anything about venery properly so called, and the first historical information on the subject is to be found in the records of the 7th century. Long after that period, however, they still hunted, as it were, at random, attacking the first animal they met. The sports of Charlemagne, for instance, were almost always of this description. On some occasions they killed animals of all sorts by thousands, after having tracked and driven them into an enclosure composed of cloths or nets. This illustrious emperor, although usually at war in all parts of Europe, never missed an opportunity of hunting; so much so that it might be said that he rested himself by galloping through forests. He was on these occasions not only followed by a large retinue of huntsmen and attendants of his household, but he was accompanied by his wife and daughters, mounted on magnificent coursers, and surrounded by a numerous and elegant court, who vied with each other in displaying their skill and courage in attacking the fiercest animals. It is even stated that Aix la Chapelle owes its origin to a hunting adventure of Charlemagne. The Emperor one day, while chasing a stag, required to cross a brook which came in his path, but immediately his horse had set foot in the water he pulled it out again and began to limp as if it were hurt. His noble rider dismounted, and on feeling the foot, found it was quite hot. This induced him to put his hand into the water, which he found to be almost boiling. On that very spot, therefore, he caused a chapel to be erected in the shape of a horse's hoof. The town was afterwards built, and to this day the spring of hot mineral water is enclosed under a rotunda, the shape of which reminds one of the old legend of Charlemagne and his horse. The sons of Charlemagne also held hunting in much esteem, and by degrees the art of venery was introduced and carried to great perfection. It was not, however, until the end of the 13th century that an anonymous author conceived the idea of writing its principal precepts in an instructive poem, called Le Dit de la Chasse du Cerf. In 1328, another anonymous writer composed the Livre du Roi Modus, which contains the rules for hunting all furred animals, from the stag to the hare. Then followed other poets and writers of French prose, such as Gas de la Vigne, 1359, Gaston Phoebus, 1387, and Hardouin, Lord of Fontaine Guerin, 1394. None of these, however, wrote exclusively on venery, but described the different sports known in their day. Toward 1340, Alphonse XI., King of Castile, caused a book on hunting to be compiled for his use, but it was not so popular as the instruction of Gaston Phoebus. If hunting with hounds is known everywhere by the French name of the chase, it is because the honour of having organised it into a system if not having originated it, is due to the early French sporting authors, who were able to form a code of rules for it. This also accounts for so many of the technical terms now in use in venery being of French origin, as they are no others than those adopted by these ancient authors, whose works, so to speak, have perpetuated them. The curious miniatures which accompany the text in the original manuscript of Gaston Phoebus, and which have been reproduced in nearly all the ancient copies of this celebrated manuscript, give most distinct and graphic ideas of the various modes of hunting. We find, for instance, that the use of an artificial cow for approaching wildfowl was understood at that time, the only difference being that a model was used more like a horse than a cow. We also see sportsmen shooting at bears, wild boars, stags, and such live animals with arrows having sharp iron points, intended to enter deep into the flesh, notwithstanding the thickness of the fur and the creature's hard skin. In the case of the hare, however, the missile had a heavy, massive end, probably made of lead, which stunned him without piercing his body. In other cases, the sportsman is represented with a crossbow seated in a cart, all covered up with boughs, by which plan he was supposed to approach the prey without alarming it any more than a swinging branch would do. Gaston Phoebus is known to have been one of the bravest knights of his time, and after fighting he considered hunting as his greatest delight. Somewhat ingenuously he writes of himself as a hunter that he doubts having any superior. Like all his contemporaries, he is eloquent as to the moral effect of his favourite pastime. By hunting, he says, one avoids the sin of indolence, and, according to our faith, he who avoids the 7 mortal sins will be saved. Therefore, the good sportsman will be saved. From the earliest ages, sportsmen placed themselves under the protection of some special deity. Among the Greeks and Romans it was Diana and Phoebe. The Gauls, who had adopted the greater number of the gods and goddesses of Rome, invoked the moon when they sallied forth to war or to the chase. But as soon as they penetrated the sacred obscurity of the forests, they appealed more particularly to the goddess Arduina, whose name, of unknown origin, has probably since been applied to the immense well-stocked forests of Ardennes or Ardennes. They erected in the depths of the woods monstrous stone figures in honour of this goddess, such as the heads of stags on the bodies of men or women, and to propitiate her during the chase, they hung round these idols the feet, the skins, and the horns of the beasts they killed. Cernunnos, who was always represented with a human head surmounted by stag's horns, had an altar even in Lutetia, which was no doubt in consequence of the great woods which skirted the banks of the Seine. The Gallic Cernunnos, which we also find among the Romans, since Ovid mentions the votary stag's horns, continued to be worshipped to a certain extent after the establishment of the Christian religion. In the 5th century, Germain, an intrepid hunter, who afterwards became Bishop of Auxerre, possessed not far from his residence an oak of enormous diameter, a thorough Cernunnos, which he hung with the skins and other portions of animals he had killed in the chase. In some countries, where the Cernunnos remained an object of veneration, everybody bedecked it in the same way. The largest oak to be found in the district was chosen on which to suspend the trophies both of warriors and of hunters; and at a more recent period sportsmen used to hang outside their doors stags' heads, boars' feet, birds of prey, and other trophies, a custom which was evidently a relic of the one referred to. On pagan idolatry being abandoned, hunters used to have a presiding genius or protector, whom they selected from amongst the saints most in renown. Some chose Saint Germain of Auxerre, who had himself been a sportsman; others Saint Martin, who had been a soldier before he became Bishop of Tours. Eventually they all agreed to place themselves under the patronage of Saint Hubert, Bishop of Liège, a renowned hunter of the 8th century. This saint devoted himself to a religious life after one day haying encountered a miraculous stag whilst hunting in the woods, which appeared to him as bearing between his horns a luminous image of our Saviour. At first the feast of St. Hubert was celebrated 4 times a year, namely at the anniversaries of his conversion and death, and on the 2 occasions on which his relics were exhibited. At the celebration of each of these feasts a large number of sportsmen in fine apparel came from great distances with their horses and dogs. There was in fact no magnificence or pomp deemed too imposing to be displayed, both by the kings and nobles, in honour of the patron saint of hunting. Hunters and sportsmen in those days formed brotherhoods, which had their rank defined at public ceremonials, and especially in processions. In 1455, Gerard, Duke of Cleves and Burgrave of Ravensberg, created the order of the Knights of St. Hubert, into which those of noble blood only were admitted. The insignia consisted of a gold or silver chain formed of hunting horns, to which was hung a small likeness of the patron saint in the act of doing homage to our Lord's image as it shone on the head of a stag. It was popularly believed that the Knights of St. Hubert had the power of curing madness, which, for some unknown reason, never showed itself in a pack of hounds. This, however, was not the only superstitious belief attached to the noble and adventurous occupations of the followers of St. Hubert. Amongst a number of old legends, which mostly belong to Germany, mention is made of hunters who sold their souls to the devil in exchange for some enchanted arrow which never missed its aim, and which reached game at extraordinary distances. Mention is also made in these legends of various animals which, on being pursued by the hunters, were miraculously saved by throwing themselves into the arms of some saint, or by running into some holy sanctuary. There were besides knights who, having hunted all their lives, believed that they were to continue the same occupation in another world. An account is given in history of the apparition of a fiery phantom to Charles IX. In the forest of Lyons, and also the ominous meeting of Henry IV. With the terrible Grand Veneur in the forest of Fontainebleau. We may account for these strange tales from the fact that hunting formerly constituted a form of Freemasonry, with its mysterious rites and its secret language. The initiated used particular signs of recognition amongst themselves, and they also had lucky and unlucky numbers, emblematical colours, etc. The more dangerous the sport, the more it was indulged in by military men. The chronicles of the monk of St. Gall describe an adventure which befell Charlemagne on the occasion of his setting out with his huntsmen and hounds in order to chase an enormous bear which was the terror of the Vosges. The bear, after having disabled numerous dogs and hunters, found himself face to face with the Emperor, who alone dared to stand up before him. A fierce combat ensued on the summit of a rock, in which both were locked together in a fatal embrace. The contest ended by the death of the bear, Charles striking him with his dagger and hurling him down the precipice. On this the hills resounded with the cry of "Vive Charles le Grand!" from the numerous huntsmen and others who had assembled; and it is said that this was the first occasion on which the companions of the intrepid monarch gave him the title of Grand Magnus. So from that time King Charles became King Charlemagne. This prince was most jealous of his rights of hunting, which he would waive to no one. For a long time he refused permission to the monks of the Abbey of Saint Denis, whom he nevertheless held in great esteem, to have some stags killed which were destroying their forests. It was only on condition that the flesh of these animals would serve as food to the monks of inferior order, and that their hides should be used for binding the missals, that he eventually granted them permission to kill the offending animals. If we pass from the 9th to the 13th century, we find that Louis IX., King of France, was as keen a sportsman and as brave a warrior as any of his ancestors. He was indeed as fond of hunting as of war, and during his first crusade an opportunity occurred to him of hunting the lion. As soon as he began to know the country of Cæsarea, says Joinville, the King set to work with his people to hunt lions, so that they captured many, but in doing so they incurred great bodily harm. The mode of taking them was this: they pursued them on the swiftest horses. When they came near one, they shot a bolt or arrow at him, and the animal, feeling himself wounded, ran at the first person he could see, who immediately turned his horse's head and fled as fast as he could. During his flight he dropped a portion of his clothing, which the lion caught up and tore, thinking it was the person who had injured him. And whilst the lion was thus engaged, the hunters again approached the infuriated animal, and shot more bolts and arrows at him. Soon the lion left the cloth and madly rushed at some other hunter, who adopted the same strategy as before. This was repeated until the animal succumbed, becoming exhausted by the wounds he had received. Notwithstanding the passion which this king had for hunting, he was the first to grant leave to the bourgeoisie to enjoy the sport. The condition he made with them was that they should always give a haunch of any animal killed to the lord of the soil. It is to this that we must trace the origin of giving the animal's foot to the huntsman, or to the person who has the lead of the hunting party. Louis XI, however, did not at all act in this liberal manner, and although it might have been supposed that the incessant wars and political intrigues in which he was constantly engaged would have given him no time for amusements of this kind, yet he was, nevertheless, the keenest sportsman of his day. This tyrant of the castle of Plessis-les-Tours, who was always miserly, except in matters of hunting, in which he was most lavish, forbade even the higher classes to hunt under penalty of hanging. To ensure the execution of his severe orders, he had all the castles as well as the cottages searched, and any net, engine, or sporting arm found was immediately destroyed. His only son, the heir to the throne, was not exempted from these laws. Shut up in the castle of Amboise, he had no permission to leave it, for it was the will of the king that the young prince should remain ignorant of the noble exercises of chivalry. One day the Dauphin prayed his governor, Monsieur du Bouchage, with so much earnestness to give him an idea of hunting, that this noble consented to make an excursion into the neighbouring wood with him. The king, however, managed to find it out, and Du Bouchage had great difficulty in keeping his head on his shoulders. One of the best ways of pleasing Louis XI was to offer him some present relating to his favourite pastime, either pointers, hounds, falcons, or varlets who were adepts in the art of venery or hawking. When the cunning monarch became old and infirm, in order to make his enemies believe that he was still young and vigorous, he sent messengers everywhere, even to the most remote countries, to purchase horses, dogs, and falcons, for which, according to Comines, he paid large sums. On his death, the young Prince Charles VIII succeeded him, and he seems to have had an innate taste for hunting, and soon made up for lost time and the privation to which his father had subjected him. He hunted daily, and generously allowed the nobles to do the same. It is scarcely necessary to say that these were not slow in indulging in the privilege thus restored to them, and which was one of their most ancient pastimes and occupations. For it must be remembered that in those days of small intellectual culture, hunting must have been a great, if not at times the only, resource against idleness and the monotony of country life. Everything which related to sport again became fashionable among the youth of the nobility, and their chief occupation when not engaged in war. They continued as formerly to invent every sort of sporting device. For example, they obtained from other countries traps, engines, and hunting weapons. They introduced into France at great expense foreign animals, which they took great pains in naturalising as game, or in training as auxiliaries in hunting. After having imported the reindeer from Lapland, which did not succeed in their temperate climate, and the pheasant from Tartary, with which they stalked the woods, they imported with greater success the panther and the leopard from Africa, which were used for furred game as the hawk was for feathered game. The mode of hunting with these animals was as follows. The sportsmen, preceded by their dogs, rode across the country, each with a leopard sitting behind him on his saddle. When the dogs had started the game, the leopard jumped off the saddle and sprang after it, and as soon as it was caught, the hunters threw the leopard a piece of raw flesh, for which he gave up the prey and remounted behind his master. Louis XI, Charles VIII, and Louis XII often hunted thus. The leopards, which formed a part of the royal venery, were kept in an enclosure of the castle of Amboise, which still exists near the Gate des Lions, so called, no doubt, on account of these sporting and carnivorous animals being mistaken for lions by the common people. There were, however, always lions in the menageries of the kings of France. Francis I was quite as fond of hunting as any of his predecessors. His innate taste for sport was increased during his travels in Italy, where he lived with princes who displayed great splendour in their hunting equipages. He even acquired the name of Father of Sportsmen. His netting establishment alone consisted of 1 captain, 1 lieutenant, 12 mounted huntsmen, 6 varlets to attend the bloodhounds, 6 whips, who had under their charge 60 hounds, and 100 bowmen on foot, carrying large stakes for fixing the nets and tents, which were carried by 50 6-horsed chariots. He was much pleased when the ladies followed the chase, and amongst those who were most inclined to share its pleasures, its toils, and even its perils, was Catherine de Medici, then Dauphine, who was distinguished for her agility and her graceful appearance on horseback, and who became a thorough sportswoman. The taste for hunting having become very general, and the art being considered as the most noble occupation to which persons could devote themselves, it is not surprising to find sporting works composed by writers of the greatest renown and of the highest rank. The learned William Boudet, whom Erasmus called the wonder of France, dedicated to the children of Francis I the second book of his Philologie, which contains a treatise on stag hunting. This treatise, originally written in Latin, was afterwards translated into French by order of Charles IX, who was acknowledged to be one of the boldest and most scientific hunters of his time. An extraordinary feat, which has never been imitated by any one, is recorded of him, and that was, that alone, on horseback and without dogs, he hunted down a stag. The Chasse Royale, the authorship of which is attributed to him, is replete with scientific information. Wolf hunting, a work by the celebrated Clay-Morgan, and Yenery by Du Fouilloux, were dedicated to Charles IX, and a great number of special treatises on such subjects appeared in his reign. His brother, the effeminate Henry III, disliked hunting, as he considered it too fatiguing and too dangerous. On the other hand, according to Sully, Henry IV, le Béarnais, who learned hunting in early youth in the Pyrenees, loved all kinds of sport, and above all the most fatiguing and adventurous pursuits, such as those after wolves, bears, and boars. He never missed a chance of hunting, even when in face of an enemy. If he knew a stag to be near, he found time to hunt it; and we find in the Memoirs of Sully that the king hunted the day after the famous battle of Ivry. One day, when he was only King of Navarre, he invited the ladies of Pau to come and see a bear hunt. Happily they refused, for on that occasion their nerves would have been put to a serious test. 2 bears killed 2 of the horses, and several bowmen were hugged to death by the ferocious animals. Another bear, although pierced in several places, and having 6 or 7 pike heads in his body, charged 8 men who were stationed on the top of a rock, and the whole of them, with the bear, were all dashed to pieces down the precipice. The only point in which Louis XIII. Resembled his father was his love of the chase, for during his reign hunting continued in France, as well as in other countries, to be a favourite royal pastime. We have remarked that Saint Germain d'Auxerre, who at a certain period was the patron of sportsmen, made hunting his habitual relaxation. He devoted himself to it with great keenness in his youth, before he became bishop, that is, when he was Duke of Auxerre and general of the troops of the provinces. Subsequently, when against his will he was raised to the episcopal dignity, not only did he give up all pleasures, but he devoted himself to the strictest religious life. Unfortunately, in those days all churchmen did not understand, as he did, that the duties of their holy vocation were not consistent with these pastimes; for in the year 507 we find that councils and synods forbade priests to hunt. In spite of this, however, the ancient historians relate that several noble prelates, yielding to the customs of the times, indulged in hunting the stag and flying the falcon. It is related in history that some of the most illustrious popes were also great lovers of the chase, namely Julius II., Leo X., and previously to them Pius II., who, before becoming pope, amongst other literary and scientific works, wrote a Latin treatise on venery under his Christian names Æneas Sylvius. It is easy to understand how it happened that sports formerly possessed such attractions for ecclesiastical dignitaries. In early life they acquired the tastes and habits of people of their rank, and they were accordingly extremely jealous of the rights of chase in their domains. Although Pope Clement V., in his celebrated Institutions, called Clémentines, had formally forbidden the monks to hunt, there were few who did not evade the canonical prohibition by pursuing furred game, and that without considering that they were violating the laws of the Church. The papal edict permitted the monks and priests to hunt under certain circumstances, and especially where rabbits or beasts of prey increased so much as to damage the crops. It can easily be imagined that such would always be the case at a period when the people were so strictly forbidden to destroy game; and therefore hunting was practised at all seasons in the woods and fields in the vicinity of each abbey. The jealous peasants, not themselves having the right of hunting, and who continually saw Master Abbot passing on his hunting excursions, said, with malice, that "the monks never forgot to pray for the success of the litters and nests, pro pullis et nidis, in order that game might always be abundant." End of Section 15. Recording by Donna Stewart, Seattle, Washington. Section 16 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Donna Stewart. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period, by Paul Lacroix. Section 16. If venery, as a regular science, dates from a comparatively recent period, it is not so with falconry, the first traces of which are lost in obscure antiquity. This kind of sport, which had become a most learned and complicated art, was the delight of the nobles of the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period. It was in such esteem that a nobleman or his lady never appeared in public without a hawk on the wrist, as a mark of dignity. Even bishops and abbots entered the churches with their hunting birds, which they placed on the steps of the altar itself during the service. The bird, like the sword, was a distinctive mark which was inseparable from the person of gentle birth, who frequently even went to war with the falcon on his wrist. During the battle he would make his squire hold the bird, which he replaced on his gauntlet when the fight was over. In fact, it was forbidden by the laws of chivalry for persons to give up their birds even as a ransom should they be made prisoners, in which case they had to let the noble birds fly, in order that they might not share their captivity. The falcon, to a certain degree, partook of his owner's nobility. He was, moreover, considered a noble bird by the laws of falconry, as were all birds of prey which could be trained for purposes of sport. All other birds, without distinction, were declared ignoble, and no exception was made to this rule by the naturalists of the Middle Ages, even in favour of the strongest and most magnificent, such as the eagle and vulture. According to this capricious classification, they considered the sparrowhawk, which was the smallest of the hunting birds, to rank higher than the eagle. The nickname of this diminutive sporting bird was often applied to a country gentleman, who, not being able to afford to keep falcons, used the sparrowhawk to capture partridges and quail. It was customary for gentlemen of all classes, whether sportsmen or not, to possess birds of some kind, to keep up their rank, as the saying then was. Only the richest nobles, however, were expected to keep a regular falconry, that is, a collection of birds suited for taking all kinds of game, such as the hare, the kite, the heron, etc., as each sport not only required special birds, but a particular and distinctive retinue and establishment. Besides the cost of falcons, which was often very great, for they were brought from the most distant countries, such as Sweden, Iceland, Turkey, and Morocco, their rearing and training involved considerable outlay, as may be more readily understood from the illustrations, showing some of the principal details of the long and difficult education which had to be given them. To succeed in making the falcon obey the whistle, the voice, and the signs of the falconer was the highest aim of the art, and it was only by the exercise of much patience that the desired result was obtained. All birds of prey, when used for sport, received the generic name of falcon, and amongst them were to be found the gerfalcon, the saker-hawk, the lanner, the merlin, and the sparrow-hawk. The male birds were smaller than the females, and were called tiercelets. This name, however, more particularly applied to the goshawk, or the largest kind of male hawk, whereas the males of the above mentioned were called lanneret, sacret, et mouchet. Generally the male birds were used for partridges and quail, and the female birds for the hare, the heron, and the crane. Oiseaux de poing, or hand birds, was the name given to the goshawk, common hawk, the gerfalcon, and the merlin, because they returned to the hand of their master after having pursued game. The lanner, sparrowhawk, and saker-hawk were called oiseaux de leurre, from the fact that it was always necessary to entice them back again. The lure was an imitation of a bird made of red cloth, that it might be more easily seen from a distance. It was stuffed so that the falcon could settle easily on it, and furnished with the wings of a partridge, duck, or heron, according to circumstances. The falconer swung his mock bird like a sling, and whistled as he did so, and the falcon, accustomed to find a piece of flesh attached to the lure, flew down in order to obtain it, and was thus secured. The trainers of birds divided them into two kinds, namely the niais, or simple bird, which had been taken from the nest, and the wild bird, hagard, captured when full grown. The education of the former was naturally very much easier, but they succeeded in taming both classes, and even the most rebellious were at last subdued by depriving them of sleep, by keeping away the light from them, by coaxing them with the voice, by patting them, by giving them choice food, etc. Regardless of his original habits, the bird was first accustomed to have no fear of men, horses, and dogs. He was afterwards fastened to a string by one leg, and being allowed to fly a short distance, was recalled to the lure, where he always found a dainty bit of food. After he had been thus exercised for several months, a wounded partridge was let loose, that he might catch it near the falconer, who immediately took it from him before he could tear it to pieces. When he appeared sufficiently tame, a quail or partridge previously stripped of a few feathers so as to prevent it from flying properly, was put in his way as before. If he was wanted for hunting hares, a stuffed hare was dragged before him, inside of which was a live chicken, whose head and liver was his reward if he did his work well. Then they tried him with a hare whose foreleg was broken, in order to ensure his being quickly caught. For the kite, they placed 2 hawks together on the same perch, so as to accustom them peaceably to live and hunt together; for if they fought with one another, as strange birds were apt to do, instead of attacking the kite, the sport would of course have failed. At first a hen the colour of a kite was given them to fight with. When they had mastered this, a real kite was used, which was tied to a string, and his claws and beak were filed, so as to prevent him from wounding the young untrained falcons. The moment they had secured their prey, they were called off it and given chicken's flesh to eat on the lure. The same system was adopted for hunting the heron or crane. It will be seen that in order to train birds it was necessary for a large number of the various kinds of game to be kept on the premises, and for each branch of sport a regular establishment was required. In falconry, as in venery, great care was taken to secure that a bird should continue at one object of prey until he had secured it. That is to say, it was most essential to teach it not to leave the game he was after, in order to pursue another which might come in his way. To establish a falconry, therefore, not only was a very large poultry yard required, but also a considerable staff of huntsmen, falconers, and whips, besides a number of horses and dogs of all sorts, which were either used for starting the game for the hawks, or for running it down when it was forced to ground by the birds. A well-trained falcon was a bird of great value, and it was the finest present that could be made to a lady, to a nobleman, or to the king himself by any one who had received a favour. For instance, the King of France received 6 birds from the Abbot of St. Hubert, as a token of gratitude for the protection granted by him to the abbey. The King of Denmark sent him several as a gracious offering in the month of April; the Grand Master of Malta in the month of May. At court in those days the reception of falcons, either in public or in private, was a great business, and the first trial of any new birds formed a topic of conversation among the courtiers for some time after. The arrival at court of a hawk dealer from some distant country was also a great event. It is said that Louis XI. Gave orders that watch should be kept night and day to seize any falcons consigned to the Duke of Brittany from Turkey. The plan succeeded, and the birds thus stolen were brought to the King, who exclaimed, "By our Holy Lady of Cléry, what will the Duke Francis and his Bretons do? They will be very angry at the good trick I have played them." European princes vied with each other in extravagance as regards falconry, but this was nothing in comparison to the magnificence displayed in Oriental establishments. The Count de Nevers, son of Philip the Bold, Duke of Burgundy, having been made prisoner at the battle of Nicopolis, was presented to the Sultan Bajazet, who showed him his hunting establishment, consisting of 7,000 falconers and as many huntsmen. The Duke of Burgundy, on hearing this, sent 12 white hawks, which were very scarce birds, as a present to Bajazet. The Sultan was so pleased with them that he sent him back his son in exchange. The Livre du Roi Maudoux gives the most minute and curious details on the noble science of hawking. For instance, it tells us that the nobility of the falcon was held in such respect that their utensils, trappings, or feeding dishes were never used for other birds. The glove on which they were accustomed to alight was frequently elaborately embroidered in gold, and was never used except for birds of their own species. In the private establishments, the leather hoods, which were put on their heads to prevent them seeing, were embroidered with gold and pearls, and surmounted with feathers of birds of paradise. Each bird wore on his legs 2 little bells with his owner's crest upon them. The noise made by these was very distinct, and could be heard even when the bird was too high in the air to be seen, for they were not made to sound in unison. They generally came from Italy, Milan especially being celebrated for their manufacture. Straps were also fastened to the falcon's legs, by means of which he was attached to the perch. At the end of the strap was a brass or gold ring with the owner's name engraved upon it. In the royal establishments each ring bore on one side, "I belong to the King," and on the other the name of the Grand Falconer. This was a necessary precaution, for the birds frequently strayed, and if captured they could thus be recognised and returned. The ownership of a falcon was considered sacred, and by an ancient barbaric law the stealer of a falcon was condemned to a very curious punishment. The unfortunate thief was obliged to allow the falcon to eat 6 ounces of flesh of his breast, unless he could pay a heavy fine to the owner and another to the King. A man thoroughly acquainted with the mode of training hawks was in high esteem everywhere. If he was a freeman, the nobles outbid each other as to who should secure his services. If he was a serf, the master kept him as a rare treasure, only parted with him as a most magnificent present, or sold him for a considerable sum. Like the clever huntsman, a good falconer was bound to be a man of varied information on natural history, the veterinary art, and the chase. But the profession generally ran in families, and the son added his own experience to the lessons of his father. There were also special schools of venery and falconry, the most renowned being, of course, in the royal household. The office of Grand Falconer of France, the origin of which dates from 1250, was one of the highest in the kingdom. The Maréchal de Fleuranges says, in his curious Memoirs, "The Grand Falconer, whose salary is 4,000 florins," the golden florin was worth then 12 or 15 francs, and this amount must represent upwards of 80,000 francs of present currency, "has 50 gentlemen under him, the salary of each being from 5 to 6,000 livres. He has also 50 assistant falconers at 200 livres each, all chosen by himself. His establishment consists of 300 birds. He has the right to hunt wherever he pleases in the kingdom. He levies a tax on all bird dealers, who are forbidden, under penalty of the confiscation of their stock, from selling a single bird in any town or at court without his sanction. The Grand Falconer was chief at all the hunts or hawking meetings. In public ceremonies he always appeared with the bird on his wrist as an emblem of his rank, and the King, whilst hawking, could not let loose his bird until after the Grand Falconer had slipped his. Falconry, like venery, had a distinctive and professional vocabulary, which it was necessary for every one who joined in hawking to understand, unless he wished to be looked upon as an ignorant yeoman. "Flying the hawk is a royal pastime," says the Jesuit Claude Binet, "and it is to talk royally to talk of the flight of birds. Every one speaks of it, but few speak well. Many speak so ignorantly as to excite pity among their hearers. Sometimes one says the hand of the bird instead of saying the talon, sometimes the talon instead of the claw, sometimes the claw instead of the nail, etc." The 14th century was the great epoch of falconry. There were then so many nobles who hawked, that in the rooms of inns there were perches made under the large mantelpieces on which to place the birds while the sportsmen were at dinner. Histories of the periods are full of characteristic anecdotes, which prove the enthusiasm which was created by hawking in those who devoted themselves to it. Emperors and kings were as keen as others for this kind of sport. As early as the 10th century, the Emperor Henry I. had acquired the sobriquet of the bird catcher, from the fact of his giving much more attention to his birds than to his subjects. His example was followed by one of his successors, the Emperor Henry VI., who was reckoned the first falconer of his time. When his father, the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, Redbeard, died in the Holy Land in 1189, the archdukes, electors of the Empire, went out to meet the prince so as to proclaim him Emperor of Germany. They found him surrounded by dogs, horses, and birds, ready to go hunting. "The day is fine," he said; "allow us to put off serious affairs until to morrow." 2 centuries later we find at the court of France the same ardour for hawking, and the same admiration for the performances of falcons. The Constable Bertrand de Guesclin gave 2 hawks to King Charles VI., and the Count de Tancarville, whilst witnessing a combat between these 2 noble birds and a crane, which had been powerful enough to keep 2 greyhounds at bay, exclaimed, "I would not give up the pleasure which I feel for 1,000 florins." The court poet William Creighton, although he was canon of the Holy Chapel of Vincennes, was as passionately fond of hawking as was his good master Louis XII. He thus describes the pleasure he felt in seeing a heron succumb to the vigorous attack of the falcons: "Qui auroit la mort aux dents, il rêverait d'avoir un tel passe-temps." He who is about to die would live again with such amusement. At a hunting party given by Louis XII. To the Archduke Maximilian, Mary of Burgundy, the Archduke's wife, was killed by a fall from her horse. The King presented his best falcons to the Archduke, with a view to divert his mind and to turn his attention from the sad event; and one of the historians tells us that the bereaved husband was soon consoled. The partridges, herons, wild ducks, and quails which he was enabled to take on his journey home by means of the King's present, materially lessening his sorrow. Falconry, after having been in much esteem for centuries, at last became amenable to the same law which affects all great institutions, and having reached the height of its glory, it was destined to decay. Although the art disappeared completely under Louis the Great, who only liked stag hunting, and who, by drawing all the nobility to court, disorganised country life, no greater adept had ever been known than King Louis XIII. His first favourite and grand falconer was Albert de Luynes, whom he made prime minister and constable. Even in the Tuileries gardens, on his way to mass at the convent of the Feuillants, this prince amused himself by catching linnets and wrens with noisy magpies trained to pursue small birds. It was during this reign that some ingenious person discovered that the words "Louis XIII, Roi de France et de Navarre" exactly gave this anagram: "Roi très rare, estimé Dieu de la fauconnerie." It was also at this time that Charles d'Arcusia, the last author who wrote a technical work on falconry, after praising his Majesty for devoting himself so thoroughly to the divine sport, compared the King's birds to domestic angels, and the carnivorous birds which they destroyed he likened to the devil. From this he argued that the sport was like the angel Gabriel destroying the demon Asmodeus. He also added, in his dedication to the King, "As the nature of angels is above that of men, so is that of these birds above all other animals." At that time certain religious, or rather superstitious, ceremonies were in use for blessing the water with which the falcons were sprinkled before hunting, and supplications were addressed to the eagles that they might not molest them. The following words were used: "I adjure you, O eagles, by the true God, by the holy God, by the most blessed Virgin Mary, by the 9 orders of angels, by the holy prophets, by the 12 apostles," etc., "to leave the field clear to our birds, and not to molest them, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost." It was at this time that, in order to recover a lost bird, the Sire de la Brizardière, a professional necromancer, proposed beating the owner of the bird with birch rods until he bled, and of making a charm with the blood, which was reckoned infallible. Elzéar Blaise expressed his astonishment that the ladies should not have used their influence to prevent falconry from falling into disuse. The chase, he considered, gave them an active part in an interesting and animated scene, which only required easy and graceful movements on their part, and to which no danger was attached. The ladies knowing, he says, how to fly a bird, how to call him back, and how to encourage him with their voice, being familiar with him from having continually carried him on their wrist, and often even from having broken him in themselves, the honour of hunting belongs to them by right. Besides, it brings out to advantage their grace and dexterity as they gallop among the sportsmen, followed by their pages and varlets, and a whole herd of horses and dogs. The question of precedence and of superiority had at every period been pretty evenly balanced between venery and falconry, each having its own staunch supporters. Thus, in the Livre du Roi Maudoux, two ladies contend in verse, for the subject was considered too exalted to be treated of in simple prose, the one for the superiority of the birds, the other for the superiority of dogs. Their controversy is at length terminated by a celebrated huntsman and falconer, who decides in favour of venery, for the somewhat remarkable reason that those who pursue it enjoy oral and ocular pleasure at the same time. In an ancient treatise by Gas de la Vigne, in which the same question occupies no fewer than 10,000 verses, the king, unnamed, ends the dispute by ordering that in future they shall be termed pleasures of dogs and pleasures of birds, so that there may be no superiority on one side or the other. The court poet William Creighton, who was in great renown during the reigns of Louis XII. And Francis I., having asked two ladies to discuss the same subject in verse, does not hesitate, on the contrary, to place falconry above venery. It may fairly be asserted that venery and falconry have taken a position of some importance in history, and in support of this theory it will suffice to mention a few facts borrowed from the annals of the chase. The King of Navarre, Charles the Bad, had sworn to be faithful to the alliance made between himself and King Edward III. of England; but the English troops having been beaten by Du Guesclin, Charles saw that it was to his advantage to turn to the side of the King of France. In order not to appear to break his oath, he managed to be taken prisoner by the French whilst out hunting, and thus he sacrificed his honour to his personal interests. It was also due to a hunting party that Henry III., another King of Navarre, who was afterwards Henry IV., escaped from Paris on the 3rd February, 1576, and fled to Senlis, where his friends of the reformed religion came to join him. Hunting formed a principal entertainment when public festivals were celebrated, and it was frequently accompanied with great magnificence. At the entry of Isabel of Bavaria into Paris, a sort of stag hunt was performed, when the streets, according to a popular story of the time, were full to profusion of hares, rabbits, and goslings. Again, at the solemn entry of Louis XI. into Paris, a representation of a doe hunt took place near the fountain Saint Innocent, after which the Queen received a present of a magnificent stag made of confectionery, and having the royal arms hung round its neck. At the memorable festival given at Lille in 1453 by the Duke of Burgundy, a very curious performance took place. At one end of the table, says the historian Mathieu de Goussy, a heron was started, which was hunted as if by falconers and sportsmen, and presently from the other end of the table a falcon was slipped, which hovered over the heron. In a few minutes another falcon was started from the other side of the table, which attacked the heron so fiercely that he brought him down in the middle of the hall. After the performance was over and the heron was killed, it was served up at the dinner table. We shall conclude this chapter with a few words on bird fowling, a kind of sport which was almost disdained in the Middle Ages. The anonymous author of the Livre du Roi Maudoux called it, in the 14th century, the pastime of the poor, because the poor, who can keep neither hounds nor falcons to hunt or to fly, take much pleasure in it, particularly as it serves at the same time as a means of subsistence to many of them. In this book, which was for a long time the authority in matters of sport generally, we find that nearly all the methods and contrivances now employed for bird fowling were known and in use in the Middle Ages, in addition to some which have since fallen into disuse. We accordingly read in the Roi Modus a description of the dragnet, the mirror, the screech owl, the bird pipe, the traps, the springs, etc., the use of all of which is now well understood. At that time, when falcons were so much required, it was necessary that people should be employed to catch them when young, and the author of this book speaks of nets of various sorts, and the pronged piece of wood in the middle of which a screech owl or some other bird was placed in order to attract the falcons. Two methods were in use in those days for catching the woodcock and pheasant, which deserve to be mentioned. The pheasants, says King Modus, are of such a nature that the male bird cannot bear the company of another. Taking advantage of this weakness, the plan of placing a mirror, which balanced a sort of wicker cage or coop, was adopted. The pheasant, thinking he saw his fellow, attacked him, struck against the glass, and brought down the coop, in which he had the leisure to reflect on his jealousy. Woodcocks, which are, says the author, the most silly birds, were caught in this way. The bird fowler was covered from head to foot with clothes of the colour of dead leaves, only having two little holes for his eyes. When he saw one, he knelt down noiselessly and supported his arms on two sticks, so as to keep perfectly still. When the bird was not looking towards him, he cautiously approached it on his knees, holding in his hands two little dry sticks covered with red cloth, which he gently waved so as to divert the bird's attention from himself. In this way he gradually got near enough to pass a noose, which he kept ready at the end of a stick, round the bird's neck. However ingenious these tricks may appear, they are eclipsed by one we find recorded in the Exudicon, a very elegant Latin poem by Angelus de Barga, written 2 centuries later. In order to catch a large number of starlings, this author assures us, it is only necessary to have 2 or 3 in a cage, and, when a flight of these birds is seen passing, to liberate them with a very long twine attached to their claws. The twine must be covered with bird-lime, and as the released birds instantly join their friends, all those they come near get glued to the twine and fall together to the ground. As at the present time, the object of bird fowling was twofold, namely, to procure game for food, and to capture birds to be kept either for their voice or for fancy as pets. The trade in the latter was so important, at least in Paris, that the bird catchers formed a numerous corporation, having its statutes and privileges. The Pont au Change, then covered on each side with houses and shops occupied by goldsmiths and money changers, was the place where these people carried on their trade, and they had the privilege of hanging their cages against the houses, even without the sanction of the proprietors. This curious right was granted to them by Charles VI. In 1402, in return for which they were bound to provide 400 birds whenever a king was crowned, and an equal number when the queen made her first entry into her good town of Paris. The goldsmiths and money changers, however, finding that this became a nuisance, and that it injured their trade, tried to get it abolished. They applied to the authorities to protect their rights, urging that the approaches to their shops, the rents of which they paid regularly, were continually obstructed by a crowd of purchasers and dealers in birds. The case was brought several times before Parliament, which only confirmed the orders of the kings of France and the ancient privileges of the bird catchers. At the end of the 16th century the quarrel became so bitter that the goldsmiths and changers took to throwing down the cages and birds and trampling them under foot, and even assaulted and openly ill-treated the poor bird dealers. But a decree of Parliament again justified the sale of birds on the Pont au Change by condemning the ringleader, Pierre Filassier, the master goldsmith who had commenced the proceedings against the bird catchers, to pay a double fine, namely 20 crowns to the plaintiffs and 10 to the king. It is satisfactory to observe that, at that period, measures were taken to preserve nests and to prevent bird fowling from the 15th of March to the 15th of August. Besides this, it was necessary to have an express permission from the King himself to give persons the right of catching birds on the King's domains. Before any one could sell birds, it was required for him to have been received as a master bird catcher. The recognised bird catchers, therefore, had no opponents except dealers from other countries, who brought canary birds, parrots, and other foreign specimens into Paris. These dealers were, however, obliged to conform to strict rules. They were required on their arrival to exhibit their birds from 10 to 12 o'clock on the marble stone in the palace yard on the days when Parliament sat, in order that the masters and governors in the King's aviary, and after them the presidents and councillors, might have the first choice before other people of anything they wished to buy. They were, besides, bound to part the male and female birds in separate cages with tickets on them, so that purchasers might not be deceived, and in case of dispute on this point, some sworn inspectors were appointed as arbitrators. No doubt, emboldened by the victory which they had achieved over the goldsmiths of the Pont au Change, the bird dealers of Paris attempted to forbid any bourgeois of the town from breeding canaries or any sort of cage birds. The bourgeois resented this, and brought their case before the marshals of France. They urged that it was easy for them to breed canaries, and it was also a pleasure for their wives and daughters to teach them, whereas those bought on the Pont au Change were old and difficult to educate. This appeal was favourably received, and an order from the tribunal of the marshals of France permitted the bourgeois to breed canaries, but it forbade the sale of them, which it was considered would interfere with the trade of the master fowlers of the town, faubourgs, and suburbs of Paris. End of Section 16. Recording by Donna Stewart, Seattle, Washington. Section 17 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Donna Stewart. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance Period, by Paul Lacroix, Section 17. Games and Pastimes. Games of the ancient Greeks and Romans. Games of the circus. Animal combats. Daring of King Pepin. The King's Lions. Blind men's fights. Cockneys of Paris. Champ de Mars. Cours plénières and cours couronnées. Jugglers, tumblers, and minstrels. Rope dancers. Fireworks. Gymnastics. Cards and dice. Chess, marbles, and billiards, la soule, la pirouette, etc. Small games for private society, history of dancing, ballet des ardents, the okésographie, art of dancing, of Toineau Arbeau, list of dances. People of all countries and at all periods have been fond of public amusements, and have indulged in games and pastimes with a view to make time pass agreeably. These amusements have continually varied according to the character of each nation and according to the capricious changes of fashion. Since the learned antiquarian J. Mercius has devoted a large volume to describing the games of the ancient Greeks, De Ludis Graecorum, and Rabelais has collected a list of 220 games which were in fashion at different times at the court of his gay master, it will be easily understood that a description of all the games and pastimes which have ever been in use by different nations, and particularly by the French, would form an encyclopaedia of some size. We shall give a rapid sketch of the different kinds of games and pastimes which were most in fashion during the Middle Ages and to the end of the 16th century, omitting, however, the religious festivals, which belong to a different category, the public festivals, which will come under the chapter on ceremonials, The tournaments and tilting matches and other sports of warriors, which belong to chivalry, and lastly the scenic and literary representations, which specially belong to the history of the stage. We shall therefore limit ourselves here to giving in a condensed form a few historical details of certain court amusements, and a short description of the games of skill and of chance, and also of dancing. The Romans, especially during the times of the emperors, had a passionate love for performances in the circus and amphitheatre, as well as for chariot races, horse races, foot races, combats of animals, and feats of strength and agility. The daily life of the Roman people may be summed up as consisting of taking their food and enjoying games in the circus. Panem et circenses. A taste for similar amusements was common to the Gauls, as well as to the whole Roman Empire; and, were historians silent on the subject, we need no further information than that which is to be gathered from the ruins of the numerous amphitheatres which are to be found at every centre of Roman occupation. The circus disappeared on the establishment of the Christian religion, for the bishops condemned it as a profane and sanguinary vestige of paganism, and, no doubt, this led to the cessation of combats between man and beast. They continued, however, to pit wild or savage animals against one another, and to train dogs to fight with lions, tigers, bears, and bulls. Otherwise it would be difficult to explain the restoration by King Chilperic, A.D. 577, of the circuses and arenas at Paris and Soissons. The remains of one of these circuses was not long ago discovered in Paris, whilst they were engaged in laying the foundations for a new street on the west side of the hill of St. Geneviève, a short distance from the old palace of the Cæsars, known by the name of the Thermes of Julian. Gregory of Tours states that Chilperic revived the ancient games of the circus, but that Gaul had ceased to be famous for good athletes and racehorses, although animal combats continued to take place for the amusement of the kings. One day King Pepin halted, with the principal officers of his army, at the Abbey of Ferrières, and witnessed a fight between a lion and a bull. The bull was of enormous size and extraordinary strength, but nevertheless the lion overcame him; whereupon Pepin, who was surnamed the Short, turned to his officers, who used to joke him about his short stature, and said to them, "Make the lion loose its hold of the bull, or kill him." No one dared to undertake so perilous a task, and some said aloud that a man who would measure his strength with a lion must be mad. Upon this Pepin sprang into the arena sword in hand, and with 2 blows cut off the heads of the lion and the bull. "What do you think of that?" he said to his astonished officers. "Am I not fit to be your master? Size cannot compare with courage. Remember what little David did to the giant Goliath." 800 years later there were occasional animal combats at the court of Francis I. "A fine lady," says Brantôme, "went to see the king's lions in company with a gentleman who much admired her. She suddenly let her glove drop, and it fell into the lion's den. 'I beg of you,' she said, in the calmest way to her admirer, 'to go amongst the lions and bring back my glove.' The gentleman made no remark, but, without even drawing his sword, went into the den and gave himself up silently to death to please the lady. The lions did not move, and he was able to leave their den without a scratch, and return the lady her missing glove. 'Here is your glove, madam,' he coldly said to her, who evidently valued his life at so small a price. 'See if you can find any one else who would do the same as I have done for you.' So saying, he left her, and never afterwards looked at or even spoke to her. It has been imagined that the kings of France only kept lions as living symbols of royalty. In 1333 Philip de Valois bought a barn in the Rue Froidmantel, near the Château du Louvre, where he established a menagerie for his lions, bears, leopards, and other wild beasts. This royal menagerie still existed in the reigns of Charles VIII. And Francis I. Charles V. and his successors had an establishment of lions in the quadrangle of the Grand Hôtel de St. Paul, on the very spot which was subsequently the site of the Rue des Lions, St. Paul. These wild beasts were sometimes employed in the combats, and were pitted against bulls and dogs in the presence of the king and his court. It was after one of these combats that Charles IX., excited by the sanguinary spectacle, wished to enter the arena alone, in order to attack a lion which had torn some of his best dogs to pieces; and it was only with great difficulty that the audacious sovereign was dissuaded from his foolish purpose. Henry III. had no disposition to imitate his brother's example, for dreaming one night that his lions were devouring him, he had them all killed the next day. The love for hunting wild animals, such as the wolf, bear, and boar (see chapter on hunting), from an early date took the place of the animal combats as far as the court and the nobles were concerned. The people were therefore deprived of the spectacle of the combats which had had so much charm for them; and as they could not resort to the alternative of the chase, they treated themselves to a feeble imitation of the games of the circus in such amusements as setting dogs to worry old horses or donkeys, &c. Bullfights nevertheless continued in the southern provinces of France, as also in Spain. At village feasts not only did wrestling matches take place, but also queer kinds of combats with sticks or birch boughs. Two men, blindfolded, each armed with a stick, and holding in his hand a rope fastened to a stake, entered the arena and went round and round, trying to strike at a fat goose or a pig, which was also let loose with them. It can easily be imagined that the greater number of the blows fell like hail on one or the other of the principal actors in this blind combat, amidst shouts of laughter from the spectators. Nothing amused our ancestors more than these blind encounters. Even kings took part at these burlesque representations. At mid-Lent annually they attended with their court at the 15 Vents in Paris, in order to see blindfold persons, armed from head to foot, fighting with a lance or stick. This amusement was quite sufficient to attract all Paris. In 1425, on the last day of August, the inhabitants of the capital crowded their windows to witness the procession of 4 blind men, clothed in full armour, like knights going to a tournament, and preceded by 2 men, one playing the hautbois, and the other bearing a banner on which a pig was painted. These 4 champions on the next day attacked a pig, which was to become the property of the one who killed it. The lists were situated in the court of the Hôtel d'Armagnac, the present site of the Palais Royal. A great crowd attended the encounter. The blind men, armed with all sorts of weapons, belaboured each other so furiously that the game would have ended fatally to one or more of them, had they not been separated and made to divide the pig which they had all so well earned. The people of the Middle Ages had an insatiable love of sight-seeing. They came great distances from all parts to witness any amusing exhibition. They would suffer any amount of privation or fatigue to indulge this feeling, and gave themselves up to it so heartily that it became a solace to them in their greatest sorrows, and they laughed with that hearty laugh which may be said to be one of their natural characteristics. In all public processions in the open air, the crowd, or rather, as we might say, the cockneys of Paris, in their anxiety to see everything that was to be seen, would frequently obstruct all the public avenues, and so prevent the procession from passing along. In consequence of this, the provosts of Paris, on these occasions, distributed hundreds of stout sticks amongst the sergeants, who used them freely on the shoulders of the most obstinate sightseers. See chapter on Ceremonials. There was no religious procession, no parish fair, no municipal feast, no parade or review of troops, which did not bring together crowds of people, whose ears and eyes were wide open, if only to hear the sound of the trumpet, or to see a dog rush past with a frying-pan tied to his tail. This curiosity of the French was particularly exhibited when the kings of the first royal dynasty held their Champ de Mars, the kings of the second dynasty their cours plénières, and the kings of the third dynasty their cours couronnées. In these assemblies, where the king gathered together all his principal vassals once or twice a year, to hold personal communication with them, and to strengthen his power by ensuring their feudal services, large quantities of food and fermented liquors were publicly distributed among the people. The populace were always most enthusiastic spectators of military displays, of court ceremonies, and, above all, of the various amusements which royalty provided for them at great cost in those days. And it was on these state occasions that jugglers, tumblers, and minstrels displayed their talents. The Champ de Mars was one of the principal fêtes of the year, and was held sometimes in the centre of some large town, sometimes in a royal domain, and sometimes in the open country. Bishop Gregory of Tours describes one which was given in his diocese during the reign of Chilperic at the Easter festivals, at which we may be sure that the games of the circus, re-established by Chilperic, excited the greatest interest. Charlemagne also held Champ de Mars, but called them Cours Royales, at which he appeared dressed in cloth of gold, studded all over with pearls and precious stones. Under the third dynasty, King Robert celebrated court days with the same magnificence, and the people were admitted to the palace during the royal banquet to witness the king sitting amongst his great officers of state. The cours plénières, which were always held at Christmas, Twelfth Day, Easter, and on the day of Pentecost, were not less brilliant during the reigns of Robert's successors. Louis IX. Himself, notwithstanding his natural shyness and his taste for simplicity, was noted for the display he made on state occasions. In 1350, Philip de Valois wore his crown at the cours plénières, and from that time they were called cours couronnées. The kings of jugglers were the privileged performers, and their feats and other amusements, which continued on each occasion for several days, were provided for at the sovereign's sole expense. These kings of jugglers exercised a supreme authority over the art of jugglery and over all the members of this jovial fraternity. It must not be imagined that these jugglers merely recited snatches from tales and fables in rhyme. This was the least of their talents. The cleverest of them played all sorts of musical instruments, sang songs, and repeated by heart a multitude of stories after the example of their reputed forefather, King Borgabed, or Bedabi, who, according to these troubadours, was the king of Great Britain at the same time that Alexander the Great was king of Macedonia. The jugglers of a lower order especially excelled in tumbling and in tricks of legerdemain. They threw wonderful somersaults, they leaped through hoops placed at certain distances from one another, they played with knives, slings, baskets, brass balls, and earthenware plates, and they walked on their hands with their feet in the air, or with their heads turned downwards, so as to look through their legs backwards. These acrobatic feats were even practised by women. According to a legend, the daughter of Herodias was a renowned acrobat, and on a bas-relief in the cathedral of Rouen we find this Jewish dancer turning somersaults before Herod, so as to fascinate him, and thus obtain the decapitation of John the Baptist. The jugglers, adds M. de la Belle-Dollière in his clever work on the Private Life of the French, often led about bears, monkeys, and other animals which they taught to dance or to fight. A manuscript in the National Library represents a banquet, and around the table, so as to amuse the guests, performances of animals are going on, such as monkeys riding on horseback, a bear feigning to be dead, a goat playing the harp, and dogs walking on their hind legs. We find the same grotesque figures on sculptures, on the capitals of churches, on the illuminated margins of manuscripts of theology, and on prayer books, which seems to indicate that jugglers were the associates of painters and illuminators, even if they themselves were not the writers and illuminators of the manuscripts. Jugglery, M. de la Belle-Dollière goes on to say, at that time embraced poetry, music, dancing, sleight of hand, conjuring, wrestling, boxing, and the training of animals. Its humblest practitioners were the mimics or grimacers, in many-coloured garments and brazen-faced mountebanks, who provoked laughter at the expense of decency. At first, and down to the 13th century, the profession of a juggler was a most lucrative one. There was no public or private feast of any importance without the profession being represented. Their mimicry and acrobatic feats were less thought of than their long poems or lays of wars and adventures, which they recited in doggerel rhyme to the accompaniment of a stringed instrument. The doors of the châteaux were always open to them, and they had a place assigned to them at all feasts. They were the principal attraction at the cours plénières, and, according to the testimony of one of their poets, they frequently retired from business loaded with presents, such as riding horses, carriage horses, jewels, cloaks, fur robes, clothing of violet or scarlet cloth, and, above all, with large sums of money. They loved to recall with pride the heroic memory of one of their own calling, the brave Norman Taillefer, who, before the battle of Hastings, advanced alone on horseback between the two armies about to commence the engagement, and drew off the attention of the English by singing them the Song of Roland. He then began juggling, and taking his lance by the hilt, he threw it into the air and caught it by the point as it fell. Then, drawing his sword, he spun it several times over his head, and caught it in a similar way as it fell. After these skilful exercises, during which the enemy were gaping in mute astonishment, he forced his charger through the English ranks, and caused great havoc before he fell, positively riddled with wounds. Notwithstanding this noble instance, not to belie the old proverb, jugglers were never received into the order of knighthood. They were, after a time, as much abused as they had before been extolled. Their licentious lives reflected itself in their obscene language. Their pantomimes, like their songs, showed that they were the votaries of the lowest vices. The lower orders laughed at their coarseness, and were amused at their juggleries; but the nobility were disgusted with them, and they were absolutely excluded from the presence of ladies and girls in the châteaux and houses of the bourgeoisie. We see in the tale of Le Jongleur that they acquired ill fame everywhere, inasmuch as they were addicted to every sort of vice. The clergy, and Saint Bernard especially, denounced them and held them up to public contempt. Saint Bernard spoke thus of them in one of his sermons written in the middle of the 12th century: "A man fond of jugglers will soon enough possess a wife whose name is poverty." If it happens that the tricks of jugglers are forced upon your notice, endeavour to avoid them and think of other things. The tricks of jugglers never please God. From this remark we may understand their fall as well as the disrepute in which they were held at the time, and we are not surprised to find in an old edition of the Mémoires du Sire de Joinville this passage, which is perhaps an interpolation from a contemporary document: "Saint Louis drove from his kingdom all tumblers and players of sleight of hand, through whom many evil habits and tastes had become engendered in the people." A troubadour's story of this period shows that the jugglers wandered about the country with their trained animals nearly starved. They were half naked, and were often without anything on their heads, without coats, without shoes, and always without money. The lower orders welcomed them, and continued to admire and idolise them for their clever tricks, but the bourgeois class, following the example of the nobility, turned their backs upon them. In 1345, Guillaume de Gourmont, provost of Paris, forbade their singing or relating obscene stories under penalty of fine and imprisonment. Having been associated together as a confraternity since 1331, they lived huddled together in one street of Paris, which took the name of Rue des Jongleurs. It was at this period that the church and hospital of St. Julian were founded, through the exertions of Jacques Coeur, a native of Pistoia, and of Huet le Lorrain, who were both jugglers. The newly formed brotherhood at once undertook to subscribe to this good work, and each member did so according to his means. Their aid to the cost of the two buildings was 60 livres, and they were both erected in the Rue Saint Martin, and placed under the protection of Saint Julian the Martyr. The chapel was consecrated on the last Sunday in September, 1335, and on the front of it there were 3 figures, one representing a troubadour, one a minstrel, and one a juggler, each with his various instruments. The bad repute into which jugglers had fallen did not prevent the kings of France from attaching buffoons, or fools, as they were generally called, to their households, who were often more or less deformed dwarfs, and who, to all intents and purposes, were jugglers. They were allowed to indulge in every sort of impertinence and waggery, in order to excite the risibility of their masters. These buffoons, or fools, were an institution at court until the time of Louis XIV, and several, such as Caillet, Triboulet, and Brusquet, are better known in history than many of the statesmen and soldiers who were their contemporaries. At the end of the 14th century, the brotherhood of jugglers divided itself into 2 classes, the jugglers proper and the tumblers. The former continued to recite serious or amusing poetry, to sing love songs, to play comic interludes, either singly or in concert, in the streets or in the houses, accompanying themselves, or being accompanied by all sorts of musical instruments. The tumblers, on the other hand, devoted themselves exclusively to feats of agility or of skill, the exhibition of trained animals, the making of comic grimaces, and tight-rope dancing. The art of rope dancing is very ancient. It was patronised by the Franks, who looked upon it as a marvellous effort of human genius. The most remarkable rope dancers of that time were of Indian origin. All performers in this art came originally from the East, although they afterwards trained pupils in the countries through which they passed, recruiting themselves chiefly from the mixed tribe of jugglers. According to a document quoted by the learned Foncemagne, rope dancers appeared as early as 1327 at the entertainments given at state banquets by the kings of France; but long before that time they are mentioned in the poems of troubadours as the necessary auxiliaries of any feast given by the nobility, or even by the monasteries. From the 14th to the end of the 16th century they were never absent from any public ceremonial, and it was at the state entries of kings and queens, princes and princesses, that they were especially called upon to display their talents. One of the most extraordinary examples of the daring of these tumblers is to be found in the records of the entry of Queen Isabel of Bavaria into Paris in 1385 (see chapter on ceremonials), and indeed all the chronicles of the 15th century are full of anecdotes of their doings. Mathieu de Cossey, who wrote a history of the time of Charles VII., relates some very curious details respecting a show which took place at Milan, and which astonished the whole of Europe. The Duke of Milan ordered a rope to be stretched across his palace about 150 feet from the ground, and of equal length. On to this a Portuguese mounted, walked straight along, going backwards and forwards, and dancing to the sound of the tambourine. He also hung from the rope with his head downwards, and went through all sorts of tricks. The ladies who were looking on could not help hiding their eyes in their handkerchiefs, from fear lest they should see him overbalance and fall and kill himself. The chronicle of Charles XII., Jean d'Artans, tells us of a not less remarkable feat performed on the occasion of the obsequies of Duke Pierre de Bourbon, which were celebrated at Moulins in the month of October 1503, in the presence of the King and his court. Amongst other performances was that of a German tight-rope dancer named George Menustre, a very young man, who had a thick rope stretched across from the highest part of the tower of the castle of Macon to the windows of the steeple of the church of the Jacobites. The height of this from the ground was 25 fathoms, and the distance from the castle to the steeple some 250 paces. On 2 evenings in succession he walked along this rope, and on the second occasion, when he started from the tower of the castle, his feat was witnessed by the King and upwards of 30,000 persons. He performed all sorts of graceful tricks, such as dancing grotesque dances to music, and hanging to the rope by his feet and by his teeth. Although so strange and marvellous, these feats were nevertheless actually performed, unless human sight had been deceived by magic. A female dancer also performed in a novel way, cutting capers, throwing somersaults, and performing graceful Moorish and other remarkable and peculiar dances. Such was their manner of celebrating a funeral. In the 16th century these dancers and tumblers became so numerous that they were to be met with everywhere, in the provinces as well as in the towns. Many of them were Bohemians or Zingari. They travelled in companies, sometimes on foot, sometimes on horseback, and sometimes with some sort of conveyance containing the accessories of their craft and a travelling theatre. But the people began to tire of these sorts of entertainments, the more so since they were required to pay for them, and they naturally preferred the public rejoicings, which cost them nothing. They were particularly fond of illuminations and fireworks, which are of much later origin than the invention of gunpowder, although the Saracens, at the time of the Crusades, used a Greek fire for illuminations, which considerably alarmed the Crusaders when they first witnessed its effects. Regular fireworks appear to have been invented in Italy, where the pyrotechnic art has retained its superiority to this day, and where the inhabitants are as enthusiastic as ever for this sort of amusement, and consider it in fact inseparable from every religious, private, or public festival. This Italian invention was first introduced into the Low Countries by the Spaniards, where it found many admirers, and it made its appearance in France with the Italian artists who established themselves in that country in the reigns of Charles VIII., Louis XII., and Francis I. Fireworks could not fail to be attractive at the court of the Valois, to which Catherine de Medici had introduced the manners and customs of Italy. The French, who up to that time had only been accustomed to the illuminations of St. John's Day and of the first Sunday in Lent, received those fireworks with great enthusiasm, and they soon became a regular part of the programme for public festivals. End of Section 17. Recording by Donna Stewart, Seattle, Washington. Section 18 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Donna Stewart. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period, by Paul Lacroix, Section 18. We have hitherto only described the sports engaged in for the amusement of the spectators. We have still to describe those in which the actors took greater pleasure than even the spectators themselves. These were specially the games of strength and skill, as well as dancing, with a notice of which we shall conclude this chapter. There were besides the various games of chance and the games of fun and humour. Most of the bourgeois and the villagers played a variety of games of agility, many of which have descended to our times and are still to be found in our schools and colleges. Wrestling, running races, the game of bars, high and wide jumping, leap-frog, blind man's buff, games of ball of all sorts, gymnastics, and all exercises which strengthened the body or added to the suppleness of the limbs, were long in use among the youth of the nobility. The Lord of Fleuranges, in his memoirs written at the court of Francis I., recounts numerous exercises to which he devoted himself during his childhood and youth, and which were then looked upon as a necessary part of the education of chivalry. The nobles in this way acquired a taste for physical exercises, and took naturally to combats, tournaments, and hunting; and subsequently their services in the battlefield gave them plenty of opportunities to gratify the taste thus developed in them. These were not, however, sufficient for their insatiable activity. When they could not do anything else, they played at tennis and such games at all hours of the day; and these pastimes had so much attraction for nobles of all ages, that they not infrequently sacrificed their health in consequence of overtaxing their strength. In 1506, the King of Castile, Philip le Beau, died of pleurisy, from a severe cold which he caught while playing tennis. Tennis also became the favourite game amongst the bourgeois in the towns, and tennis courts were built in all parts, of such spacious proportions and so well adapted for spectators, that they were often converted into theatres. Their game of billiards resembled the modern one only in name, for it was played on a level piece of ground with wooden balls, which were struck with hooked sticks and mallets. It was in great repute in the 14th century, for in 1396 Marshal de Boucicaut, who was considered one of the best players of his time, won at it 600 francs, or more than 28,000 francs of present currency. At the beginning of the following century, the Duke Louis d'Orléans ordered Bille et Billard to be bought for the sum of 11 sols 6 deniers tournois, about 15 francs of our money, that he might amuse himself with them. There were several games of the same sort which were not less popular: skittles, la soule or soulette, which consisted of a large ball of hay covered over with leather, the possession of which was contested for by two opposing sides of players; football, open tennis, shuttlecock, &c. It was Charles V. who first thought of giving a more serious and useful character to the games of the people, and who, in a celebrated edict forbidding games of chance, encouraged the establishment of companies of archers and bowmen. These companies, to which was subsequently added that of the arquebusiers, outlived political revolutions, and are still extant, especially in the northern provinces of France. At all times and in all countries the games of chance were the most popular, although they were forbidden both by ecclesiastical and royal authority. New laws were continually being enacted against them, and especially against those in which dice were used, though with little avail. "Dice shall not be made in the kingdom," says the law of 1256, and "those who are discovered using them and frequenting taverns and bad places will be looked upon as suspicious characters." A law of 1291 repeats that games with dice be forbidden. Nevertheless, though these prohibitions were frequently renewed, people continued to disregard them and to lose much money at such games. The law of 1396 is aimed particularly against loaded dice, which must have been contemporary with the origin of dice themselves, for no games ever gave rise to a greater amount of roguery than those of this description. They were, however, publicly sold, in spite of all of the laws to the contrary, for in the Dix du Mercier the dealer offers his merchandise thus: "J'ai des Despleux, j'ai des Desmoins, de Paris, de Chartres, de Reims. I have heavy dice, I have light dice, from Paris, from Chartres, and from Rheims." It has been said that the game of dice was at first called the game of God, because the regulation of lottery was one of God's prerogatives; but this derivation is purely imaginary. What appears more likely is that dice were first forbidden by the Church, and then by the civil authorities, on account of the fearful oaths which were so apt to be uttered by those players who had a run of ill luck. Nothing was commoner than for people to ruin themselves at this game. The poems of troubadours are full of imprecations against the fatal chance of dice. Many troubadours, such as Guillaume Magret and Gaucelm Fédy, lost their fortunes at it, and their lives in consequence. Routebeuf exclaims in one of his satires: "Dice rob me of all my clothes, dice kill me, dice watch me, dice track me, dice attack me, and dice defy me." The blasphemies of the gamblers did not always remain unpunished. Philip Augustus, says Bigord in his Latin history of this king, carried his aversion for oaths to such an extent that if any one, whether knight or of any other rank, let one slip from his lips in the presence of the sovereign, even by mistake, he was ordered to be immediately thrown into the river. Louis XII., who was somewhat less severe, contented himself with having a hole bored with a hot iron through the blasphemer's tongue. The work On the Manner of Playing with Dice has handed down to us the technical terms used in these games, which varied as much in practice as in name. They sometimes played with 3 dice, sometimes with 6. Different games were also in fashion, and in some the cast of the dice alone decided. The games of cards were also most numerous, but it is not our intention to give the origin of them here. It is sufficient to name a few of the most popular ones in France, which were flux, prime, sequence, triomphe, piquet, 31, passe-dix, condemnade, lansquenet, marriage, gay or jeu, malcontent, here, etc. All these games, which were as much forbidden as dice, were played in taverns as well as at court; and just as there were loaded dice, so there were also false cards, prepared by rogues for cheating. The greater number of the games of cards formerly did not require the least skill on the part of the players, chance alone deciding. The game of tables, however, required skill and calculation, for under this head were comprised all the games which were played on a board, and particularly chess, draughts, and backgammon. The invention of the game of chess has been attributed to the Assyrians, and there can be no doubt but that it came from the East and reached Gaul about the beginning of the 9th century, although it was not extensively known until about the 12th. The annals of chivalry continually speak of the barons playing at these games, and especially at chess. Historians also mention chess, and show that it was played with the same zest in the camp of the Saracens as in that of the Crusaders. We must not be surprised if chess shared the prohibition laid upon dice, for those who were ignorant of its ingenious combinations ranked it amongst games of chance. The Council of Paris in 1212 therefore condemned chess for the same reasons as dice, and it was specially forbidden to church people, who had begun to make it their habitual pastime. The royal edict of 1254 was equally unjust with regard to this game. "We strictly forbid," says Louis IX., "any person to play at dice, tables, or chess." This pious king set himself against these games, which he looked upon as inventions of the devil. After the fatal day of Mansoura, in 1249, the king, who was still in Egypt with the remnants of his army, asked what his brother the Comte d'Anjou was doing. He was told, says Joinville, that he was playing at tables with his Royal Highness Gaultier de Nemours. The king was highly incensed against his brother, and, though most feeble from the effects of his illness, went to him, and taking the dice and the tables, had them thrown into the sea. Nevertheless, Louis IX. Received as a present from the Vieux de la Montagne, chief of the Ismailians, a chessboard made of gold and rock crystal, the pieces being of precious metals beautifully worked. It has been asserted, but incorrectly, that this chessboard was the one preserved in the Musée de Cluny, after having long formed part of the treasures of the kings of France. Amongst the games comprised under the name of tables, it is sufficient to mention that of draughts, which was formerly played with dice and with the same men as were used for chess; also the game of hanchet or jonchées, that is, bones or spillikins, games which required pieces or men in the same way as chess, but which required more quickness of hand than of intelligence; and épingle or push-pin, which was played in a similar manner to hanchet, and was the great amusement of the small pages in the houses of the nobility. When they had not épingle, hanchet, or draughtsmen to play with, they used their fingers instead, and played a game which is still most popular among the Italian people, called the mora. and which was as much in vogue with the ancient Romans as it is among the modern Italians. It consisted of suddenly raising as many fingers as had been shown by one's adversary, and gave rise to a great amount of amusement among the players and lookers on. The games played by girls were, of course, different from those in use among boys. The latter played at marbles, luettes, pegs or humming tops, quoits, fouquet, merelle, and a number of other games, many of which are now unknown. The girls, it is almost needless to say, from the earliest times, played with dolls. Briche, a game in which a brick or a small stick was used, were also a favourite. Martiaux, or small quoits, wolf or fox, blind man's buff, hide and seek, quoits, etc., were all girls' games. The greater part of these amusements were enlivened by a chorus, which all the girls sang together, or by dialogues, sung or chanted in unison. If children had their games, which for many generations continued comparatively unchanged, so the dames and the young ladies had theirs, consisting of gallantry and politeness, which only disappeared with those harmless assemblies in which the two sexes vied with each other in urbanity, friendly roguishness, and wit. It would require long antiquarian researches to discover the origin and mode of playing many of these pastimes, such as des os, des toisagnes, des accords brigarets, du jardin madame, de la fricade, du vezot, de la mique, and a number of others which are named but not described in the records of the times. The game à l'oreille, the invention of which is attributed to the troubadour Guillaume Adhémar, the jeu des Valentines, or the game of lovers, and the numerous games of forfeits, which have come down to us from the courts of love of the Middle Ages, we find to be somewhat deprived of their original simplicity in the way they are now played in the country houses in winter and at village festivals in the summer. But the courts of love are no longer in existence gravely to superintend all these diversions. Amongst the amusements which time has not obliterated, but which, on the contrary, seem destined to be of longer duration than monuments of stone and brass, we must name dancing, which was certainly one of the principal amusements of society, and which has come down to us through all religions, all customs, all people, and all ages, preserving at the same time much of its original character. Dancing appears, at each period of the world's history, to have been alternately religious and profane, lively and solemn, frivolous and severe. Though dancing was as common an amusement formerly as it is now, there was this essential difference between the two periods, namely, that certain people, such as the Romans, were very fond of seeing dancing, but did not join in it themselves. Tiberius drove the dancers out of Rome, and Domitian dismissed certain senators from their seats in the Senate, who had degraded themselves by dancing. And there seems to be no doubt that the Romans, from the conquest of Julius Caesar, did not themselves patronise the art. There were a number of professional dancers in Gaul, as well as in the other provinces of the Roman Empire, who were hired to dance at feasts, and who endeavoured to do their best to make their art as popular as possible. The light-heartedness of the Gauls, their natural gaiety, their love for violent exercise, and for pleasures of all sorts, made them delight in dancing, and indulge in it with great energy. And thus, notwithstanding the repugnance of Roman aristocracy and the prohibitions and anathemas of councils and synods, dancing has always been one of the favourite pastimes of the Gauls and the French. Luce Carin, a writer of doubtful authority, states that in the early history of Christianity the faithful danced, or rather stamped, in measured time during religious ceremonials, gesticulating and distorting themselves. This is, however, a mistake. The only thing approaching to it was the slight trace of the ancient pagan dances which remained in the feast of the first Sunday in Lent, and which probably belonged to the religious ceremonies of the Druids. At nightfall fires were lighted in public places, and numbers of people danced madly round them. Rioting and disorderly conduct often resulted from this popular feast, and the magistrates were obliged to interfere in order to suppress it. The Church, too, did not close her eyes to the abuses which this feast engendered, although episcopal admonitions were not always listened to. We see in the records of one of the most recent councils of Narbonne that the custom of dancing in the churches and in the cemeteries on certain feasts had not been abolished in some parts of the Languedoc at the end of the 16th century. Dancing was at all times forbidden by the Catholic Church on account of its tendency to corrupt the morals, and for centuries ecclesiastical authority was strenuously opposed to it; but, on the other hand, it could not complain of want of encouragement from the civil power. When King Childebert, in 554, forbade all dances in his domains, he was only induced to do so by the influence of the bishops. We have but little information respecting the dances of this period, and it would be impossible accurately to determine as to the justice of their being forbidden. There were certainly no longer those war dances which the Franks had brought with them, and which antiquarians have mentioned under the name of Pyrrhichian dances. In any case, war dances reappeared at the commencement of chivalry, for when a new knight was elected, all the knights in full armour performed revolutions, either on foot or on horseback, to the sound of military music, and the populace danced round them. It has been said that this was the origin of court ballet, and La Colombière, in his Théâtre d'honneur de la chevalerie, relates that this ancient dance of the knights was kept up by the Spaniards, who called it Moresque. The Middle Ages was the great epoch for dancing, especially in France. There were an endless number of dancing festivals, and, from reading the old poets and romancers, one might imagine that the French had never anything better to do than to dance, and that at all hours of the day and night. A curious argument in favour of the practical utility of dancing is suggested by Jean Tabourot in his Orchésographie, published at Langres in 1588 under the name of Toineau Arbot. He says, "Dancing is practised in order to see whether lovers are healthy and suitable for one another. At the end of a dance the gentlemen are permitted to kiss their mistresses, in order that they may ascertain if they have an agreeable breath. In this matter, besides many other good results which follow from dancing, it becomes necessary for the good governing of society." Such was the doctrine of the courts of love, which stoutly took up the defence of dancing against the clergy. In those days, as soon as the two sexes were assembled in sufficient numbers, before or after the feasts, the balls began, and men and women took each other by the hand and commenced the performance in regular steps. The author of the poem of Provence called Flamenca thus allegorically describes these amusements: "Youth and gaiety opened the ball, accompanied by their sister Bravery. Cowardice, confused, went of her own accord and hid herself. The troubadours mention a great number of dances without describing them. No doubt they were so familiar that they thought a description of them needless. They often speak of the danse au violet, a kind of round dance, during the performance of which each person in turn sang a verse, the chorus being repeated by all. In the code of the courts of love, entitled Arresta Amorem, that is, the decrees of love, the pas de Brabant is mentioned, in which each gentleman bent his knee before his lady, and also the danse au chapelet, at the end of which each dancer kissed his lady. Romances of chivalry frequently mention that knights used to dance with the dames and young ladies without taking off their helmets and coats of mail. Although this costume was hardly fitted for the purpose, we find in the romance of Perceforest that, after a repast, whilst the tables were being removed, everything was prepared for a ball, and that, although the knights made no change in their accoutrements, yet the ladies went and made fresh toilettes. Then, says the old novelist, the young knights and young ladies began to play their instruments and to have a dance. From this custom may be traced the origin of the ancient Gallic proverb, "Après la panse vient la danse," After the feast comes the dance. Sometimes a minstrel sang songs to the accompaniment of the harp, and the young ladies danced in couples, and repeated at intervals the minstrel's songs. Sometimes the torch dance was performed. In this each performer bore in his hand a long lighted taper, and endeavoured to prevent his neighbours from blowing it out, which each one tried to do if possible. The dance, which was in use up to the end of the 16th century at court, was generally reserved for weddings. Dancing lost much of its simplicity and harmlessness when masquerades were introduced, these being the first examples of the ballet. These masquerades, which soon after their introduction became passionately indulged in at court under Charles VI., were at first only allowed during Carnival, and on particular occasions called charivaris, and they were usually made the pretext for the practice of the most licentious follies. These masquerades had a most unfortunate inauguration, by the catastrophe which rendered the madness of Charles VI. Incurable, and which is described in history under the name of the Burning Ballet. It was on the 29th of January, 1393, that this ballet made famous the festival held in the royal palace of St. Paul in Paris, on the occasion of the marriage of one of the maids of honour of Queen Isabel of Bavaria with a gentleman of Vermandois. The bride was a widow, and the second nuptials were deemed a fitting occasion for the charivari. A gentleman from Normandy, named Hugonin de Grense, thought he could create a sensation by having a dance of wild men to please the ladies. He admitted to his plot, says Froissart, the king and 4 of the principal nobles of the court. These all had themselves sewn up in close-fitting linen garments covered with resin on which a quantity of tow was glued, and in this guise they appeared in the middle of the ball. The king was alone, but the other 4 were chained together. They jumped about like madmen, uttered wild cries, and made all sorts of eccentric gestures. No one knew who these hideous objects were, but the Duke of Orleans determined to find out, so he took a candle and imprudently approached too near one of the men. The tow caught fire, and the flames enveloped him and the other 3 who were chained to him in a moment. They were burning for nearly an hour like torches, says a chronicler. The king had the good fortune to escape the peril, because the Duchesse de Berry, his aunt, recognised him, and had the presence of mind to envelop him in her train. Such a calamity, one would have thought, might have been sufficient to disgust people with masquerades, but they were none the less in favour at court for many years afterwards; and 2 centuries later the author of the Orchésographie thus writes on the subject: "Kings and princes give dances and masquerades for amusement, and in order to afford a joyful welcome to foreign nobles. We also practise the same amusements on the celebration of marriages." In no country in the world was dancing practised with more grace and elegance than in France. Foreign dances of every kind were introduced, and after being remodelled and brought to as great perfection as possible, they were often returned to the countries from which they had been imported under almost a new character. In 1548 the dances of the Béarnais, which were much admired at the court of the Comte de Foix, especially those called the danse mauresque and the danse des sauvages, were introduced at the court of France, and excited great merriment. So popular did they become, that with a little modification they soon were considered essentially French. The German dances, which were distinguished by the rapidity of their movements, were also thoroughly established at the court of France. Italian, Milanese, Spanish, and Piedmontese dances were in fashion in France before the expedition of Charles VIII. Into Italy; and when this king, followed by his youthful nobility, passed over the mountains to march to the conquest of Naples, he found everywhere in the towns that welcomed him, and in which balls and masquerades were given in honour of his visit, the danse à la mode de France, which consisted of a sort of medley of the dances of all countries. Some hundreds of these dances have been enumerated in the 5th book of the Pantagruel of Rabelais, and in various humorous works of those who succeeded him. They owe their success to the singing with which they were generally accompanied, or to the postures, pantomimes, or drolleries with which they were supplemented for the amusement of the spectators. A few, and amongst others that of the 5 Steps and that of the 3 Faces, are mentioned in the History of the Queen of Navarre. Dances were divided into 2 distinct classes: danses basses, or common and regular dances, which did not admit of jumping, violent movements, or extraordinary contortions, and the danses par eau, which were irregular, and comprised all sorts of antics and buffoonery. The regular French dance was a basse dance, called the gaillard. It was accompanied by the sound of the hautbois and tambourine, and originally it was danced with great form and state. This is the dance which Jean Taboret has described. It began with the 2 performers standing opposite each other, advancing, bowing, and retiring. These advancings and retirings were done in steps to the time of the music, and continued until the instrumental accompaniment stopped. Then the gentleman made his bow to the lady, took her by the hand, thanked her, and led her to her seat. The tourbillon was similar to the gaillard, only faster, and was accompanied with more action. Each province of France had its national dance, such as the bourrée of Auvergne, the trioï of Brittany, the bran of Poitou, and the valse of Lorraine, which constituted a very agreeable pastime, and one in which the French excelled all other nations. This art, so ancient, so honourable, and so profitable, to use the words of Jean Tabourot, was long in esteem in the highest social circles, and the old men liked to display their agility, and the dames and young ladies to find a temperate exercise calculated to contribute to their health as well as to their amusement. The 16th century was the great era of dancing in all the courts of Europe, but under the Valois the art had more charm and prestige at the court of France than anywhere else. The Queen Mother, Catherine, surrounded by a crowd of pretty young ladies who composed what she called her flying squadron, presided at these exciting dances. A certain Balthazar de Beaujoyeux was master of her ballets, and they danced at the castle of Blois the night before the Duc de Guise was assassinated under the eyes of Henry III., just as they had danced at the château of the Tuileries the day after St. Bartholomew's Day. End of Section 18. Recording by Donna Stewart, Seattle, Washington. Section 19 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Donna Stewart. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance Period, by Paul Lacroix, Section 19. Commerce. State of commerce after the fall of the Roman Empire. Its revival under the Frankish kings. Its prosperity under Charlemagne. Its decline down to the time of the Crusaders. The Levant trade of the East. Flourishing state of the towns of Provence and Languedoc. Establishment of fairs. Fairs of Landy, Champagne, Beaucaire, and Lyons. Weights and measures. Commercial Flanders. Laws of maritime commerce. Consular laws. Banks and bills of exchange. French. Settlements on the coast of Africa. Consequences of the discovery of America. Commerce in the Middle Ages, says M. Charles Grandmaison, differed but little from that of a more remote period. It was essentially a local and limited traffic, rather inland than maritime, for long and perilous sea voyages only commenced toward the end of the 15th century, or about the time when Columbus discovered America. On the fall of the Roman Empire, commerce was rendered insecure, and, indeed, it was almost completely put to a stop by the barbarian invasions, and all facility of communication between the different nations, and even between towns of the same country, was interrupted. In those times of social confusion there were periods of such poverty and distress that for want of money commerce was reduced to the simple exchange of the positive necessaries of life. When order was a little restored, and society and the minds of people became more composed, we see commerce recovering its position; and France was perhaps the first country in Europe in which this happy change took place. Those famous cities of Gaul, which ancient authors describe to us as so rich and so industrious, quickly recovered their former prosperity, and the friendly relations which were established between the kings of the Franks and the Eastern Empire encouraged the Gallic cities in cultivating a commerce which was at that time the most important and most extensive in the world. Marseilles, the ancient Phoenician colony, once the rival and then the successor to Carthage, was undoubtedly at the head of the commercial cities of France. Next to her came Arles, which supplied shipbuilders and seamen to the fleet of Provence, and Narbonne, which admitted to its harbour ships from Spain, Sicily, and Africa, until, in the consequence of the Aude having changed its course, it was obliged to relinquish the greater part of its maritime commerce in favour of Montpellier. Commerce maintained frequent communications with the East. It sought its supplies on the coast of Syria, and especially at Alexandria in Egypt, which was a kind of depôt for goods obtained from the rich countries lying beyond the Red Sea. The Frank navigators imported from these countries groceries, linen, Egyptian paper, pearls, perfumes, and 1,000 other rare and choice articles. In exchange they offered chiefly the precious metals in bars rather than coined, and it is probable that at this period they also exported iron, wines, oil, and wax. The agricultural produce and manufactures of Gaul had not sufficiently developed to provide anything more than what was required for the producers themselves. Industry was as yet, if not purely domestic, confined to monasteries and to the houses of the nobility; and even the kings employed women or serf workmen to manufacture the coarse stuffs with which they clothed themselves and their households. We may add that the bad state of the roads, the little security they offered to travellers, the extortions of all kinds to which foreign merchants were subjected, and above all the iniquitous system of fines and tolls which each landowner thought right to exact before letting merchandise pass through his domains, all created insuperable obstacles to the development of commerce. The Frank kings on several occasions evinced a desire that communications favourable to trade should be re established in their dominions. We find, for instance, Chilperic making treaties with Eastern emperors in favour of the merchants of Agde and Marseilles, Queen Bruneo making viaducts worthy of the Romans, and which still bear her name, and Dagobert opening at St. Denis free fairs, that is to say, free, or nearly so, from all tolls and taxes, to which goods both agricultural and manufactured were sent from every corner of Europe and the known world, to be afterwards distributed through the towns and provinces by the enterprise of internal commerce. After the reign of Dagobert, commerce again declined without positively ceasing, for the revolution which transferred the power of the kings to the mayors of the palace was not of a nature to exhaust the resources of public prosperity; and a charter of 710 proves that the merchants of Saxony, England, Normandy, and even Hungary still flocked to the fairs of St. Denis. Under the powerful and administrative hand of Charlemagne, the roads being better kept up, and the rivers being made more navigable, commerce became safe and more general. The coasts were protected from piratical incursions, lighthouses were erected at dangerous points to prevent shipwrecks, and treaties of commerce with foreign nations, including even the most distant, guaranteed the liberty and security of French traders abroad. Under the weak successors of this monarch, notwithstanding their many efforts, commerce was again subjected to all sorts of injustice and extortions, and all its safeguards were rapidly destroyed. The Moors in the south and the Normans in the north appeared to desire to destroy everything which came their way, and already Marseilles, in 838, was taken and pillaged by the Greeks. The constant altercations between the sons of Louis le Débonnaire and their unfortunate father, their jealousies amongst themselves, and their fratricidal wars, increased the measure of public calamity, so that soon, overrun by foreign enemies and destroyed by her own sons, France became a vast field of disorder and desolation. The Church, which alone possessed some social influence, never ceased to use its authority in endeavouring to remedy this miserable state of things; but episcopal edicts, papal anathemas, and decrees of councils had only a partial effect at this unhappy period. At any moment agricultural and commercial operations were liable to be interrupted, if not completely ruined, by the violence of a wild and rapacious soldiery. At every step the roads, often impassable, were intercepted by toll bars for some due of a vexatious nature, besides being continually infested by bands of brigands, who carried off the merchandise and murdered those few merchants who were so bold as to attempt to continue their business. It was the Church, occupied as she was with the interests of civilisation, who again assisted commerce to emerge from the state of annihilation into which it had fallen; and the peace or truce of God, established in 1041, endeavoured to stop at least the internal wars of feudalism, and it succeeded, at any rate for a time, in arresting these disorders. This was all that could be done at that period, and the Church accomplished it by taking the high hand; and with as much unselfishness as energy and courage she regulated society, which had been abandoned by the civil power from sheer impotence and want of administrative capability. At all events, thanks to ecclesiastical foresight, which increased the number of fairs and markets at the gates of abbeys and convents, the first step was made towards the general resuscitation of commerce. Indeed, the Church may be said to have largely contributed to develop the spirit of progress and liberty, whence were to spring societies and nationalities, and, in a word, modern organization. The Eastern commerce furnished the first elements of that trading activity which showed itself on the borders of the Mediterranean, and we find the ancient towns of Provence and Languedoc springing up again by the aid of the republics of Amalfi, Venice, Genoa, and Pisa, which had become the rich depôts of all maritime trade. At first, as we have already stated, the wares of India came to Europe through the Greek port of Alexandria, or through Constantinople. The Crusades, which had facilitated the relations with Eastern countries, developed a taste in the West for their indigenous productions, gave a fresh vigour to this foreign commerce, and rendered it more productive by removing the stumbling blocks which had arrested its progress. The conquest of Palestine by the Crusaders had first opened all the towns and harbours of this wealthy region to Western traders, and many of them were able permanently to establish themselves there, with all sorts of privileges and exemptions from taxes, which were gladly offered to them by the nobles who had transferred feudal power to Mussulman territories. Ocean commerce assumed from this moment proportions hitherto unknown. Notwithstanding the papal bulls and decrees which forbade Christians from having any connection with infidels, the voice of interest was more listened to than that of the Church, and traders did not fear to disobey the political and religious orders which forbade them to carry arms and slaves to the enemies of the faith. It was easy to foretell from the very first that the military occupation of the Holy Land would not be permanent. In consequence of this, therefore, the nearer the loss of this fine conquest seemed to be, the greater were the efforts made by the maritime towns of the West to re-establish on a more permanent and lasting basis a commercial alliance with Egypt, the country which they selected to replace Palestine in a mercantile point of view. Marseilles was the greatest supporter of this intercourse with Egypt, and in the 12th and 13th centuries she reached a very high position, which she owed to her shipowners and traders. In the 14th century, however, the princes of the house of Anjou ruined her, like the rest of Provence, in the great and fruitless efforts which they made to recover the kingdom of Naples, and it was not until the reign of Louis XI that the old Phoenician city recovered its maritime and commercial prosperity. Languedoc, depressed and for a time nearly ruined in the 13th century by the effect of the wars of the Albigenses, was enabled subsequently to recover itself. Béziers, Agde, Narbonne, and especially Montpellier, so quickly established important trading connections with all the ports of the Mediterranean, that at the end of the 14th century consuls were appointed at each of these towns, in order to protect and direct transmarine commerce. A traveller of the 12th century, Benjamin de Tudela, relates that in these ports, which were afterwards called the stepping stones to the Levant, every language in the world might be heard. Toulouse was soon on a par with the towns of Lower Languedoc, and the Garonne poured into the markets, not only the produce of Guyenne and of the western parts of France, but those of Flanders, Normandy, and England. We may observe, however, that Bordeaux, although placed in a most advantageous position at the mouth of the river, only possessed, when under the English dominion, a very limited commerce, principally confined to the export of wines to Great Britain in exchange for oil, corn, &c. La Rochelle, on the same coast, was much more flourishing at this period, owing to the numerous coasters which carried the wines of Aunis and Saintonge, and the salt of Brouage to Flanders, the Netherlands, and the north of Germany. Vitré also had its silk manufactories in the 15th century, and Nantes gave promise of her future greatness as a depôt of maritime commerce. It was about this time also that the fisheries became a new industry, in which Bayonne and a few villages on the sea coast took the lead, some being especially engaged in whaling, and others in the cod and herring industries. Long before this, Normandy had depended on other branches of trade for its commercial prosperity. Its fabrics of woollen stuffs, its arms and cutlery, besides the agricultural productions of its fertile and well cultivated soil, each furnished material for export on a large scale. The towns of Rouen and Caen were especially manufacturing cities, and were very rich. This was the case with Rouen particularly, which was situated on the Seine, and was at that time an extensive depôt for provisions and other merchandise, which was sent down the river for export, or was imported for future internal consumption. Already Paris, the abode of kings and the metropolis of government, began to foreshadow the immense development which it was destined to undergo, by becoming the centre of commercial affairs, and by daily adding to its labouring and mercantile population. It was, however, outside the walls of Paris that commerce, which needed liberty as well as protection, at first progressed most rapidly. The northern provinces had early united manufacturing industry with traffic, and this double source of local prosperity was the origin of their enormous wealth. Ghent and Bruges in the Low Countries, and Beauvais and Arras were celebrated for their manufacture of cloths, carpets, and serge, and Cambrai for its fine cloths. The artisans and merchants of these industrious cities then established their powerful corporations, whose unwearied energy gave rise to that commercial freedom so favourable to trade. More important than the woollen manufactures, for the greater part of the wool used was brought from England, was the manufacture of flax, inasmuch as it encouraged agriculture, the raw material being produced in France. This first flourished in the north east of France, and spread slowly to Picardy, to Beauvoir, and Brittany. The central countries, with the exception of Bruges, whose cloth manufactories were already celebrated in the 15th century, remained essentially agricultural, and their principal towns were merely depôts for imported goods. The institution of fairs, however, rendered, it is true, this commerce of some of the towns as wide spread as it was productive. In the Middle Ages, religious feasts and ceremonials almost always gave rise to fairs, which commerce was not slow in multiplying as much as possible. The merchants naturally came to exhibit their goods where the largest concourse of people afforded the greatest promise of their readily disposing of them. As early as the first dynasty of Merovingian kings, Temporary and periodical markets of this kind existed, but, except at St. Denis, articles of local consumption only were brought to them. The reasons for this were the heavy taxes that were levied by the feudal lords on all merchandise exhibited for sale, and the danger which foreign merchants ran of being plundered on their way, or even at the fair itself. These causes for a long time delayed the progress of an institution which was afterwards destined to become so useful and beneficial to all classes of the community. We have several times mentioned the famous fair of Landit, which is supposed to have been established by Charlemagne, but which no doubt was a sort of revival of the fairs of St. Denis founded by Dagobert, and which for a time had fallen into disuse in the midst of the general ruin which preceded that emperor's reign. This fair of Landit was renowned over the whole of Europe, and attracted merchants from all countries. It was held in the month of June, and lasted only 15 days. Goods of all sorts, both of home and foreign manufacture, were sold, but the sale of parchment was the principal object of the fair, to purchase a supply of which the University of Paris regularly went in procession. On account of its special character, this fair was of less general importance than the 6 others which from the 12th century were held at Troyes, Provins, Lagny-sur-Marne, Rheims, and Bar-sur-Aube. These infused so much commercial vitality into the province of Champagne, that the nobles for the most part shook off the prejudice which forbade their entering into any sort of trading association. Fairs multiplied in the centre and in the south of France simultaneously. Those of Puy-en-Velay, now the capital of the Haute-Loire, are looked upon as the most ancient, and they preserved their old reputation and attracted a considerable concourse of people, which was also increased by the pilgrimages then made to Notre Dame de Puy. These fairs, which were more of a religious than a commercial character, were then of less importance as regards trade than those held at Beaucaire. This town rose to great repute in the 13th century, and, with the Lyons market, became at that time the largest centre of commerce in the southern provinces. Placed at the junction of the Saône and the Rhône, Lyons owed its commercial development to the proximity of Marseilles and the towns of Italy. Its 4 annual fairs were always much frequented, and when the kings of France transferred to it the privileges of the fairs of Champagne, and transplanted to within its walls the silk manufactories formerly established at Tours, Lyons really became the second city of France. It may be asserted as an established fact that the gradual extension of the power of the king, produced by the fall of feudalism, was favourable to the extension of commerce. As early as the reign of Louis IX, many laws and regulations prove that the kings were alive to the importance of trade. Among the chief enactments was one which led to the formation of the harbour of Aigues Mortes on the Mediterranean; another to the publication of the Book of Weights and Measures by Étienne Boileau, a work in which the ancient statutes of the various trades were arranged and codified; and a third to the enactment made in the very year of this king's death, to guarantee the security of vendors, and, at the same time, to ensure purchasers against fraud. All these bear undoubted witness that an enlightened policy in favour of commerce had already sprung up. Philip le Bel issued several prohibitory enactments also in the interest of home commerce and local industry, which Louis X. confirmed. Philip le Long attempted even to outdo the judicious efforts of Louis XI., and tried, though unsuccessfully, to establish a uniformity in the weights and measures throughout the kingdom; a reform, however, which was never accomplished until the Revolution of 1789. It is difficult to credit how many different weights and measures were in use at that time, each one varying according to local custom or the choice of the lord of the soil, who probably in some way profited by the confusion which this uncertain state of things must have produced. The fraud and errors to which this led may easily be imagined, particularly in the intercourse between one part of the country and another. The feudal stamp is here thoroughly exhibited, as M. Charles de Grandmaison remarks: "Nothing is fixed, nothing is uniform, everything is special and arbitrary, settled by the lord of the soil by virtue of his right of justesse, by which he undertook the regulation and superintendence of the weights and measures in use in his lordship." Measures of length and contents often differed much from one another, although they might be similarly named, and it would require very complicated comparative tables approximately to fix their value. The pied de roi was from 10 to 12 inches, and was the least varying measure. The fathom differed much in different parts, and in the attempt to determine the relations between the innumerable measures of contents which we find recorded, a knowledge of which must have been necessary for the commerce of the period, we are stopped by a labyrinth of incomprehensible calculations, which it is impossible to determine with any degree of certainty. The weights were more uniform and less uncertain. The pound was everywhere in use, but it was not everywhere of the same standard. For instance, at Paris it weighed 16 ounces, whereas at Lyons it only weighed 14, and in weighing silk 15 ounces to the pound was the rule. At Toulouse and in Upper Languedoc the pound was only 13½ ounces, at Marseilles 13 ounces, and at other places it even fell to 12 ounces. There was in Paris a public scale called poids du roi, but this scale, though a most important means of revenue, was a great hindrance to retail trade. In spite of these petty and irritating impediments, the commerce of France extended throughout the whole world. The compass, known in Italy as early as the 12th century, but little used until the 14th, enabled the mercantile navy to discover new routes, and it was thus that true maritime commerce may be said regularly to have begun. The sailors of the Mediterranean, with the help of this little instrument, dared to pass the Straits of Gibraltar and to venture on the ocean. From that moment commercial intercourse, which had previously only existed by land, and that with great difficulty, was permanently established between the northern and southern harbours of Europe. Flanders was the central port for merchant vessels, which arrived in great numbers from the Mediterranean, and Bruges became the principal depôt. The Teutonic League, the origin of which dates from the 13th century, and which formed the most powerful confederacy recorded in history, also sent innumerable vessels from its harbours of Lubeck and Hamburg. These carried the merchandise from the northern countries into Flanders, and this rich province, which excelled in every branch of industry, and especially in those relating to metals and weaving, became the great market of Europe. The commercial movement, formerly limited to the shores of the Mediterranean, extended to all parts, and gradually became universal. The northern states shared in it, and England, which for a long time kept aloof from a stage on which it was destined to play the first part, began to give indications of its future commercial greatness. The number of transactions increased as the facility for carrying them on became greater. Consumption being extended, production progressively followed, and so commerce went on gaining strength as it widened its sphere. Everything, in fact, seemed to contribute to its expansion. The downfall of the feudal system, and the establishment in each country of a central power, more or less strong and respected, enabled it to extend its operations by land with a degree of security hitherto unknown, and at the same time international legislation came in to protect maritime trade, which was still exposed to great dangers. The sea, which was open freely to the whole human race, gave robbers comparatively easy means of following their nefarious practices, and with less fear of punishment than they could obtain on the shore of civilised countries. For this reason piracy continued its depredations long after the enactment of severe laws for its suppression. This maritime legislation did not wait for the 16th century to come into existence. Maritime law was promulgated more or less in the 12th century, but the troubles and agitations which weakened and disorganised empires during that period of the Middle Ages deprived it of its power and efficiency. The Code des Rhodiens dates as far back as 1167. The Code de la Mer, which became a sort of recognised text book, dates from the same period. The Loi d'Oléron is anterior to the 12th century, and ruled the western coasts of France, also being adopted in Flanders and in England. Venice dated her most ancient law on maritime rights from 1255, and the statutes of Marseilles date from 1254. The period of the establishment of commercial law and justice corresponds with that of the introduction of national and universal codes of law and consular jurisdiction. These may be said to have originated in the 6th century in the laws of the Visigoths, which empowered foreign traders to be judged by delegates from their own countries. The Venetians had consuls in the Greek Empire as early as the 10th century, and we may fairly presume that the French had consuls in Palestine during the reign of Charlemagne. In the 13th century the towns of Italy had consular agents in France, and Marseilles had them in Savoy, in Arles, and in Genoa. Thus traders of each country were always sure of finding justice, assistance, and protection in all the centres of European commerce. Numerous facilities for barter were added to these advantages. Merchants, who at first travelled with their merchandise, and who afterwards merely sent a factor as their representative, finally consigned it to foreign agents. Communication by correspondence in this way became more general, and paper replaced parchment as being less rare and less expensive. The introduction of Arabic figures, which were more convenient than the Roman numerals for making calculations, the establishment of banks, of which the most ancient was in operation in Venice as early as the 12th century, the invention of bills of exchange, attributed to the Jews and generally in use in the 13th century, the establishment of insurance against the risks and perils of sea and land, and lastly, the formation of trading companies, or what are now called partnerships, all tended to give expansion and activity to commerce, whereby public and private wealth was increased in spite of obstacles which routine, envy, and ill will persistently raised against great commercial enterprises. For a long time the French, through indolence or antipathy, for it was more to their liking to be occupied with arms and chivalry than with matters of interest and profit, took but a feeble part in the trade which was carried on so successfully on their own territory. The nobles were ashamed to mix in commerce, considering it unworthy of them, and the bourgeois, for want of liberal feeling and expansiveness in their ideas, were satisfied with appropriating merely local trade. Foreign commerce, even of the most lucrative description, was handed over to foreigners, and especially to Jews, who were often banished from the kingdom and as frequently ransomed, though universally despised and hated. Notwithstanding this, they succeeded in rising to wealth under the stigma of shame and infamy, and the immense gains which they realised by means of usury reconciled them to, and consoled them for, the ill treatment to which they were subjected. At a very early period, and especially when the Jews had been absolutely expelled, the advantage of exclusively trading with and securing the rich profits from France had attracted the Italians, who were frequently only Jews in disguise, concealing themselves as to their character under the generic name of Lombards. It was under this name that the French kings gave them on different occasions various privileges when they frequented the fairs of Champagne and came to establish themselves in the inland and seaport towns. These Italians constituted the great corporation of money changers in Paris, and hoarded in their coffers all the coin of the kingdom, and in this way caused a perpetual variation in the value of money, by which they themselves benefited. In the 16th century the wars of Italy rather changed matters, and we find royal and important concessions increasing in favour of Castilians and other Spaniards, whom the people maliciously called negros, and who had emigrated in order to engage in commerce and manufactures in Saintonge, Normandy, Burgundy, Agenois, and Languedoc. About the time of Louis XI., the French, becoming more alive to their true interests, began to manage their own affairs, following the suggestions and advice of the King, whose democratic interests prompted him to encourage and favour the bourgeois. This result was also attributable to the state of peace and security which then began to exist in the kingdom, impoverished and distracted as it had been by 100 years of domestic and foreign warfare. From 1365 to 1382, factories and warehouses were founded by Norman navigators on the western coast of Africa, in Senegal and Guinea. Numerous fleets of merchantmen, of great size for those days, were employed in transporting cloth, grains of all kinds, knives, brandy, salt, and other merchandise, which were bartered for leather, ivory, gum, amber, and gold dust. Considerable profits were realised by the shipowners and merchants, who, like Jacques Coeur, employed ships for the purpose of carrying on these large and lucrative commercial operations. These facts sufficiently testify the condition of France at this period, and prove that this, like other branches of human industry, was arrested in its expansion by the political troubles which followed in the 14th and 15th centuries. Fortunately, these social troubles were not universal, and it was just at the period when France was struggling and had become exhausted and impoverished, that the Portuguese extended their discoveries on the same coast of Africa, and soon after succeeded in rounding the Cape of Good Hope, and opening a new maritime road to India, a country which was always attractive from the commercial advantages which it offered. Some years after, Christopher Columbus, the Genoese, more daring and more fortunate still, guided by the compass and impelled by his own genius, discovered a new continent, the fourth continent of the world. This unexpected event, the greatest and most remarkable of the age, necessarily enlarged the field for produce, as well as for consumption, to an enormous extent, and naturally added not only to the variety and quantity of exchangeable wares, but also to the production of the precious metals, and brought about a complete revolution in the laws of the whole civilised world. Maritime commerce immediately acquired an extraordinary development, and merchants, forsaking the harbours of the Mediterranean, and even those of the Levant, which then seemed to them scarcely worthy of notice, sent their vessels by thousands upon the ocean in pursuit of the wonderful riches of the New World. The day of the caravans and coasting had passed. Venice had lost its splendour. The sway of the Mediterranean was over. The commerce of the world was suddenly transferred from the active and industrious towns of that sea, which had so long monopolised it, to the western nations, to the Portuguese and Spaniards first, and then to the Dutch and English. France, absorbed in and almost ruined by civil war, and above all by religious dissensions, only played a subordinate part in this commercial and pacific revolution, although it has been said that the sailors of Dieppe and Honfleur really discovered America before Columbus. Nevertheless, the kings of France, Louis XII., Francis I., and Henry II., tried to establish and encourage transatlantic voyages, and to create, in the interest of French commerce, colonies on the coasts of the New World, from Florida and Virginia to Canada. But these colonies had but a precarious and transitory existence. Fisheries alone succeeded, and French commerce continued insignificant, circumscribed, and domestic, notwithstanding the increasing requirements of luxury at court. This luxury contented itself with the use of the merchandise which arrived from the Low Countries, Spain, and Italy. National industry did all in its power to surmount this ignominious condition. She especially turned her attention to the manufacture of silks, and of stuffs tissued with gold and silver. The only practical attempt of the government in the 16th century to protect commerce and manufactures was to forbid the import of foreign merchandise, and to endeavour to oppose the progress of luxury by rigid enactments. Certainly the government of that time little understood the advantages which a country derived from commerce when it forbade the higher classes from engaging in mercantile pursuits under penalty of having their privileges of nobility withdrawn from them. In the face of the examples of Italy, Genoa, Venice, and especially of Florence, where the nobles were all traders or sons of traders, the kings of the line of Valois thought proper to make this enactment. The desire seemed to be to make the merchant class a separate class, stationary, and consisting exclusively of bourgeois shut up in their counting houses, and prevented in every way from participating in public life. The merchants became indignant at this banishment, and, in order to employ their leisure, they plunged with all their energy into the sanguinary struggles of reform and of the League. It was not until the reign of Henry IV. That they again confined themselves to their occupations as merchants, when Sully published the political suggestions of his master for renewing commercial prosperity. From this time a new era commenced in the commercial destiny of France. Commerce, fostered and protected by statesmen, sought to extend its operations with greater freedom and power. Companies were formed at Paris, Marseilles, Lyons, and Rouen, to carry French merchandise all over the world, and the rules of the mercantile associations, in spite of the routine and jealousies which guided the trade corporations, became the code which afterwards regulated commerce. End of Section 19. Recording by Donna Stewart, Seattle, Washington. Section 20 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Donna Stewart. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period, by Paul Lacroix, Section 20. Guilds and Trade Corporations. Uncertain origins of corporations. Ancient industrial associations. The Germanic Guild. Colleges. Teutonic associations. The Paris Company for the Transit of Merchandise by Water. Corporations properly so called. Etienne Boileau's Book of Trades, or the First Code of Regulations. The laws governing trades. Public and private organization of trade corporations and other communities. Energy of the corporations. Masters, journeymen, supernumeraries, and apprentices. Religious festivals and trade societies. Trade unions. Learned authorities have frequently discussed, without agreeing, on the question of the origin of the corporations of the Middle Ages. It may be admitted, we think a priori, that associations of artisans were as ancient as the trades themselves. It may readily be imagined that the numerous members of the industrial classes, having to maintain and defend their common rights and common interests, would have sought to establish mutual fraternal associations among themselves. The deeper we dive into the ancient history, the clearer we perceive traces, more or less distinct, of these kinds of associations. To cite only two examples, which may serve to some extent as an historical parallel to the analogous institutions of the present day, we may mention the Roman colleges, which were really leagues of artisans following the same calling, and the Scandinavian guilds, whose object was to assimilate the different branches of industry and trade either of a city or of some particular district. Indeed, brotherhoods amongst the labouring classes always existed under the German conquerors from the moment when Europe, so long divided into Roman provinces, shook off the yoke of subjection to Rome, although she still adhered to the laws and customs of the nation which had held her in subjection for so many generations. We can, however, only regard the few traces which remain of these brotherhoods as evidence of their having once existed, and not as indicative of their having been in a flourishing state. In the 5th century, the hermit Ampelius, in his Legends of the Saints, mentions consuls or chiefs of locksmiths. The corporation of goldsmiths is spoken of as existing in the first dynasty of the French kings. Bakers are named collectively in 630 in the laws of Dagobert, which seems to show that they formed a sort of trade union at that remote period. We also see Charlemagne, in several of his statutes, taking steps in order that the number of persons engaged in providing food of different kinds should everywhere be adequate to provide for the necessities of consumption, which would tend to show a general organization of that most important branch of industry. In Lombardy, colleges of artisans were established at an early period, and were no doubt on the model of the Roman ones. Ravenna in 943 possessed a college of fishermen, and 10 years later the records of that town mention a chief of the corporation of traders, and in 1001 a chief of the corporation of butchers. France at the same time kept up a remembrance of the institutions of Roman Gaul, and the ancient colleges of trades still formed associations and companies in Paris and in the larger towns. In 1061 King Philip I granted certain privileges to master chandlers and oilmen. The ancient customs of the butchers are mentioned as early as the time of Louis VII. 1162. The same king granted to the wife of Yves la Cobre and her heirs the collectorship of the dues which were payable by tanners, pursemakers, curriers, and shoemakers. Under Philip Augustus similar concessions became more frequent, and it is evident that at the time trade was beginning to take root and to require special and particular administration. This led to regulations being drawn up for each trade, to which Philip Augustus gave his sanction. In 1182 he confirmed the statutes of the butchers, and the furriers and drapers also obtained favourable concessions from him. According to the learned Augustin Thierry, corporations, like civic communities, were engrafted on previously existing guilds, such as on the colleges or corporations of workmen which were of Roman origin. In the guild, which signifies a banquet at common expense, there was a mutual assurance against misfortunes and injuries of all sorts, such as fire and shipwreck, and also against all lawsuits incurred for offences and crimes, even though they were proved against the accused. Each of these associations was placed under the patronage of a god or of a hero, and had its compulsory statutes. Each had its chief or president chosen from among the members, and a common treasury supplied by annual contributions. Roman colleges, as we have already stated, were established with a more special purpose, and were more exclusively confined to the peculiar trade to which they belonged; but these, equally with the guilds, possessed a common exchequer, enjoyed equal rights and privileges, elected their own presidents, and celebrated in common their sacrifices, festivals, and banquets. We have therefore good reason for agreeing in the opinion of the celebrated historian, who considers that in the establishment of a corporation the guild should be to a certain degree the motive power, and the Roman college with its organisation the material which should be used to bring it into existence. It is certain, however, that during several centuries corporations were either dissolved or hidden from public notice, for they almost entirely disappeared from the historic records during the partial return to barbarism, when the production of objects of daily necessity and the preparation of food were entrusted to slaves under the eye of their master. Not till the 12th century did they again begin to flourish, and, as might be supposed, it was Italy which gave the signal for the resuscitation of the institutions whose birthplace had been Rome, and which barbarism had allowed to fall into decay. Brotherhoods of artisans were also founded at an early period in the north of Gaul, whence they rapidly spread beyond the Rhine. Under the Emperor Henry I., that is, during the 10th century, the ordinary condition of artisans in Germany was still serfdom; but 2 centuries later the greater number of trades in most of the large towns of the Empire had congregated together in colleges or bodies under the name of unions, Einungen or Innungen, as, for example, at Goslar, at Würzburg, at Brunswick, &c. These colleges, however, were not established without much difficulty and without the energetic resistance of the ruling powers, inasmuch as they often raised the pretension so high as to wish to substitute their authority for the senatorial law, and thus to grasp the government of the cities. The 13th century witnessed obstinate and sanguinary feuds between these two parties, each of which was alternately victorious. Whichever had the upper hand took advantage of the opportunity to carry out the most cruel reprisals against its defeated opponents. The Emperors Frederick II. and Henry VII. tried to put an end to these strifes by abolishing the corporations of workmen; but these powerful associations fearlessly opposed the imperial authority. In France, the organisation of communities of artisans, an organisation which in many ways was connected with the commercial movement, but which must not be confounded with it, did not give rise to any political difficulty. It seems not even to have met with any opposition from the feudal powers, who no doubt found it an easy pretext for levying additional rates and taxes. The most ancient of these corporations was the Parisian Hanse, or Corporation of the Bourgeois for Canal Navigation, which probably dates its origin back to the College of Parisian Notes, existing before the Roman conquest. This mercantile association held its meetings in the island of Lutetia, on the very spot where the church of Notre Dame was afterwards built. From the earliest days of the monarchy, tradesmen constituted entirely the bourgeois of the towns. Above them were the nobility or clergy, beneath them the artisans. Hence we can understand how the bourgeois, who during the 12th and 13th centuries were a distinct section of the community, became at last the important commercial body itself. The kings invariably treated them with favour. Louis VI. Granted them new rights, Louis VII. Confirmed their ancient privileges, and Philip Augustus increased them. The Parisian Hanse succeeded in monopolising all the commerce which was carried on by water on the Seine and the Yonne between Mantes and Auxerre. No merchandise coming up or down the stream in boats could be disembarked in the interior of Paris without becoming, as it were, the property of the corporation, which, through its agents, superintended its measurement and its sale in bulk, and, up to a certain point, its sale by retail. No foreign merchant was permitted to send his goods to Paris without first obtaining lettre de Hanse, whereby he had associated with him a bourgeois of the town, who acted as his guarantee, and who shared in his profits. There were associations of the same kind in most of the commercial towns situated on the banks of rivers and on the sea coast, as, for example, at Rouen, Arles, Marseilles, Narbonne, Toulouse, Ratisbon, Augsburg, and Utrecht. Sometimes neighbouring towns, such as the great manufacturing cities of Flanders, agreed together and entered into a leagued bond, which gave them greater power, and constituted an offensive and defensive compact. A typical example of this last institution is that of the commercial association of the Hanseatic towns of Germany, which were grouped together to the number of 80 around their four capitals, viz., Lubeck, Cologne, Danzig, and Brunswick. Although, as we have already seen, previous to the 13th century, many of the corporations of artisans had been authorised by several of the kings of France to make special laws whereby they might govern themselves, it was really only from the reign of St. Louis that the first general measures of administration and policy relating to these communities can be dated. The King appointed Étienne Boileau, a rich bourgeois, provost of the capital, in 1261, to set to work to establish order, wise administration, and good faith in the commerce of Paris. To this end he ascertained from the verbal testimony of the senior members of each corporation the customs and usages of the various crafts, which for the most part up to that time had not been committed to writing. He arranged and probably amended them in many ways, and thus composed the famous Book of Trades, which, as M. Depping, the able editor of this valuable compilation, first published in 1837, says, has the advantage of being to a great extent the genuine production of the corporations themselves, and not a list of rules established and framed by the municipal or judicial authorities. From that time corporations gradually introduced themselves into the order of society. The royal decrees in their favour were multiplied, and the regulations with regard to mechanical trades daily improved, not only in Paris and the provinces, but also abroad, both in the north and the south of Europe, especially in Italy, Germany, England, and the Low Countries. Etienne Boileau's Book of Trades contained the rules of 100 different trade associations. It must be observed, however, that several of the most important trades, such as the butchers, tanners, glaziers, &c., were omitted, either because they neglected to be registered at the Châtelet, where the inquiry superintended by Boileau was made, or because some private interest induced them to keep aloof from this registration, which probably imposed some sort of fine and a tax upon them. In the following century the number of trade associations considerably increased, and wonderfully so during the reigns of the last of the Valois and the first of the Bourbons. The historian in the Antiquities of Paris, Henry Sauval, enumerated no fewer than 1,551 trade associations in the capital alone in the middle of the 17th century. It must be remarked, however, that the societies of artisans were much subdivided, owing to the simple fact that each craft could only practise its own special work. Thus, in Boileau's book we find 4 different corporations of patinottiers, or makers of chaplets, 6 of hatters, 6 of weavers, &c. Besides these societies of artisans, there were in Paris a few privileged corporations, which occupied a more important position, and were known under the name of corps de marchands. Their number at first frequently varied, but finally it was settled at 6, and they were termed les 6 corps. They comprised the drapers, which always took precedence of the 5 others, the grocers, the mercers, the furriers, the hatters, and the goldsmiths. These 5 for a long time disputed the question of precedence, and finally they decided the matter by lot, as they were not able to agree in any other way. Apart from the privilege which these 6 bodies of merchants exclusively enjoyed of being called upon to appear, though at their own expense, in the civic processions and at public ceremonials, and to carry the canopy over the heads of kings, queens, or princes on their state entry into the capital, it would be difficult to specify the nature of the privileges which were granted to them, and of which they were so jealous. It is clear, however, that these 6 bodies were imbued with a kind of aristocratic spirit, which made them place trading much above handicraft in their own class, and set a high value on calling themselves as merchants. Thus contemporary historians tell us that any merchant who compromised the dignity of the company fell into the class of the lower orders; that mercers boasted of excluding from their body the upholsterers, who were but artisans; that hatters, who were admitted into the 6 corps to replace one of the other trades, became in consequence merchants instead of artisans, which they had been up to that time. Notwithstanding the statutes so carefully compiled and revised by Etienne Boileau and his successors, and in spite of the numerous arbitrary rules which the sovereigns, the magistrates, and the corporations themselves strenuously endeavoured to frame, order and unity were far from governing the commerce and industry of Paris during the Middle Ages, and what took place in Paris generally repeated itself elsewhere. Serious disputes continually arose between the authorities and those amenable to their jurisdiction, and between the various crafts themselves, notwithstanding the relation which they bore to each other from the similarity of their employments. In fact, in this, as in many other matters, social disorder often emanated from the powers whose duty it was in the first instance to have repressed it. Thus, at the time when Philip Augustus extended the boundaries of his capital so as to include the boroughs in it, which until then had been separated from the city, the lay and clerical lords, under whose feudal dominion those districts had hitherto been placed, naturally insisted upon preserving all their rights. So forcibly did they do this, that the King was obliged to recognise their claims, and in several boroughs, including the Bourg l'Abbé, the Beaubourg, the Bourg Saint-Germain, and the Bourg Auxerrois, &c., there were trade associations completely distinct from and independent of those of ancient Paris. If we simply limit our examination to that of the condition of the trade associations which held their authority immediately from royalty, we still see that the causes of confusion were by no means trifling. For the majority of the high officers of the crown, acting as delegates of the royal authority, were always disputing amongst themselves the right of superintending, protecting, judging, punishing, and, above all, of exacting tribute from the members of the various trades. The King granted to various officers the privilege of arbitrarily disposing of the freedom of each trade for their own profit, and thereby gave them power over all the merchants and craftsmen who were officially connected with them, not only in Paris, but also throughout the whole kingdom. Thus the Lord Chamberlain had jurisdiction over the drapers, mercers, furriers, shoemakers, tailors, and other dealers in articles of wearing apparel. The barbers were governed by the King's varlet and barber. The head baker was governor over the bakers, and the head butler over the wine merchants. These state officers granted freedoms to artisans, or, in other words, they gave them the right to exercise such and such a craft with assistants or companions, exacting for the performance of this trifling act a very considerable tax; and, as they preferred receiving their revenues without the annoyance of having direct communication with their humble subjects, they appointed deputies who were authorised to collect them in their names. The most celebrated of these deputies were the rois des merciers, who lived on the fat of the land in complete idleness, and who were surrounded by a mercantile court which appeared in all its splendour at the trade festivals. The great officers of the crown exercised in their own interests, and without a thought for the public advantage, a complete magisterial jurisdiction over all crafts. They adjudicated in disputes arising between masters and men, decided quarrels, visited, either personally or through their deputies, the houses of the merchants in order to discover frauds or infractions in the rules of the trade, and levied fines accordingly. We must remember that the collectors of court dues had always to contend for the free exercise of their jurisdiction against the provost of Paris, who considered their acquisitions of authority as interfering with his personal prerogatives, and who therefore persistently opposed them on all occasions. For instance, if the head baker ordered an artisan of the same trade to be imprisoned in the Châtelet, the high provost, who was governor of the prison, released him immediately; and in retaliation, if the high provost punished a baker, the chief baker warmly espoused his subordinate's cause. At other times the artisans, if they were dissatisfied with the deputy appointed by the great officer of the crown, whose dependents they were, would refuse to recognise his authority. In this way constant quarrels and interminable lawsuits occurred, and it is easy to understand the disorder which must have arisen from such a state of things. By degrees, however, and in consequence of the new tendencies of royalty, which were simply directed to the diminution of feudal power, the numerous jurisdictions relating to the various trades gradually returned to the hand of the municipal provostship; and this concentration of power had the best results, as well for the public good as for that of the corporations themselves. Having examined into corporations collectively, and also into their general administration, we will now turn to consider their internal organization. It was only after long and difficult struggles that these trade associations succeeded in taking a definite and established position, without, however, succeeding at any time in organizing themselves as one body on the same basis and with the same privileges. Therefore, in pointing out the influential character of these institutions generally, we must omit various matters specially connected with individual associations, which it would be impossible to mention in this brief sketch. In the 14th century, the period when the communities of crafts were at the height of their development and power, no association of artisans could legally exist without a licence either from the king, the lord, the prince, the abbot, the bailiff, or the mayor of the district in which it proposed to establish itself. These communities had their statutes and privileges. They were distinguished at public ceremonials by their liveries or special dress, as well as by their arms and banners. They possessed the right freely to discuss their general interests, and, at meetings composed of all their members, they might modify their statutes, provided that such changes were confirmed by the king or by the authorities. It was also necessary that these meetings, at which the royal delegates were present, should be duly authorised; and lastly, so as to render the communication between members more easy, and to facilitate everything which concerned the interests of the craft, artisans of the same trade usually resided in the same quarter of the town, and even in the same street. The names of many streets in Paris and other towns of France testify to this custom, which still partially exists in the towns of Germany and Italy. The communities of artisans had to a certain extent the character and position of private individuals. They had the power in their corporate capacity of holding and administrating property, of defending or bringing actions at law, of accepting inheritances, &c. They dispersed from a common treasury, which was supplied by legacies, donations, fines, and periodical subscriptions. These communities exercised in addition, through their jurors, a magisterial authority, and even, under some circumstances, a criminal jurisdiction over their members. For a long time they strove to extend this last power, or to keep it independent of municipal control and the supreme courts, by which it was curtailed to that of exercising a simple police authority strictly confined to persons or things relating to the craft. They carefully watched for any infractions of the rules of the trade. They acted as arbitrators between master and man, particularly in quarrels where the parties had recourse to violence. The functions of this kind of domestic magistracy were exercised by officers known under various names, such as kings, masters, elders, guards, syndics, and jurors, who were besides charged to visit the workshops at any hour they pleased, in order to see that the laws concerning the articles of workmanship were observed. They also received the taxes for the benefit of the association; and lastly, they examined the apprentices and installed masters into their office. The jurors, or syndics, as they were more usually called, and whose number varied according to the importance of numerical force of the corporation, were generally elected by the majority of votes of their fellow workmen, though sometimes the choice of these was entirely in the hands of the great officers of state. It was not infrequent to find women amongst the dignitaries of the arts and crafts, and the professional tribunals which decided every question relative to the community and its members were often held by an equal number of masters and associate craftsmen. The jealous, exclusive, and inflexible spirit of caste, which in the Middle Ages is to be seen almost everywhere, formed one of the principal features of industrial associations. The admission of new members was surrounded with conditions calculated to restrict the number of associates, and to discourage candidates. The sons of masters alone enjoyed hereditary privileges, in consequence of which they were always allowed to be admitted without being subjected to the tyrannical yoke of the association. Generally, the members of a corporation were divided into three distinct classes: the masters, the paid attendants or companions, and the apprentices. Apprenticeship, from which the sons of masters were often exempted, began between the ages of 12 and 17 years, and lasted from 2 to 5 years. In most of the trades the masters could only receive one apprentice in his house besides his own son. Tanners, dyers, and goldsmiths were allowed one of their relatives in addition, or a second apprentice if they had no relation willing to learn their trade. and although some commoner trades, such as butchers and bakers, were allowed an unlimited number of apprentices, the custom of restriction had become a sort of general law, with the object of limiting the number of masters and workmen to the requirements of the public. The position of paid assistant or companion was required to be held in many trades for a certain length of time before promotion to mastership could be obtained. When apprentices or companions wished to become masters, they were called aspirants, and were subjected to successive examinations. They were particularly required to prove their ability by executing what was termed a chef d'oeuvre, which consisted in fabricating a perfect specimen of whatever craft they practised. The execution of the chef d'oeuvre gave rise to many technical formalities, which were at times most frivolous. The aspirant in certain cases had to pass a technical examination, as for instance the barber in forging and polishing lancets, the wool weaver in making and adjusting the different parts of his loom; and during the period of executing the chef d'oeuvre, which often extended over several months, the aspirant was deprived of all communication with his fellows. He had to work at the office of the association, which was called the bureau, under the eyes of the jurors or syndics, who, often after an angry debate, issued their judgment upon the merits of the work and the capability of the workmen. On his admission, the aspirant had first to take again the oath of allegiance to the King before the provost or civil deputy, although he had already done so on commencing his apprenticeship. He then had to pay a duty or fee, which was divided between the sovereign or lord and the brotherhood, from which fee the sons of masters always obtained a considerable abatement. Often, too, the husbands of the daughters of masters were exempted from paying the duties. A few masters, such as the goldsmiths and the clothworkers, had besides to pay a sum of money by way of guarantee, which remained in the funds of the craft as long as they carried on the trade. After these forms had been complied with, the masters acquired the exclusive privilege of freely exercising their profession. There were, however, certain exceptions to this rule, for a king on his coronation, a prince or princess of the royal blood at the time of his or her marriage, and in certain towns the bishop on his installation, had the right of creating one or more masters in each trade, and these received their licence without going through any of the usual formalities. A widower or widow might generally continue the craft of the deceased wife or husband who had acquired the freedom, and which thus became the inheritance of the survivor. The condition, however, was that he or she did not contract a second marriage with any one who did not belong to the craft. Masters lost their rights directly they worked for any other master and received wages. Certain freedoms, too, were only available in the towns in which they had been obtained. In more than one craft, when a family holding the freedom became extinct, their premises and tools became the property of the corporation, subject to an indemnity payable to the next of kin. At times, and particularly in those trades where the aspirants were not required to produce a chef d'oeuvre, the installation of masters was accompanied with extraordinary ceremonies, which no doubt originally possessed some symbolical meaning, but which, having lost their true signification, became singular, and appeared even ludicrous. Thus, with the bakers, after 4 years' apprenticeship, the candidate, on purchasing the freedom from the King, issued from his door, escorted by all the other bakers of the town, bearing a new pot filled with walnuts and wafers. On arriving before the chief of the corporation, he said to him, "Master, I have accomplished my 4 years. Here is my pot filled with walnuts and wafers." The assistants in the ceremony having vouched for the truth of this statement, the candidate broke the pot against the wall, and the chief solemnly pronounced his admission, which was inaugurated by the older masters emptying a number of tankards of wine or beer at the expense of their new brother. The ceremony was also of a jovial character in the case of millwrights, who only admitted the candidate after he had received a caning on the shoulders from the last elected brother. The statutes of the corporations, which had the force of law on account of being approved and accepted by royal authority, almost always detailed with the greatest precision the conditions of labour. They fixed the hours and days for working, the size of the articles to be made, the quality of the stuffs used in their manufacture, and even the price at which they were to be sold. Night labour was pretty generally forbidden, as likely to produce only imperfect work. We nevertheless find that carpenters were permitted to make coffins and other funeral articles by night. On the eve of religious feasts the shops were shut earlier than usual, that is to say, at 3 o'clock, and were not opened on the next day, with the exception of those of pastry cooks, whose assistance was especially required on feast days, and who sold curious varieties of cakes and sweetmeats. Notwithstanding the strictness of the rules and the administrative laws of each trade, which were intended to secure good faith and loyalty between the various members, it is unnecessary to state that they were frequently violated. The fines which were then imposed on delinquents constituted an important source of revenue, not only to the corporations themselves, but also to the town treasury. The penalty, however, was not always a pecuniary one, for as late as the 15th century we have instances of artisans being condemned to death simply for having adulterated their articles of trade. This deception was looked upon as of the nature of robbery, which we know to have been for a long time punishable by death. Robbery on the part of merchants found no indulgence nor pardon in those days, and the whole corporation demanded immediate and exemplary justice. According to the statutes, which generally tended to prevent frauds and falsifications, in most crafts the masters were bound to put their trade mark on their goods, or some particular sign which was to be a guarantee for the purchaser, and one means of identifying the culprit in the event of complaints arising on account of the bad quality or bad workmanship of the article sold. Besides taking various steps to maintain professional integrity, the framers of the various statutes, as a safeguard to the public interests, undertook also to inculcate morality and good feeling amongst their members. A youth could not be admitted unless he could prove his legitimacy of birth by his baptismal register, and to obtain the freedom he was bound to bear an irreproachable character. Artisans exposed themselves to a reprimand and even to bodily chastisement from the corporation for even associating with, and certainly for working or drinking with, those who had been expelled. Licentiousness and misconduct of any kind rendered them liable to be deprived of their mastership. In some trade associations all the members were bound to solemnise the day of the decease of a brother, to assist at his funeral, and to follow him to the grave. In another community the slightest indecent or discourteous word was punishable by a fine. A new master could not establish himself in the same street as his former master, except at a distance which was determined by the statutes; and further, no member was allowed to ask for or attract customers when the latter were nearer the shop of his neighbour than of his own. In the Middle Ages religion placed its stamp on every occupation and calling, and corporations were careful to maintain this characteristic feature. Each was under the patronage of some saint who was considered the special protector of the craft. Each possessed a shrine or chapel in some church of the quarter where the trade was located, and some even kept chaplains at their own expense for the celebration of masses which were daily said for the souls of the good deceased members of the craft. These associations, animated by Christian charity, took upon them to invoke the blessings of heaven on all members of the fraternity, and to assist those who were either laid by through sickness or want of work, and to take care of the widows and to help the orphans of the less prosperous craftsmen. They also gave alms to the poor, and presented the broken meat left at their banquets to the hospitals. Under the name of garçons, or compagnons de devoir, this surname was at first specially applied to carpenters and masons, who from a very ancient date formed an important association which was partly secret, and from which Freemasonry traces its origin. The companions, notwithstanding that they belonged to the community of their own special craft, also formed distinct corporations among themselves with a view to mutual assistance. They made a point of visiting any foreign workman on his arrival in their town, supplied his first requirements, found him work, and, when work was wanting, the oldest companion gave up his place to him. These associations of companionship, however, soon failed to carry out the noble object for which they were instituted. After a time the meeting together of the fraternity was but a pretext for intemperance and debauchery, and at times their tumultuous processions and indecent masquerades occasioned much disorder in the cities. The facilities with which these numerous associations possessed of extending and mutually co operating with one another, also led to coalitions among them for the purpose of securing any advantage which they desired to possess. Sometimes open violence was resorted to obtain their exorbitant and unjust demands, which greatly excited the industrious classes, and eventually induced the authorities to interfere. Lastly, these brotherhoods gave rise to many violent quarrels, which ended in blows, and too often in bloodshed, between workmen of the same craft, who took different views on debatable points. The decrees of Parliament, the edicts of sovereigns, and the decisions of councils, as early as the end of the 15th century, and throughout the whole of the 16th, severely proscribed the doings of these brotherhoods; but these interdictions were never duly and rigidly enforced, and the authorities themselves often tolerated infractions of the law, and thus licence was given to every kind of abuse. We have frequently mentioned in the course of this volume the political part played by the corporations during the Middle Ages. We know the active and important part taken by trades of all descriptions in France and in the great movement of the formation of communities. The spirit of fraternal association which constituted the strength of the corporations, and which exhibited itself so conspicuously in every act of their public and private life, resisted during several centuries the individual and collective attacks made on it by craftsmen themselves. These rich and powerful corporations began to decline from the moment they ceased to be united, and they were dissolved by law at the beginning of the Revolution of 1789, an act which necessarily dealt a heavy blow to industry and commerce. End of Section 20. Recording by Donna Stewart, Seattle, Washington.
Section 21 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Clevenger. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period by Paul Lacroix. Section 21. Taxes, Money, and Finance. Taxes under the Roman rule. Money exactions of the Merovingian kings. Varieties of money. Financial laws under Charlemagne. Missi Dominici. Increase of taxes owing to the Crusades. Organization of finances by Louis IX. Extortions of Philippe le Bel. Pecuniary embarrassments of his successors. Charles V reestablishes order in finances. Disasters of France under Charles VI. Charles VII and Jacques Coeur. Changes in taxation from Louis XI to Francois I. The great financiers. Florimond Robert. If we believe Caesar's commentaries on the Gallic War, the Gauls were groaning in his time under the pressure of taxation and struggled hard to remove it. Rome lightened their burden, but the fiscal system of the metropolis imperceptibly took root in all the Roman provinces. there was an arbitrary personal tax called the poll tax, and a land tax which was named sin, calculated according to the area of the holding. Besides these, there were taxes on articles of consumption, on salt, on the import and export of all articles of merchandise, on sales by auction, also on marriages, on burials, and on houses. There were also legacy and succession duties and taxes on slaves, according to their number. Tolls on highways were also created, and the treasury went so far as to tax the hearth. Hence the origin of the name, feu, which was afterwards applied to each household or family group assembled in the same house or sitting before the same fire. A number of other taxes sprung up, called sordides, from which the nobility and the government functionaries were exempt. This ruinous system of taxation, rendered still more insupportable by the exaction of the proconsuls and the violence of their subordinates, went on increasing down to the time of the fall of the Roman Empire. The Middle Ages gave birth to a new order of things. The municipal administration, composed in great part of Gallo-Roman citizens, did not perceptibly deviate from the customs established for 5 centuries. But each invading nation by degrees introduced new habits and ideas into the countries they subdued. The Germans and Franks, having become masters of part of Gaul, established themselves on the lands which they had divided between them. The great domains, with their revenues, which had belonged to the emperors, naturally became the property of the barbarian chiefs, and served to defray the expenses of their houses or their courts. These chiefs, at each general assembly of the leude, or great vassals, received presents of money, of arms, of horses, and of various objects of home or of foreign manufacture. For a long time these gifts were voluntary. The territorial fief, which was given to those soldiers who had deserved it by their military service, involved from the holders a personal service to the king. They had to attend him on his journeys, to follow him to war, and to defend him under all circumstances. The fief was entirely exempt from taxes. Many misdeeds, even robberies and other crimes, which were ordinarily punishable by death, were pardonable on payment of a proportionate fine, and oaths, in many cases, might be absolved in the same way. Thus a large revenue was received, which was generally divided equally between the state, the procurator fiscal, and the king. War, which was almost constant in those turbulent times, furnished the barbarian kings with occasional resources, which were usually much more important than the ordinary supplies from taxation. The first chiefs of the Visigoths, the Ostrogoths, and the Franks sought means of replenishing their treasuries by their victorious arms. Alaric, Totila, and Clovis thus amassed enormous wealth without troubling themselves to place the government finances on a satisfactory basis. We see, however, a semblance of financial organization in the institutions of Alaric and his successors. Subsequently, the great Theodoric, who had studied the administrative theories of the Byzantine court, exercised his genius in endeavoring to work out an accurate system of finance, which was adopted in Italy. Gregory of Tours, a writer of the 16th century, relates in several passages of his History of the Franks that they exhibited the same repugnance to compulsory taxation as the Germans of the time of Tacitus. The leude considered that they owed nothing to the treasury, and to force them to submit to taxation was not an easy matter. About the year 465, Childeric I, father of Clovis, lost his crown for wishing all classes to submit to taxation equally. In 673, Childeric II, king of Austrasia, had one of these lewd named Baudouin flogged with rods for daring to reproach him with the injustice of certain taxes. He, however, was afterwards assassinated by this same Baudouin, and the lewd maintained their right of immunity. A century before, the lewd were already quarrelling with royalty on account of the taxes, which they refused to pay, and they sacrificed Queen Brunhilde because she attempted to enrich the treasury with the confiscated property of a few nobles who had rebelled against her authority. The wealth of the Frank kings, which was always very great, was a continual object of envy, and on one occasion Chilperic I, king of Soissons, having the lewd in league with him, laid his hands on the wealth amassed by his father, Clotaire I, which was kept in the palace of Braine. He was nevertheless obliged to share his spoils with his brothers and their followers, who came in arms to force him to refund what he had taken. Chilperic was so much in awe of these lewd that he did not ask them for money. His wife, the much feared Frédégonde, did not, however, exempt them more than Brunhilde had done, and her judges or ministers, Audon and Mimus, having met with an insurmountable resistance in endeavouring to force taxation on the nobles, nearly lost their lives in consequence. The custom of numbering the population, such as was carried on in Rome through the censors, appears to have been observed under the Merovingian kings, at the request of the Bishop of Poitiers. Childebert gave orders to amend the census taken under Sigebert, king of Austrasia. It is a most curious document, mentioned by Gregory of Tours. The ancient division, he says, had been one so unequal, owing to the subdivision of properties and other changes which time had made in the condition of the taxpayers, that the poor, the orphans, and the helpless classes generally alone bore the real burden of taxation. Florentius, comptroller of the king's household, and Romulfus, count of the palace, remedied this abuse. After a closer examination of the changes which had taken place, they relieved the taxpayers who were too heavily rated, and placed a burden on those who could better afford it. This direct taxation continued on this plan until the time of the kings of the second dynasty. The Franks, who had not the privilege of exemption, paid a poll tax and a house tax. About a tenth was charged on the produce of highly cultivated lands, a little more on that of lands of an inferior description, and a certain measure, a cruche of wine, on the produce of every half-acre of vineyard. There were assessors and royal agents charged with levying such taxes and regulating the farming of them. In spite of this precaution, however, an edict of Clovis II, in the year 615, censors the mode of imposing rates and taxes. It orders that they shall only be levied in the places where they have been authorized, and forbade their being used under any pretext whatever for any other object than that for which they were imposed. Under the Merovingians, specie was not in common use. Although the precious metals were abundant among the Gauls, as their mines of gold and silver were not yet exhausted, money was rarely coined, except on great occasions, such as a coronation, the birth of an heir to the throne, the marriage of a prince, or the commemoration of a decisive victory. It is even probable that each time that money was used in large sums, the pound or the sou of gold was represented more by ingots of metal than by stamped coin. The third of the sou of gold, which was coined on state occasions, seem to have been used only as a commemorative medal to be distributed amongst the great officers of state, and this circumstance explains their extreme rarity. The general character of the coinage, whether of gold, silver, or of the baser metals of the Burgundian, Austrasian, and Frank kings, differs little from what it had been at the time of the last of the Roman emperors, though the angel bearing the cross gradually replaced the Renami Victoriors formerly stamped on the coins. Christian monograms and symbols of the Trinity were often intermingled with the initials of the sovereign. It also became common to combine in a monogram letters thought to be sacred or lucky, such as C, M, S, T, etc., also to introduce the names of places which, perhaps, have since disappeared, as well as some particular mark or sign special to each mint. Some of these are very difficult to understand, and present a number of problems which have yet to be solved. Unfortunately, the names of places on Merovingian coins, to the number of about 900, have rarely been studied by coin collectors, expert both as geographers and linguists. We find, for example, 100 distinct mints, and up to the present time have not been able to determine where the greater number of them were situated. From the time that Clovis became a Christian, he loaded the church with favors, and it soon possessed considerable revenues, and enjoyed many valuable immunities. The sons of Clovis contested these privileges, but the church resisted for a time, though she was eventually obliged to give way to the iron hand of Charles Martel. In 732, this great military chieftain, after his struggle with Rainfroy, and after his brilliant victories over the Saxons, the Bavarians, the Swiss, and the Saracens, stripped the clergy of their landed possessions, in order to distribute them amongst his lewd, who by this means he secured as his creatures, and who were, therefore, ever willing and eager to serve him in arms. On ascending the throne, King Pepe, who wanted to pacify the church, endeavored, as far as possible, to obliterate the recollection of the wrongs of which his father had been guilty towards her. He ordered the deme and the non (10th and 9th deniers levied on the value of lands) to be placed to the account of the possessors of each ecclesiastical domain, on their undertaking to repair the buildings, churches, chateaux, abbeys, and presbyteries, and to restore to the owners the properties on which they held mortgages. The nobles long resented this, and it required the authority and the example of Charlemagne to soothe the contending parties and to make church and state act in harmony. Charlemagne renounced the arbitrary rights established by the mayors of the palace, and retained only those which long usage had legitimized. He registered them clearly in a code called the Capitulaire, in which he introduced the ancient laws of the Ripuaires, the Burgundians, and the Franks, arranging them so as to suit the organization and requirements of his vast empire. From that time each freeman subscribed to the military service according to the amount of his possessions. The great vassal or fiscal judge was no longer allowed to practice extortion on those citizens appointed to defend the state. Freemen could legally refuse all servile or obligatory work imposed on them by the nobles, and the amount of labor to be performed by the serfs was lessened. Without absolutely abolishing the authority of local customs in matters of finance, or penalties which had been illegally exacted, they were suspended by laws decided at the Champ de Mai, by the counts, and by the lewd, in presence of the emperor. Arbitrary taxes were abolished, as they were no longer required. Food, and any articles of consumption, and military munitions, were exempted from taxation, and the revenues derived from tolls on road gates, on bridges, and on city gates, etc., were applied to the purpose for which they were imposed, namely, to the repair of the roads, the bridges, and the fortified enclosures. The hériba, a fine of 60 sols, which in those days would amount to more than 6,000 francs, was imposed on any holder of a fief who refused military service, and each noble was obliged to pay this for every one of his vassals who was absent when summoned to the king's banner. These fines must have produced considerable sums. A special law exempted ecclesiastics from bearing arms, and Charlemagne decreed that their possessions should be sacred and untouched, and everything was done to ensure the payment of the indemnity, diem and non, which was due to them. Charlemagne also superintended the coining and circulation of money. He directed that the silver sou should exactly contain the 22nd part by weight of the pound. He also directed that money should only be coined in the imperial palaces. He forbade the circulation of spurious coin. He ordered base coiners to be severely punished, and imposed heavy fines upon those who refused to accept the coin in legal circulation. The tithe due to the Church, which was imposed at the National Assembly in 779, and dispersed by the diocesan bishops, gave rise to many complaints and much opposition. This tithe was in addition to that paid to the king, which was of itself sufficiently heavy. The right of claiming the two tithes, however, had a common origin, so that the sovereign defended his own right in protecting those of the Church. This is set forth in the text of the Capitulaire from the year 794 to 829. What had originally been only a voluntary and pious offering of a few of the faithful, says the author of the Histoire financière de la France, became thus a perpetual tax upon agriculture, custom rather than law enforcing its payment, and a tithe which was, at first, limited to the produce of the soil, soon extended itself to cattle and other livestock. Royal delegates, the missi dominici, who were invested with complex functions and with very extensive power, traveled through the empire, exercising legal jurisdiction over all matters of importance. They assembled all of the placites, or provincial authorities, and inquired particularly into the collection of the public revenue. During their tours, which took place 4 times a year, they either personally annulled unjust sentences or submitted them to the emperor. They denounced any irregularities on the part of the counts, punished the negligences of their assessors, and often, in order to replace unworthy judges, they had to resort to a system of election of assessors, chosen from among the people. They verified the returns for the census, superintended the keeping up of the royal domains, corrected frauds in matter of taxation, and punished usurers as much as base coiners, for at that time money was not considered a commercial article, nor was it thought right that a money lender should be allowed to carry on a trade which required a remuneration proportionate to the risk which he incurred. These missi dominici were too much hated by the great vassals to outlive the introduction of the feudal system. Their royal masters, as they themselves gradually lost a part of their own privileges and power, could not sustain the authority of these officers. Dukes, counts, and barons, having become magistrates, arbitrarily levied new taxes, imposed new fines, and appropriated the king's tribute to such an extent that, towards the end of the 10th century, the laws of Charlemagne had no longer any weight. We then find a number of new taxes levied for the benefit of the nobles, the very names of which have fallen into disuse with the feudal claims which they represented. Among these new taxes were those of escort and entrée, of mortmain, of lauds avance, of relief, the champars, the taille, the fouage, and the various fees for wine pressing, grinding, baking, etc., all of which were payable without prejudice to the tithes due to the king and the church. However, as the royal tithe was hardly ever paid, the kings were obliged to look to other means for replenishing their treasuries, and coining false money was a common practice. Unfortunately, each great vassal vied with the kings in this, and to such an extent that the enormous quantity of bad money coined during the ninth century completed the public ruin, and made this a sad period of social chaos. The freeman was no longer distinguishable from the villain, nor the villain from the serf. Serfdom was general. Men found themselves, as it were, slaves, in possession of land which they laboured at with the sweat of their brow, only to cultivate for the benefit of others. The towns even, with the exception of a few privileged cities, such as Florence, Paris, Lyon, Rheims, Metz, Strasbourg, Marseilles, Hamburg, Frankfurt, and Milan, were under the dominion of some ecclesiastical or lay lord, and only enjoyed liberty of a more or less limited character. Towards the end of the 11th century, under Philip I, the enthusiasm for crusades became general, and, as all the nobles joined in the holy mission of freeing the tomb of Jesus Christ from the hands of the infidels, large sums of money were required to defray the costs. New taxes were accordingly imposed, but, as these did not produce enough at once, large sums were raised by the sale of some of the feudal rights. Certain franchises were in this way sold by the nobles to the boroughs, towns, and abbeys, though, in not a few instances, these very privileges had been formerly plundered from the places to which they were now sold. Fines were exacted from any person declining to go to Palestine, and foreign merchants, especially the Jews, were required to subscribe large sums. A number of the nobles holding fiefs were reduced to the lowest expedients with a view to raising money, and even sold their estates at a low price, or mortgaged them to the very Jews whom they taxed so heavily. Every town in which the spirit of Gallo-Roman municipality was preserved took advantage of these circumstances to extend its liberties. Each monarch, too, found this a favourable opportunity to add new fiefs to the crown, and to recall as many great vassals as possible under his dominion. It was at this period that communities arose, and that the first charters of freedom, which were obligatory and binding contracts between the king and the people, date their origin. Besides the annual fines due to the king and the feudal lords, and in addition to the general subsidies, such as the quit rent and the tithes, these communities had to provide for the repair of the walls or ramparts, for the paving of the streets, the cleaning of the pits, the watch on the city gates, and the various expenses of local administration. Louis le Gros endeavoured to make a rearrangement of the taxes, and to establish them on a definite basis. By his orders, a new register of the lands throughout the kingdom was commenced, but various calamities caused this useful measure to be suspended. In 1149, Louis le Jeune, in consequence of a disaster which had befallen the Crusaders, did what none of his predecessors had dared to attempt. He exacted from all his subjects a sol per pound on their income. This tax, which amounted to a 20th part of income, was paid even by the church which for example's sake did not take advantage of its immunities. 40 years later, at a council or great parliament, called by Philip Augustus, a new crusade was decided upon, and under the name of Saladin's tithe, an annual tax was imposed on all property, whether landed or personal, of all who did not take up the cross to go to the Holy Land. The nobility, however, so violently resisted this, that the king was obliged to substitute for it a general tax, which, although it was still more productive, was less offensive in its mode of collection. On returning to France in 1191, Philip Augustus rated and taxed every one, nobility, bourgeois, and clergy, in order to prosecute the great wars in which he was engaged, and to provide for the first paid troops ever known in France. He began by confirming the enormous confiscations of the properties of the Jews who had been banished from the kingdom, and afterwards sold a temporary permission to some of the richest of them to return. The Jews at that time were the only possessors of available funds, as they were the only people who trafficked and who lent money on interest. On this account the government were glad to recall them, so as to have at hand a valuable resource which it could always make use of. As the king could not, on his own authority, levy taxes upon the vassals of feudal lords, on emergencies he convoked the barons who discussed financial matters with the king, and when the sum required was settled, an order of assessment was issued, and the barons undertook the collection of the taxes. The assessment was always fixed higher than was required for the king's wants, and the barons, having paid the king what was due to him, retained the surplus, which they divided amongst themselves. The creation of a public revenue, raised by the contributions of all classes of society, with a definite sum to be kept in reserve, thus dates from the reign of Philip Augustus. The annual income of the state at that time amounted to 36,000 marks, or 72,000 pounds weight of silver, about 16 or 17 million francs of present currency. The treasury, which was kept in the great tower of the temple, was under the custody of 7 bourgeois of Paris, and a king's clerk kept a register of receipts and disbursements. This treasury must have been well filled at the death of Philip Augustus, for that monarch's legacies were very considerable. One of his last wishes deserves to be mentioned, and this was a formal order which he gave to Louis VIII to employ a certain sum, left him for that purpose, solely and entirely for the defence of the kingdom. When Louis IX, in 1242, at Taillebourg and Sat, had defeated the great vassals who had rebelled against him, he hastened to regulate the taxes by means of a special code which bore the name of the Établissement. The taxes thus imposed fell upon the whole population, and even lands belonging to the church, houses which the nobles did not themselves occupy, rural properties and leased holdings were all subjected to them. There were, however, 2 different kinds of rates, one called the occupation rate, and the other the rate of exploitation, and they were both collected according to a register kept in the most regular and systematic manner possible. Ancient custom had maintained a tax exceptionally in the following cases: when a noble dubbed his son a knight, or gave his daughter in marriage; when he had to pay a ransom; and when he set out on a campaign against the enemies of the church, or for the defence of the country. These taxes were called laedocatricar. At this period despotism too often overruled custom, and the good King Louis IX, by granting legal power to custom, tried to bring it back to the true principles of justice and humanity. He was, however, none the less jealous of his own personal privileges, especially as regarded coining. He insisted that coining should be exclusively carried on in his palace, as in the times of the Carlovingian kings, and he required every coin to be made of a definite standard of weight, which he himself fixed. In this way he secured the exclusive control over the mint. For the various localities, towns, or counties directly under the crown, Louis IX settled the mode of levying taxes. Men of integrity were elected by the vote of the General Assembly, consisting of the three orders, namely of the nobility, the clergy, and the tiers état, to assess the taxation of each individual, and these assessors themselves were taxed by 4 of their own number. The custom of levying proprietary subsidies in each small feudal jurisdiction could not be abolished, notwithstanding the king's desire to do so, owing to the power still held by the nobles. Nobles were forbidden to levy a rate under any consideration without previously holding a meeting of the vassals and their tenants. The tolls on roads, bridges, fairs, and markets, and the harbor dues were kept up notwithstanding their obstruction to commerce, with the exception that free passage was given to corn passing from one province to another. The exemption from taxes which had been dearly bought were removed, and the nobles were bound not to divert the revenue received from tolls for any purpose other than those for which they were legitimately intended. The nobles were also required to guard the roads from sunrise to sunset, and they were made responsible for robberies committed upon travelers within their domains. Louis IX, by refunding the value of goods which had been stolen through the carelessness of his officers, himself showed an example of the respect due to the law. Those charged with collecting the king's dues, as well as the mayors whose duty it was to take custody of the money contributed, and to receive the taxes on various articles of consumption, worked under the eye of officials appointed by the king, who exercised a financial jurisdiction which developed later in the department or office called the Chamber of Accounts. A tax somewhat similar to the tithe on funds was imposed for the benefit of the nobles on property held by corporations or under charter, in order to compensate the treasury for the loss of the succession duties. This tax represented about the 5th part of the value of the estate. To cover the enormous expenses of the 2 crusades, Louis IX, however, was obliged to levy 2 new taxes, called décimes, from his already overburdened people. It does not, however, appear that this excessive taxation alienated the affection of his subjects. Their minds were entirely taken up with the pilgrimage to the East, and the pious monarch, notwithstanding his fruitless sacrifices and his disastrous expeditions, earned for himself the title of Prince of Peace of Justice. From the time of Louis IX down to that of Philippe le Bel, who was the most extravagant of kings, and at the same time the most ingenious in raising funds for the state treasury, the financial movement of Europe took root, and eventually became centralized in Italy. In Florence was presented an example of the concentration of the most complete municipal privileges which a great flourishing city could desire. Pisa, Genoa, and Venice attracted a part of the European commerce towards the Adriatic and the Mediterranean. Everywhere the Jews and Lombards, already well initiated into the mysterious system of credit and accustomed to lend money, started banks and pawn establishments, where jewels, diamonds, glittering arms, and paraphernalia of all kinds were deposited by princes and nobles as security for loans. The tax collectors, maltôtiers, a name derived from the Italian mala tolta, unjust tax, receivers or farmers of taxes, paid dearly for exercising their calling, which was always a dishonorable one. and was at times exercised with a great amount of harshness and even of cruelty. The treasury required a certain number of deniers, obol, or piques, a small coin varying in value in each province, to be paid by these men for each bank operation they effected, and for every pound in value of merchandise they sold, for they and the Jews were permitted to carry on trades of all kinds without being subject to any kind of rates, taxes, work, military service, or municipal dues. Philippe le Bel, owing to his interminable wars against the King of Castile, and against England, Germany, and Flanders, was frequently so embarrassed as to be obliged to resort to extraordinary subsidies in order to carry them on. In 1295 he called upon his subjects for a forced loan, and soon after he shamelessly required them to pay the 100th part of their income, and after but a short interval he demanded another 50th part. The king assumed the exclusive right to debase the value of the coinage, which caused him to be commonly called the base coiner, and no sovereign ever coined a greater quantity of base money. He changed the standard or name of current coin with a view to counterbalance the mischief arising from the illicit coinage of the nobles, and especially to baffle the base traffic of the Jews and the Lombards, who occasionally would obtain possession of a great part of the coin and mutilate each piece before restoring it to circulation. In this way they upset the whole monetary economy of the realm, and secured immense profits to themselves. In 1303 the ad valeur, which was afterwards called the ad de l'ost, or the army tax, was invented by Philippe le Bel for raising an army without opening his purse. It was levied without distinction upon dukes, counts, barons, ladies, damsels, archbishops, bishops, abbots, chapters, colleges, and in fact upon all classes, whether noble or not. Nobles were bound to furnish one knight, mounted, equipped, and in full armour, for every 500 marks of land which they possessed. Those who were not nobles had to furnish 6 foot soldiers for every 100 households. By another enactment of this king, the privilege was granted of paying money instead of complying with these demands for men, and a sum of 100 livres, about 10,000 francs of present currency, was exacted for each armed knight, and 2 sols, about 10 francs per diem, for each soldier which anyone failed to furnish. An outcry was raised throughout France at this proceeding, and rebellions broke out in several provinces. In Paris the mob destroyed the house of Stephen Barbet, master of the mint, and insulted the king in his palace. It was necessary to enforce the royal authority with vigour, and after considerable difficulty peace was at last restored, and Philippe learned, though too late, that in matters of taxation the people should first be consulted. In 1313, for the first time, the bourgeoisie, syndics, or deputies of communities, under the name of tiers état, third order of the state, were called to exercise the right of freely voting the assistance or subsidy which it pleased the king to ask of them. After this memorable occasion, an edict was issued ordering a levy of 6 deniers in the pound on every sort of merchandise sold in the kingdom. Paris paid this without hesitation, whereas in the provinces there was much discontented murmuring. But the following year the king, having tried to raise the 6 deniers voted by the Assembly of 1313 to 12, the clergy, nobility, and tiers état combined to resist the extortions of the government. Philippe le Bel died after having yielded to the opposition of his indignant subjects, and in his last moments he recommended his son to exercise moderation in taxing and honesty in coining. On the accession of Louis X in 1315, war against the Flemish was imminent, although the royal treasury was absolutely empty. The king, unfortunately, in spite of his father's advice, attempted systematically to tamper with the coinage, and he also commenced the exaction of fresh taxes, to the great exasperation of his subjects. He was obliged, through fear of a general rebellion, to do away with the tithe established for the support of the army, and to sacrifice the superintendent of finances, Enguerrand de Marigny, to the public indignation which was felt against him. This man, without being allowed to defend himself, was tried by an extraordinary commission of Parliament for embezzling the public money, was condemned to death, and was hung on the gibbet of Montfaucon. Not daring to risk a convocation of the States General of the kingdom, Louis X ordered the seneschal to convoke the provincial assemblies, and thus obtained a few subsidies, which he promised to refund out of the revenues of his domain. The clergy even allowed themselves to be taxed, and closed their eyes to the misappropriation of the funds which were supposed to be held in reserve for a new crusade. Taxes giving commercial franchise and of exchange were levied, which were paid by the Jews, Lombards, Tuscans, and other Italians. Judiciary offices were sold by auction. The trading class purchased letters of nobility, as they had already done under Philippe le Bel. And more than this, the enfranchisement of serfs, which had commenced in 1298, was continued on the payment of a tax, which varied according to the means of each individual. In consequence of this system, personal servitude was almost entirely abolished under Philippe de Long, brother of Louis X. Each province, under the reign of this rapacious and necessitous monarch, demanded some concessions from the crown, and almost always obtained it at a money value. Normandy and Burgundy, which were dreaded more than any other province on account of their turbulence, received remarkable concessions. The base coin was withdrawn from circulation, and Louis X attempted to forbid the right of coinage to those who broke the wise laws of St. Louis. The idea of bills of exchange arose at this period. Thanks to the peace concluded with Flanders, on which occasion that country paid into the hands of the sovereign 30,000 florins in gold for arrears of taxes, and, above all, owing to the rules of economy and order, from which Philip V, surnamed the Long, never deviated, the attitude of France became completely altered. We find the king initiating reform by reducing the expenses of his household. He convened around his person a great council, which met monthly to examine and discuss matters of public interest. He allowed only one national treasury for the reception of the state revenues. He required the treasurers to make a half-yearly statement of their account and a daily journal of receipts and disbursements. He forbade clerks of the treasury to make entries either of receipts or expenditures, however trifling, without the authority and supervision of accountants, whom he also compelled to assist at the checking of sums received or paid by the money changers. The farming of the crown lands, the king's taxes, the stamp registration, and the jail duties were sold by auction, subject to certain regulations with regard to guarantee. The bailiffs and seneschals sent in their accounts to Paris annually. They were not allowed to absent themselves without the king's permission, and they were formerly forbidden, under pain of confiscation, or even a severer penalty, to speculate with the public money. The operations of the treasury were at this period always involved in the greatest mystery. End of section 21. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Jim at jocclev.com. Section 22 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Clevenger. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance Period, by Paul Lacroix. Section 22. The establishment of a central mint for the whole kingdom, the expulsion of the money dealers, who were mostly of Italian origin, and the confiscation of their goods, if it was discovered that they had acted falsely, signalized the accession of Charles le Bel in 1332. This beginning was welcomed as most auspicious, but before long the export duties, especially on grain, wine, hay, cattle, leather, and salt, became a source of legitimate complaint. Philip VI, surnamed de Valois, a more astute politician than his predecessor, felt the necessity of gaining the affection of the people by sparing their private fortunes. In order to establish the public revenue on a firm basis, he assembled in 1330 the States General, composed of barons, prelates, and deputies from the principal towns, and then, hoping to awe the financial agents, he authorized the arrest of the overseer, Pierre Montaigu, whose property was confiscated and sold, producing to the treasury the enormous sum of 1,200,000 livres, or upwards of 100,000,000 francs of present currency. The long and terrible war which the king was forced to carry on against the English, and which ended in the Treaty of Bretigny in 1361, gave rise to the introduction of taxation of extreme severity. The dues on ecclesiastical properties were renewed and maintained for several years. All beverages sold in towns were taxed, and from 4 to 6 deniers in the pound were levied upon the value of all merchandise sold in any part of the kingdom. The salt tax, which Philippe le Bel had established, and which his successor, Louis X, immediately abolished at the unanimous wish of the people, was again levied by Philippe VI. And this king, having caused the salt produced in his domains to be sold, gave great offence to all classes of the community. It was on account of this that Edward III, King of England, facetiously called him the author of the Salic law. Philippe de Valois, when he first ascended the throne, coined his money according to the standard weight of St. Louis, but in a short time he more or less alloyed it. This he did secretly in order to be able to withdraw the pieces of full weight from circulation, and to replace them with others having less pure metal in them, and whose weight was made up by an extra amount of alloy. In this dishonest way a considerable sum was added to the coffers of the state. King John, on succeeding his father in 1350, found the treasury empty and the resources of the kingdom exhausted. He was, nevertheless, obliged to provide means to continue the war against the English, who continually harassed the French on their own territory. The tax on merchandise not being sufficient for this war, the payment of public debts contracted by the government was suspended, and the state was thus obliged to admit its insolvency. The mint taxes, called seigneuries, were pushed to the utmost limits, and the king levied them on the new coin, which he increased at will by largely alloying the gold with base metals. The duties on exported and imported goods were increased, notwithstanding the complaints that commerce was declining. These financial expediencies would not have been tolerated by the people, had not the king taken the precaution to have them approved by the States General of the provincial states, which he annually assembled. In 1355 the States General were convoked, and the king, who had to maintain 30,000 soldiers, asked them to provide for this annual expenditure, estimated at 5,000,000 livres Paris, about 300,000,000 francs of present currency. The States General animated by a generous feeling of patriotism, ordered a tax of 8 deniers in the pound on the sale and transfer of all goods and articles of merchandise, with the exception of inheritances, which was to be payable by the vendors, of whatever rank they might be, whether ecclesiastics, nobles, or others, and also a salt tax to be levied throughout the whole kingdom of France. The king promised, as long as this assistance lasted, to levy no other subsidies, and to coin good and sterling money, i.e., deniers of fine gold, white or silver coin, coins of billets or mixed metals, and deniers and mailles of copper. The assembly appointed travelling agents and 3 inspectors or superintendents, who had under them 2 receivers and a considerable number of sub-collectors, whose duties were defined with scrupulous minuteness. The king at this time renounced the right of seizing, his dues over property inherited or conveyed by sale, exchange, gift, or will, his right of demanding war levies by proclamation, and of issuing forced loans, the despotic character of which offended everybody. The following year the tax of 8 deniers having been found insufficient and expensive in its collection, the assembly substituted for it a property and income tax, varying according to the property and income of each individual. The finances were, notwithstanding these additions, in a low and unsatisfactory condition, which became worse and worse from the fatal day of Poitiers, when King John fell into the hands of the English. The States General were summoned by the Dauphin, and seeing the desperate condition in which the country was placed, all classes freely opened their purses. The nobility, who had already given their blood, gave the produce of all their feudal dues besides. The Church paid a tenth and a half, and the bourgeois showed the most noble unselfishness, and rose as one man to find means to resist the common enemy. The ransom of the king had been fixed at 3 millions of écus d'or, nearly 1,000,000 francs, payable in 6 years, and the peace of Bretigny was concluded by the cession of a third of the territory of France. There was, however, cause for congratulation in this result, for France was reduced to its utmost extremity, says the chronicler, and had not something led to a reaction, she must have perished irretrievably. King John, grateful for the love and devotion shown to him by his subjects under these trying circumstances, returned from captivity with the solemn intention of lightening the burdens which pressed upon them, and in consequence he began by spontaneously reducing the enormous wages which the tax gatherers had hitherto received, and by abolishing the tolls on the highways. He also sold to the Jews at a very high price the right of remaining in the kingdom, and of exercising any trade in it, and by this means he obtained a large sum of money. He solemnly promised never again to debase the coin, and he endeavored to make an equitable division of the taxes. Unfortunately it was impossible to do without a public revenue, and it was necessary that the royal ransom should be paid off within 6 years. The people, from whom taxes might be always extorted at pleasure, paid a good share of this, for the fifth of the 3 millions of écus d'or was realized from the tax on salt, the 13th part from the duty on the sale of fermented liquors, and 12 deniers per pound from the tax on the value of all provisions sold and resold within the kingdom. Commerce was subjected to a new tax called imposition foraine, a measure most detrimental to the trade and manufactures of the country, which were continually struggling under the pitiless oppression of the treasury. Royal despotism was not always able to shelter itself under the sanction of the general and provincial councils, and a few provinces which forcibly protested against this excise duty were treated on the same footing as foreign states with relation to the transit of merchandise from them. Other provinces compounded for this tax, and in this way, owing to the different arrangements in different places, a complicated system of exemption and prohibitions existed, which, although most prejudicial to all industry, remained in force to a great extent until 1789. When Charles V., surnamed the Wise, ascended the throne in 1364, France, ruined by the disasters of the war, by the weight of taxation, by the reduction in her commerce, and by the want of internal security, exhibited everywhere a picture of misery and desolation, in addition to which famine and various epidemics were constantly breaking out in various parts of the kingdom. Besides this, the country was incessantly overrun by gangs of plunderers, who called themselves écorcheurs, routiers, and tardvenus, etc., and who were more dreaded by the country people even than the English had been. Charles V., who was celebrated for his justice and for his economical and provident habits, was alone capable of establishing order in the midst of such general confusion. Supported by the vote of the Assembly held at Compiègne in 1367, he remitted a moiety of the salt tax, and diminished the number of treasury agents, reduced their wages, and curtailed their privileges. He inquired into all cases of embezzlement, so as to put a stop to fraud, and he insisted that the accounts of the public expenditure in its several departments should be annually audited. He protected commerce, facilitated exchanges, and reduced, as far as possible, the rates and taxes on woven articles and manufactured goods. He permitted Jews to hold funded property, and invited foreign merchants to trade with the country. For the first time he required all gold and silver articles to be stamped, and called in all the old gold and silver coins, in order that by a new and uniform issue the value of money might no longer be fictitious or variable. For more than a century coins had so often changed in name, value, and standard weight, that in an edict of King John we read, "It was difficult for a man when paying money in the ordinary course to know what he was about from one day to another." The recommencement of hostilities between England and France in 1370 unfortunately interrupted the progressive and regular course of these financial improvements. The States General, to whom the King was obliged to appeal for assistance in order to carry on the war, decided that salt should be taxed 1 sol per pound, wine by wholesale a 13th of its value, and by retail a 4th; that a fouage or hearth tax of 6 francs should be established in towns, and of 2 francs in the country; and that a duty should be levied in walled towns on the entrance of all wine. The produce of the salt tax was devoted to the special use of the king. Each district farmed its excise and its salt tax, under the superintendence of clerks appointed by the king, who regulated the assessment and the fines, and who adjudicated in the first instance in all cases of dispute. Tax gatherers were chosen by the inhabitants of each locality, but the chief officers of finance, 4 in number, were appointed by the king. This administrative organization, created on a sound basis, marked the establishment of a complete financial system. The Assembly, which thus transferred the administration of all matters of taxation from the people at large to the king, did not consist of a combination of the 3 estates, but simply of persons of position, namely prelates, nobles, and bourgeois of Paris, in addition to the leading magistrates of the kingdom. The following extract from the accounts of the 15th November 1372 is interesting, inasmuch as it represents the actual budget of France under Charles V. Article 18. Assigned for the payment of men at arms, 50,000 francs. Article 19. for payment of men at arms and crossbowmen newly formed, 42,000 francs. Article 19, for sea purposes, 8,000 francs. Article 20, for the King's palace, 6,000 francs. Article 20, to place in the King's coffers, 5,000 francs. Article 21, it pleases the King that the Receiver General should have monthly for matters that daily arise in the Chamber, 10,000 francs. Article 21, for the payment of debts, 10,000 francs. Total, 131,000 francs. Thus, for the year, 131,000 francs in escussador, representing in present money about 12,000,000 francs, were appropriated to the expenses of the State, out of which the sum of 5,000 francs, equal to 275,000 francs of present money, was devoted to what we may call the civil list. On the death of Charles V. in 1380, his eldest son Charles, who was a minor, was put under the guardianship of his uncles, and one of these, the Duc d'Anjou, assumed the regency by force. He seized upon the royal treasury, which was concealed in the castle of Moulins, and also upon all the savings of the deceased king, and instead of applying them to alleviate the general burden of taxation, he levied a duty for the first time on the common food of the people. Immediately there arose a general outcry of indignation, and a formidable expression of resistance was made in Paris and in the large towns. Mob orators loudly proclaimed the public right, thus trampled upon by the regent and the king's uncles. The expression of the feeling of the masses began to take the shape of open revolt, when the council of the regency made an appearance of giving way, and new taxes were suppressed, or at all events partially abandoned. The success of the insurrectionary movement, however, caused increased concessions to be demanded by the people. The Jews and the tax collectors were attacked. Some of the latter were hung or assassinated, and their registries torn up, and many of the former were ill treated and banished, notwithstanding the price they had paid for living in the kingdom. The Assembly of the States, which was summoned by the king's uncle to meet in Paris, sided with the people, and in consequence the regent and his brother pretended to acknowledge the justice of the claims which were made upon them in the name of the people, and, on their own withdrawing the taxes, order was for a time restored. No sooner, however, was this the case, than in spite of the solemn promises made by the council of regency, the taxes were suddenly reimposed, and the right of farming them was sold to persons who exacted them in the most brutal manner. A sanguinary revolt, called that of the Maillotins, burst forth in Paris, and the capital remained for some time in the power of the people, or rather of the bourgeois, who led the mob on to act for them. The towns of Rouen, Rheims, Troyes, Orleans, Blois, and many places in Beauvois, in Champagne, and in Normandy, followed the example of the Parisians, and it was impossible to say to what a length the revolt would have reached had it not been for the victory over the Flemish at Rozibia. This victory enabled the king's uncle to re-enter Paris in 1383, and to re-establish the royal authority, at the same time making the Muatais and their accomplices pay dearly for their conduct. The excise duties, the hearth tax, the salt tax, and various other imposts which had been abolished or suspended were re-established. The taxes on wine, beer, and other fermented liquors was lowered. Bread was taxed 12 deniers per pound, and the duty on salt was fixed at the excessive rate of 20 francs in gold, about 1,200 francs of present money, per hogshead of 60 hundredweight. Certain concessions and compromises were made exceptionally in favor of Artois, Dauphine, Poitou, and Saintonge, in consideration of the voluntary contributions which these provinces had made. Emboldened by the success of their exacting and arbitrary rule, the Dukes of Anjou, Burgundy, and Berry, under pretext of requiring money for war expenses, again increased the taxes from the year 1385 to 1388, and the salt tax was raised to 40 golden francs, about 24,000 francs of present money, per hogshead. The ecclesiastics paid a half doucime to the king, and several doucimes to the pope. But these did not prevent a forced loan being ordered. Happily Charles VI. About this period attained his majority and assumed his position as king, and his uncle, the Duke of Bourbon, who was called to the direction of affairs, reestablished comparative order in financial matters. But soon after, the king's brother, the Duke of Orleans, seized the reins of government, and jointly with his sister-in-law, Isabella of Bavaria, increased the taxation far beyond that imposed by the Duc d'Anjou. The Duke of Burgundy, called John the Fearless, in order to gratify his personal hatred to his cousin Louis of Orleans, made himself the instrument of the strong popular feeling by assassinating that prince as he was returning from an entertainment. The tragical death of the Duke of Orleans no more alleviated the ills of France than did that of the Duke of Burgundy 16 years later, for he in his turn was the victim of a conspiracy, and was assassinated on the bridge of Monteau, in the presence of the Dauphin. The marriage of Isabel of France with the young King Richard of England, the ransom of the Christian prisoners in the East, the money required by the Emperor of Constantinople to stop the invasion of the Turks into Europe, the pay of the French army, which was now permanent, each necessarily required fresh subsidies, and money had to be raised in some way or other from the French people. Distress was at its height, and though the people were groaning under oppression, they continued to pay not only the increased taxes on provisions and merchandise, and an additional general tax, but to submit to the most outrageous confiscations and robbery of the public money from the public treasuries. The state assemblies held at Auxerre in Paris in 1412 and 1413 denounced the extravagance and maladministration of the treasurers, the generals, the excisemen, the receivers of royal dues, and of all those who took part in the direction of the finances, though they nevertheless voted the taxes, and promulgated most severe regulations with respect to their collection. To meet emergencies which were now becoming chronic, extraordinary taxes were established, the non-payment of which involved the immediate imprisonment of the defaulter, and the debasement of the coinage, and the alienation of certain parts of the kingdom, were authorized in the name of the king, who had been insane for more than 15 years. The incessant revolts of the bourgeois, the reappearance of the English on the soil of France, the ambitious rivalry of Queen Isabella of Bavaria, leagued with the Duke of Burgundy against the Dauphin, who had been made regent at last in 1420, brought about the humiliating treaty of Troyes, by which Henry V., King of England, was to become King of France on the death of Charles VI. The treaty of Troyes became the cause of, and the pretext for, a vast amount of extortion being practiced upon the unfortunate inhabitants of the conquered country. Henry V., who had already made several exactions from Normandy before he had obtained by force the throne of France, did not spare the other provinces, and whilst proclaiming his good intentions towards his future subjects, he added a new general impost, in the shape of a forced loan, to the taxes which already weighed so heavily on the people. He also issued a new coinage, maintained many of the taxes, especially those on salt and on liquors, even after he had announced his intention of abolishing them. At the same time the Dauphin Charles, surnamed Roi de Bourges, because he had retired with his court and retinue into the centre of the kingdom, was sadly in want of money. He alienated the state revenues, he levied excise duties and subsidies in the provinces which remained faithful to his cause, and he borrowed largely from those members of the church and the nobility who manifested a generous pity for the sad destiny of the king and the monarchy. Many persons, however, instead of sacrificing themselves for their king and country, made conditions with him, taking advantage of his position. The heir to the throne was obliged in many points to give way, either to a noble whose services he bargained for, or to a town or an abbey whose aid he sought. At times he bought over influential bodies, such as universities and other corporations, by granting exemptions from or privileges in matters of taxation, etc. So much was this the case that it may be said that Charles VII treated by private contract for the recovery of the inheritance of his fathers. The towns of Paris and Rouen, as well as the provinces of Brittany, Languedoc, Normandy, and Guyenne, only returned to their allegiance to the king on conditions more or less advantageous to themselves. Burgundy, Picardy, and Flanders, which were removed from the kingdom of Charles VII at the treaty of peace of Arras in 1435, cordially adopted the financial system inaugurated by the Duke of Burgundy, Philippe the Good. Charles VII reconquered his kingdom by a good and wise policy as much as by arms. He doubtless had cause to be thankful for the valor and devotion of his officers, but he principally owed the success of his cause to one man, namely his treasurer, the famous Jacques Coeur, who possessed the faculty of always supplying money to his master and at the same time of enriching himself. Thus it was that Charles VII, whose finances had been restored by the genius of Jacques Coeur, was at last able to re-enter his capital triumphantly, to emancipate Guyenne, Normandy, and the banks of the Loire from the English yoke, to reattach to the crown a portion of its former possessions, or to open the way for their early return, to remove bold usurpers from high places in the state, and to bring about a real alleviation of those evils which his subjects had so courageously borne. He suppressed the fraud and extortion carried on under the name of justice, put a stop to the sale of offices, abolished a number of rates illegally levied, required that the receiver's account should be sent in biannually, and whilst regulating the taxation, he devoted his proceeds entirely to the maintenance and pay of the army. From that time taxation, once feudal and arbitrary, became a fixed royal due, which was the surest means of preventing the pillage and the excesses of the soldiery, to which the country people had been subjected for many years. Important triumphs of freedom were thus obtained over the tyrannical supremacy of the great vassals. But in the midst of all this improvement we cannot but regret that the assessors who, from the time of their creation by St. Louis, had been elected by the towns or the corporations, now became the nominees of the crown. Philippe the Good, Duke of Burgundy, taxed his subjects but little. Therefore, says Philippe de Commines, they became very wealthy, and lived in much comfort. But Louis XI did not imitate him. His first care was to reinstate that great merchant, that clever financier, Jacques Coeur, to whom, as much as to Joan of Arc, the kingdom owed its freedom, and whom Charles VII, for the most contemptible reasons, had had the weakness to allow to be judicially condemned. Louis XI would have been very glad to entrust the care of his finances to another Jacques Coeur, for being sadly in want of money he ran through his father's earnings, and to refill his coffers he increased taxation, imposed a duty on the importation of wines, and levied a tax on those holding offices, etc. A revolution broke out in consequence, which was only quenched in the blood of the insurgents. In this manner he continued by force of arms to increase and strengthen his own regal power at the expense of feudalism. He soon found himself opposed by the Ligue du Bien Public, formed by the great vassals, ostensibly to get rid of the pecuniary burden which oppressed the people, but really with the secret intention of restoring feudalism and lessening the king's power. He was not powerful enough openly to resist this, and appeared to give way by allowing the League de Nobles immense privileges, and himself consenting to the control of a sort of council of 36 notables appointed to superintend matters of finance. Far from acknowledging himself vanquished, however, he immediately set to work to cause division among his enemies, so as to be able to overcome them. He accordingly showed favor towards the bourgeois, whom he had already flattered by granting new privileges and abolishing or reducing certain vexatious taxes of which they complained. The 36 nobles appointed to control his financial management reformed nothing. They were timid and docile under the cunning eye of the king, and practically assisted him in his designs. For in a very few years the taxes were increased from 1,800,000 écus, about 45,000,000 francs of present money, to 3,600,000 écus, about 95,000,000 francs. Towards the end of the reign they exceeded 4,700,000 écus, 130,000,000 francs of present money. Louis XI wasted nothing on luxury and pleasure. He lived parsimoniously, but he maintained 110,000 men under arms, and was ready to make the greatest sacrifices whenever there was a necessity for augmenting the territory of the kingdom, or for establishing national unity. At his death on the 25th of August, 1483, he left a kingdom considerably increased in area, but financially almost ruined. When Anne de Beaujeu, eldest sister of the king, who was a minor, assumed the reins of government as regent, an immediate demand was made for reparation of the evils to which the finance ministers had subjected the unfortunate people. The Treasurer General, Olivier le Dain, and the Attorney General, Jean Douillat, were almost immediately sacrificed to popular resentment. 6,000 Swiss were subsidized, the pensions granted during the previous reign were cancelled, and a fourth part of the taxes was removed. Public opinion being thus satisfied, the States General assembled. The bourgeois here showed great practical good sense, especially in matters of finance. They proved clearly that the assessment was illegal, and that the accounts were fictitious, inasmuch as the latter only showed 1,650,000 livres of subsidies, whereas they amounted to 3 times as much. It was satisfactorily established that the excise, the salt tax, and the revenues of the public lands amply sufficed for the wants of the country and the crown. The young King Charles was only allowed 1,200,000 livres for his private purse for 2 years, and 300,000 livres for the expenses of the festivities of his coronation. On the Assembly being dissolved, the Queen Regent found ample means of pleasing the bourgeois and the people generally, by breaking through the engagement she had entered into in the King's name, by remitting taxation, and finally by force of arms destroying the power of the last remaining vassals of the crown. Charles VIII, during a reign of 14 years, continued to waste the public money. His disastrous expedition for the conquest of the kingdom of Naples forced him to borrow at the rate of 42 per cent. A short time previous to his death he acknowledged his errors, but continued to spend money, without consideration or restraint, in all kinds of extravagances, but especially in buildings. During his reign the annual expenditure almost invariably doubled the revenue. In 1492 it reached 7,300,000 francs, about 244 million francs of present money. The deficit was made up each year by a general tax, which was paid neither by the nobles nor the church, but was obtained entirely from the people. When the Duke of Orleans ascended the throne as Louis XII, the people were again treated with some consideration. Having chosen George d'Amboise as premier, and Florimond Robert as first Secretary of the Treasury, he resolutely pursued a course of strict economy. He refused to demand of his subjects the usual tax for celebrating the joyous secession. The taxes fell by successive reductions to the sum of 2,600,000 livres, about 76 million francs of present money. The salt tax was entirely abolished, and a question as to what should be the standard measure of this important article was legislated upon. The tax gatherers were forced to reside in their respective districts, and to submit their registries to the royal commissioners before beginning to collect the tax. By strict discipline, pillage by soldiers was put a stop to. Notwithstanding the resources obtained by the king through mortgaging a part of the royal domains, and in spite of the excellent administration of Robert, who almost always managed to pay the public deficit without any additional tax, it was necessary in 1513, after several disastrous expeditions to Italy, to borrow, on the security of the royal domains, 400,000 livres, 10 million francs of present money, and to raise from the excise and from other dues and taxes the sum of 3,300,000 livres, about 80 million francs of present money. This caused the nation some distress, but it was only temporary, and was not much felt, for commerce, both domestic and foreign, much extended at the same time, and the sale of collectorships, of titles of nobility, of places in Parliament, and of nominations to numerous judicial offices, brought in considerable sums to the treasury. The higher classes surnamed the king Lointelier, because he was sickly and of small stature, parsimonious and economical. The people called him their father and master, and he has always been styled the father of the people ever since. In an administrative and financial point of view, the reign of Francis I was not at all a period of revival or of progress. The commencement of a sounder system of finance is rather to be dated from that of Charles V, and good financial organization is associated with the names of Jacques Coeur, Philippe the Good, Charles XI, and Florimond Robert. As an example of this, it may be stated that financiers of that time established taxes on registration of all kinds, also on stamps, and on sales, which did not before exist in France, and which were borrowed from the Roman emperors. We must also give them the credit of having first commenced a public debt, under the name of rentes perpetuelles, which at that time realized 8 per cent. During this brilliant and yet disastrous reign the additional taxes were enormous, and the sale of offices produced such a large revenue that the post of parliamentary counsel realized the sum of 2,000 golden écus, or nearly 1,000,000 francs of present currency. It was necessary to obtain money at any price, and from any one who would lend it. The ecclesiastics, the nobility, the bourgeois, all gave up their plate and their jewels to furnish the mint, which continued to coin money of every description, and in consequence of the discovery of America, and the working of the gold and silver mines in that country, the precious metals poured into the hands of the money changers. The country, however, was none the more prosperous, and the people often were in want of even the commonest necessities of life. The king and the court swallowed up everything, and consumed all of the resources of the country on their own luxury and their wars. The towns, the monasteries, and the corporations were bound to furnish a certain number of troops, either infantry or cavalry. By the establishment of a lottery and a bank of deposit, by the monopoly of the mines, and by the taxes on imports, exports, and manufactured articles, enormous sums were realized to the treasury, which, as it was being continually drained, required to be as continually replenished. Francis I exhausted every source of credit by his luxury, his caprices, and his wars. Jean de Beaune, Baron Semblanque, the old minister of finance, died a victim to false accusations of having misappropriated the public funds. Loberet, who was in office with him, and William Beauchâtel, who succeeded him, were more fortunate. They so managed the treasury business that, without meeting with any legal difficulties, they were enabled to centralize the responsibility in themselves, instead of having it distributed over 16 branches in all parts of the kingdom, a system which has continued to our day. In those days the office of superintendent of finance was usually only a short and rapid road to the gibbet of Montfaucon. End of Section 22. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Jim at jocclev.com.
Section 23 of Manners, Customs, and Dress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Donna Stewart. Manners, Customs, and Dress during the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance period, by Paul Lacroix, Section 23. Law and the Administration of Justice. The Family, the Origin of Government. Origin of Supreme Power amongst the Franks. The legislation of barbarism humanized by Christianity. Right of justice inherent to the right of property. The laws under Charlemagne. Judicial reforms. Witnesses, duels, etc. Organization of royal justice under Saint Louis. The Châtelet and the Provost of Paris. Jurisdiction of Parliament, its duties and its responsibilities. The bailiwicks. Struggles between Parliament and the Châtelet. Codification of the customs and usages. Official cupidity. Comparison between the Parliament and the Châtelet. Amongst the ancient Celtic and German population, before any Greek or Roman innovations had become engrafted onto their customs, everything, even political power, as well as the rightful possession of lands, appears to have been dependent on families. Julius Caesar, in his Commentaries, tells us that each year the magistrates and princes assigned portions of land to families, as well as to associations of individuals having a common object, whenever they thought proper, and to any extent they chose, though in the following year the same authorities compelled them to go and establish themselves elsewhere. We again find families, familiae, and associations of men, cognationes hominum, spoken of by Caesar in the barbaric laws, and referred to in the histories of the Middle Ages under the names of genealogiae, foramini, fari, etc., but the extent of the relationship, parentela, included under the general appellation of families, varied among the Franks, Lombards, Visigoths, and Bavarians. Generally, among all the people of German origin, the relationship only extended to the 7th degree. Amongst the Celts it was determined merely by common ancestry, with endless subdivisions of the tribe into distinct families. Among the Germans, from whom modern Europe has its origin, we find only 3 primary groups, namely, first, the family proper, comprising the father, mother, and children, and the collateral relatives of all degrees; secondly, the vassals, ministeriales, or servants of the free class; and thirdly, the servants, mansionarii, coloni, liti, servi. of the servile class attached to the family proper. Domestic authority was represented by the Mund, or head of the family, also called Rex, the king, who exercised a special power over the persons and goods of his dependents, a guardianship, in fact, with certain rights and prerogatives, and a sort of civil and political responsibility attached to it. Thus, the head of the family, who was responsible for his wife and for those of his children who lived with him, was also responsible for his slaves and domestic animals. To such a pitch did these primitive people carry their desire that justice should be done in all cases of infringement of the law, that the head was held legally responsible for any injury which might be done by the bow or by the sword of any of his dependents, without it being necessary that he should himself have handled either of these weapons. Long before the commencement of the Merovingian era, the family, whose sphere of action had at first been an isolated and individual one, became incorporated into one great national association, which held official meetings at stated periods on the Malberg, Parliament Hill. These assemblies alone possessed supreme power in its full signification. The titles given to certain chiefs of Rex, king, dukes, duke, graf, count, bren, general of the army, only defined the subdivisions of that power, and were applied, the last exclusively, to those engaged in war, and the others to those possessing judicial and administrative functions. The duty of dispensing justice was specially assigned to the counts, who had to ascertain the cause of quarrels between parties and to inflict penalties. There was a count in each district and in each important town. There were, besides, several counts attached to the sovereign, under the title of Counts of the Palace, Comites Palatii, an honourable position which was much sought after and much coveted on account of its pecuniary and other contingent advantages. The Counts of the Palace deliberated with the sovereign on all matters and all questions of state, and at the same time they were his companions in hunting, feasting, and religious exercises. They acted as arbitrators in questions of inheritance of the crown. During the minority of princes they exercised the same authority as that which the Constitution gave to sovereigns who were of full age. They confirmed the nomination of the principal functionaries, and even those of the bishops. They gave their advice on the occasion of a proposed alliance between one nation and another, on matters connected with treaties of peace or of commerce, on military expeditions, or on exchanges of territory, as well as in reference to the marriage of a prince, and they incurred no responsibility beyond that naturally attached to persons in so distinguished a position among a semi-barbarous community. At first the legates (legati), and afterwards the king's ambassadors (missi dominici), the bishops and the dukes or commanders of the army, were usually selected from the higher court officials, such as the Counts of the Palace, whereas the ministeriales, forming the second class of the royal officials, filled inferior, though very honourable and lucrative posts of an administrative and magisterial character. Under the Merovingians, the legal principle of power was closely bound up with the possession of landed property. The subdivision of that power, however, closely followed this union, and the constant ruin of some of the nobles rapidly increased the power of others, who absorbed to themselves the lost authority of their more unfortunate brethren; so much so that the Frank kings perceived that society would soon escape their rule unless they speedily found a remedy for this state of things. It was then that the lois Salique and Ripuaire appeared, which were subjected to successive revisions and gradual or sudden modifications, necessitated by political changes or by the increasing exigencies of the prelates and nobles. But far from lessening the supremacy of the king, the national customs which were collected in a code extended the limits of the royal authority and facilitated its exercise. In 596, Childebert, in concert with his leudes, decided that in future the crime of rape should be punished with death, and that the judge of the district, pagus, in which it had been committed should kill the ravisher and leave his body on the public road. He also enacted that the homicide should have the same fate. "It is just," to quote the words of the law, "that he who knows how to kill should learn how to die." Robbery, attested by 7 witnesses, also involved capital punishment, and a judge convicted of having let a noble escape underwent the same punishment that would have been inflicted on the criminal. The punishment, however, differed according to the station of the delinquent. Thus, for the non-observance of Sunday, a Salian paid a fine of 15 sols, a Roman 7½ sols, a slave 3 sols, or his back paid the penalty for him. At this early period some important changes in the barbaric code had been made. The sentence of death, when once given, had to be carried out, and no arrangements between the interested parties could avert it. A crime could no longer be condoned by the payment of money. Robbery even, which was still leniently regarded at that time, and beyond the Rhine even honoured, was pitilessly punished by death. We therefore cannot have more striking testimony than this of the abridgment of the privileges of the Frankish aristocracy, and of the progress which the sovereign power was making towards absolute and uncontrolled authority over cases of life and death. By almost imperceptible steps Roman legislation became more humane and perfect, Christianity engrafted itself into barbarism, licentiousness was considered a crime, crime became an offence against the king and society, and it was in one sense by the king's hand that the criminals received punishment. From the time of the baptism of Clovis, the Church had much to do with the rearrangement of the penal code. For instance, marriage with a sister-in-law, a mother-in-law, an aunt, or a niece was forbidden. The travelling shows, nocturnal dances, public orgies, formerly permitted at feasts, were forbidden as being profane. In the time of Clotaire, the prelates sat as members of the Supreme Council, which was, strictly speaking, the highest court of the land, having the power of reversing the decisions of the judges of the lower courts. It pronounced sentence in conjunction with the king, and from these decisions there was no appeal. The nation had no longer a voice in the election of the magistrates, for the assemblies of Malberg did not meet except on extraordinary occasions, and all government and judicial business was removed to the supreme and often capricious arbitration of the king and his council. As long as the mayors of the palace of Austrasia and of that of Burgundy were only temporarily appointed, royal authority never wavered, and the sovereign remained supreme judge over his subjects. Suddenly, however, after the execution of Brunehaut, who was sacrificed to the hatred of the feudal lords, the mayoralty of the palace became a life appointment, and in consequence the person holding the office became possessed almost of supreme power, and the rightful sovereigns from that time practically became subject to the authority of the future usurpers of the crown. The Edict of 615, to which the ecclesiastical and state nobility were parties, was in its laws and customs completely at variance with former edicts. In resuming their places in the French constitution, the Merovingian kings, who had been deprived both of influence and authority, were compelled by the Germanic institutions to return to the passive position which their predecessors had held in the forests of Germany; but they no longer had, like the latter, the prestige of military authority to enable them to keep the position of judges or arbitrators. The canons of the Council of Paris, which were confirmed by an edict of the king bearing the date the 15th of the calends of November, 615, upset the political and legal system so firmly established in Europe since the 5th century. The royal power was shorn of some of its most valuable prerogatives, one of which was that of selecting the bishops. Lay judges were forbidden to bring an ecclesiastic before the tribunals, and the treasury was prohibited from seizing intestate estates with a view to increasing the rates and taxes. And it was decreed that Jews should not be employed in collecting the public taxes. By these canons the judges and other officers of state were made responsible, the benefices which had been withdrawn from the leudes were restored, the king was forbidden from granting written orders (præcepta) for carrying off rich widows, young virgins, and nuns, and the penalty of death was ordered to be enforced against those who disobeyed the canons of the council. Thence sprung two new species of legislation, one ecclesiastical, the other civil, between which royalty, more and more curtailed of its authority, was compelled for many centuries to struggle. Amongst the Germanic nations the right of justice was inherent to landed property from the earliest times, and this right had reference to things as well as to persons. It was the patronage (patrocinium) of the proprietor, and this patronage eventually gave origin to feudal jurisdictions and to lordly and customary rights in each domain. We may infer from this that under the two first dynasties laws were made by individuals, and that each lord, so to speak, made his own. The right of jurisdiction seems to have been so inherent to the right of property that a landed proprietor could always put an end to feuds and personal quarrels, could temporarily bring any lawsuit to a close, and, by issuing his ban, stop the course of the law in his own immediate neighbourhood, at least within a given circumference of his residence. This was often done during any family festival or any civil or religious public ceremony. On these occasions, whoever infringed the ban of the master was liable to be brought before his court and to have to pay a fine. The lord who was too poor to create a court of sufficient power and importance obtained assistance from his lord paramount, or relinquished the right of justice to him. Whence originated the saying, "The fief is one thing, and justice another." The law of the Visigoths speaks of nobles holding local courts similar to those of the official judge, count, or bishop. King Dagobert required the public and the private judges to act together. In the law of Lombardy, landlords are mentioned who, in virtue of the double title of nobles and judges, assumed the right of protecting fugitive slaves taking shelter in their domains. By an article of the Salie law, the noble is made to answer for his vassal before the court of the count. We must hence conclude that the landlord's judgment was exercised indiscriminately on the serfs, the colons, and the vassals, and a statute of 855 places under his authority even the freemen who resided with other persons. From these various sources we discover a curious fact which has hitherto remained unnoticed by historians, namely, that there existed an intermediate legislation between the official court of the count and his subordinates and the private courts, which was a kind of court of arbitration exercised by the neighbours (vicini) without the assistance of the judges of the county, and this was invested with a sort of authority which rendered its decisions binding. Private courts, however, were limited in their power. They were neither absolutely independent nor supreme and without appeal. All conducted their business much in the same way as the high, middle, and lower courts of the Middle Ages, and above all these authorities towered the king's jurisdiction. The usurpation of ecclesiastical bishops and abbots, who, having become temporal lords, assumed a domestic jurisdiction, was curtailed by the authority of the counts, and they were even more obliged to give way before that of the missi dominici, or the official delegates of the monarch. Charles the Bald, notwithstanding his enormous concessions to feudalism and to the Church, never gave up his right of final appeal. During the whole of the Merovingian epoch, the Mal (Malus), the general and regular assembly of the nation, was held in the month of March. Persons of every class met there clad in armour. Political, commercial, and judicial interests were discussed under the presidency of the monarch. But this did not prevent other special assemblies of the king's court, curia regalis, being held on urgent occasions. This court formed a parliament, parlamentum, which at first was exclusively military, but from the time of Clovis was composed of Franks, Burgundians, Gallo-Romans, as well as of feudal lords and ecclesiastics. As by degrees the feudal system became organised, the convocation of national assemblies became more necessary, and the administration of justice more complicated. Charlemagne decided that 2 malls should be held annually, one in the month of May, the other in the autumn, and in addition that in each county 2 annual plaids should meet, independently of any special malls and plaids which it should please him to convoke. In 788 the Emperor found it necessary to call 3 general plaids, and besides these he was pleased to summon his great vassals, both clerical and lay, to the 4 principal feasts of the year. It may be asserted that the idea of royalty being the central authority in matters of common law dates from the reign of Charlemagne. The authority of royalty based on law took such deep root from that time forth that it maintained itself erect, notwithstanding the weakness of the successors of the great Charles, and the repeated infractions of it by the Church and the great vassals of the crown. The authoritative and responsible action of a tribunal which represented society thus took the place of the unchecked animosity of private feuds and family quarrels, which were often avenged by the use of the gibbet, a monument to be found erected at almost every corner. Not infrequently, in those early times, the unchecked passions of a chief of a party would be the only reason for inflicting a penalty. Often such a person would constitute himself sole judge, and without the advice of any one he would pass sentence, and even with his own sword or any other available instrument he would act as his own executioner. The tribunal thus formed denounced duelling, the pitiless warfare between man and between family and family, and its first care was to protect not each individual man's life, which was impossible in those days of blind barbarism, but at least his dwelling. Imperceptibly the sanctuary of a man's house extended first to towns of refuge, then to certain public places such as the church, the Mollum or place of national assemblies, the market, the tavern, etc. It was next required that the accused, whether guilty or not, should remain unharmed from the time of the crime being committed until the day on which judgment was passed. This right of revenge, besides being thus circumscribed as to locality, was also subject to certain rules as to time. Sunday, and the principal feasts of the year, such as Advent, Christmas week, and from that time to the Epiphany, from the Ascension to the day of Pentecost, certain vigils, etc., were all occasions upon which the right of revenge could not be exercised. The power of the king, says a clever and learned writer, partook to a certain degree of that of God and of the saints. It was his province to calm human passions. By the moral power of his seal and his hand he extended peace over the great lines of communication, through the forests, along the principal rivers, the highways and the byways, etc. The Trêve de Dieu, in 1035, was the logical application of these humane principles. We must not suppose that justice in those days was dispensed without formalities, and that there were no regular intervals between the various steps to be gone through before final judgment was given, and in consequence of which some guarantee was afforded that the decisions arrived at were carefully considered. No one was tried without having been previously summoned to appear before the tribunal. Under the Carlovingians, as in previous times, the periods when judicial courts were held were regulated by the moon. Preference was given to the day on which it entered the first quarter, or during the full moon. The summonses were returnable by moons or quarter moons, that is, every 7th day. The summonses were issued 4 times, after which, if the accuser did not appear, he lost the right of counterplea, or was non-suited. The Salic law allowed but 2 summonses before a count, which had to be issued at an interval of 40 nights the one from the other. The third, which summoned the accused before the king, was issued 14 nights later, and if he did not put in an appearance before sunset on the 14th day, he was placed hors de sa parole, his goods were confiscated, and he forfeited the privilege of any kind of refuge. Among the Visigoths justice was equally absolute from the count to the tithe-gatherer. Each magistrate had his tribunal and his special jurisdiction. These judges called to their assistance assessors or colleagues, either Rochambourgs, who were elected from freemen, or provosts, or échevins, scabini, whose appointment was of an official and permanent character. The scabins, created by Charlemagne, were the first elected magistrates. They numbered 7 for each bench. They alone prepared the cases and arranged as to the sentence. The count or his delegate alone presided at the tribunal and pronounced the judgment. Every vassal enjoyed the right of appeal to the sovereign, who, with his court, alone decided the quarrels between ecclesiastics and nobles, and between private individuals who were specially under the royal protection. Criminal business was specially referred to the sovereign, the missi, or the count palatine. Final appeal lay with the Count Palatine in all cases in which the public peace was endangered, such as in revolts or in armed encounters. As early as the time of the invasion, the Franks, Bavarians, and Visigoths, when investigating cases, began by an inquiry, and, previously to having recourse to trials before a judge, they examined witnesses on oath. Then he who swore to the matter was believed and acquitted accordingly. This system was no doubt flattering to human veracity, but unfortunately it gave rise to abuses, which it was thought would be avoided by calling the family and friends of the accused to take an oath, and it was then administered by requiring them to place their hands on the crucifix, on some relics, or on the consecrated host. These witnesses, who were called conjuratores, came to attest before the judges not the fact itself, but the veracity of the person who invoked their testimony. The number and respectability of the conjuratores varied according to the importance of the case in dispute. Gregory of Tours relates that King Gontran, being suspicious as to the legitimacy of the child who afterwards became Clotaire II., his mother, Fredegonda, called in the impartial testimony of certain nobles. These, to the number of 300, with 3 bishops at their head, tribus episcopis et trecentis viris optimis, swore, or, as we say, made an affidavit, and the queen was declared innocent. The laws of the Burgundians and of the Anglians were even more severe than those of the Germanic race, for they granted to the disputants trial by combat. After having employed the ordeal of red-hot iron and of scalding water, the Franks adopted the judicial duel. This was imposed first upon the disputing parties, then on the witnesses, and sometimes even on the judges themselves. Dating from the reign of the Emperor Otho the Great in 967, the judicial duel, which had at first been restricted to the most serious cases, was had recourse to in almost all suits that were brought before the courts. Neither women, old men, children, nor infirm persons were exempted. When a person could not himself fight, he had to provide a champion, whose sole business was to take in hand the quarrels of others. Ecclesiastics were obliged in the same manner to fight by deputy. The champion or substitute required, of course, to be paid beforehand. If the legend of the dog of Montargis is to be believed, the judicial duel seems to have been resorted to even against an animal. In the 12th century, Europe was divided, so to speak, into 2 vast judicial zones, the one southern, Gallo-Roman, and Visigoth, the other northern and western, half Germanic and half Scandinavian, Anglian, or Saxon. Christianity established common ties between these different legislations, and imperceptibly softened their native coarseness, although they retained the elements of their pagan and barbaric origin. Sentences were not as yet given in writing, they were entrusted to the memory of the judges who had issued them, and when a question or dispute arose between the interested parties as to the terms of the decision which had been pronounced, an inquiry was held, and the court issued a second decision called a recordatum. As long as the king's court was a movable one, the king carried about with him the original text of the law in rolls, rotuli. It was in consequence of the seizure of a number of these by the English during the reign of Philip Augustus in 1194, that the idea was suggested of preserving the text of all the laws as state archives, and of opening authentic registers of decisions in civil and criminal cases. As early as the time of Charles the Bald, the inconvenience was felt of the high court of the count being movable from place to place, and having no special locality where instructions might be given as to modes of procedure for the hearing of witnesses, and for keeping the accused in custody, etc. A former statute provided for this probable difficulty, but there seems to be no proof that previous to the 12th century any fixed courts of justice had been established. The kings, and likewise the counts, held courts in the open air at the entrance to the palace, or in some other public place, under a large tree, for instance, as Saint Louis did in the wood of Vincennes. M. de Metz, in his valuable researches on the history of the Parliament of Paris, says, "In 1191, Philip Augustus, before starting for Palestine, established bailiwicks, which held their assizes once a month. During their sitting they heard all those who had complaints to make, and gave summary judgment. The bailiff's assize was held at stated periods from time to time, and at a fixed place. It was composed of 5 judges, the king deciding the number and quality of the persons who were to take part in the deliberations of the court for each session. The royal court only sat when it pleased the king to order it. It accompanied the king wherever he went, so that it had no settled place of residence." Louis IX. Ordered that the courts of the nobles should be consolidated with the king's court, and succeeded in carrying out this reform. The bailiffs, who were the direct delegates of the sovereign power, assumed an authority before which even the feudal lord was obliged to bend, because this authority was supported by the people, who were at that time organised in corporations, and these corporations were again bound together in communes. Under the bailiffs a system was developed, the principles of which more nearly resembled the Roman legislation than the right of custom, which it nevertheless respected, and the judicial trial by duel completely disappeared. Inquiries and appeals were much resorted to in all kinds of proceedings, and Louis IX. Succeeded in controlling the power of the ecclesiastical courts, which had been much abused in reference to excommunication. He also suppressed the arbitrary and ruinous confiscations which the nobles had unjustly made on their vassals. The Edict of 1276 very clearly established the jurisdiction of parliaments and bailiwicks. It defined the important duties of the bailiffs, and at the same time specified the mode in which proceedings should be taken. It also regulated the duties of counsel, maîtres des requêtes, auditors, and advocates. To the bailiwicks in existence, Louis IX. Added the 4 great assizes of Vermandois, of Sens, of Saint-Pierre-le-Moustier, and of Mâcon, to act as courts of final appeal from the judgment of the nobles. Philip le Bel went still further, for in 1287 he invited all those who possessed temporal authority in the kingdom of France to appoint, for the purpose of exercising civil jurisdiction, a bailiff, a provost, and some sergeants, who were to be laymen and not ecclesiastics, and if there should be ecclesiastics in the said offices, to remove them. He ordered besides that all those who had cases pending before the court of the king and the secular judges of the kingdom should be furnished with lay attorneys, though the chapters as well as the abbeys and convents were allowed to be represented by canons. M. de Metz adds, "This really amounted to excluding ecclesiastics from judicial offices, not only from the courts of the king, but also from those of the nobles, and from every place in which any temporal jurisdiction existed." At the time of his accession, Hugh Capet was the Count of Paris, and as such was invested with judicial powers, which he resigned in 987, on the understanding that his county of Paris, after the decease of the male heirs of his brother Eudes, should return to the crown. In 1032 a new magistrate was created, called the Provost of Paris, whose duty it was to give assistance to the bourgeois in arresting persons for debt. This functionary combined in his own person the financial and political chief of the capital. He was also the head of the nobility of the county. He was independent of the governor, and was placed above the bailiffs and seneschals. He was the senior of the urban magistracy and police, leader of the municipal troops, and, in a word, the prefect, præfectus urbis, as he was called under the Emperor Aurelian, or the first magistrate of Lutetia, as he was still called under Clotaire in 663. Assessors were associated with the provost, and together they formed a tribunal which was afterwards known as the Châtelet, because they assembled in that fortress, the building of which is attributed to Julius Caesar. The functions of this tribunal did not differ much from those of the royal châtellenies. Its jurisdiction embraced quarrels between individuals, assaults, revolts, disputes between the universities and the students, and improper conduct generally, ribaudailles; in consequence of which the provost acquired the popular surname of Roi des Ribauds. At first his judgment was final, but very soon those under his jurisdiction were allowed to appeal to Parliament, and that court was obliged to have certain cases sent back for judgment from the Châtelet. This was, however, done only in a very few important instances, notwithstanding frequent appeals being made to its supreme arbitration. In addition to the courts of the counts and bailiffs established in certain of the large towns, aldermanic or magisterial courts existed, which rather resembled the Châtelet of Paris. Thus the Capiolat of Toulouse, the senior alderman of Metz, and the burgomaster of Strasbourg and Brussels possessed in each of these towns a tribunal, which judged without appeal, and united the several functions of a civil, criminal, and simple police court. Several places in the north of France had provosts who held courts whose duties were various, but who were principally charged with the maintenance of public order, and with suppressing disputes and conflicts arising from the privileges granted to the trade corporations, whose importance, especially in Flanders, had much increased since the 12th century. On his return from abroad, Louis IX. Took his seat upon the bench and administered justice by the side of the good Provost of Paris. This Provost was none other than the learned Étienne Boileau, out of respect to whom the provostship was declared a charge de magistrature. The increase of business which fell to the provost's office, especially after the boundaries of Paris were extended by Philip Augustus, caused him to be released from the duty of collecting public taxes. He was authorised to furnish himself with competent assistants, who were employed with matters of minor detail, and he was allowed the assistance of juges auditeurs. "We order that they shall be 8 in number," says an edict of Philip le Bel, of February, 1324, 4 of them being ecclesiastics and 4 laymen, and that they shall assemble at the Châtelet 2 days in the week, to take into consideration the suits and causes in concert with our provost. In 1343 the provost's court was composed of 1 king's attorney, 1 civil commissioner, 2 king's counsel, 8 councillors, and 1 criminal commissioner, whose sittings took place daily at the Châtelet. From the year 1340 this tribunal had to adjudicate in reference to all the affairs of the university, and from the 6th of October 1380 to all those of the salt fish market, which were no less numerous, so that its importance increased considerably. Unfortunately, numerous abuses were introduced into this municipal jurisdiction. In 1313 and 1320 the officers of the Châtelet were suspended on account of the extortions which they were guilty of, and the king ordered an inquiry to be made into the matter. The provost and 2 councillors of the Parliament sat upon it, and Philip de Valois, adopting its decisions, prescribed fresh statutes which were naturally framed in such a way as to show the distrust in which the Châtelet was then held. To these the officers of the Châtelet promised on oath to submit. The ignorance and immorality of the lay officers, who had been substituted for the clerical, caused much disturbance. Parliament authorised 2 of its principal members to examine the officers of the Châtelet. 20 years later, on the receipt of fresh complaints, Parliament decided that 3 qualified councillors, chosen from its own body, should proceed with the King's attorney to the Châtelet, so as to reform the abuses and informalities of that court. Section 24. Seattle, Washington.